Chapter 392 Disaster of Donghua Clan. Chapter 392 Disaster of Donghua Clan leader and his wife had announced that they would dismiss the clan and seclude in the future. In one night, all Donghua clan disciples left. The clan, which once wanted to become the first clan in the Eastern Barren Territory, turned particularly deserted. At the moment, only a few people remained. For example, Lu Nantian and Qian Shanmu. After knowing what happened on Sky Mountain, Qian Shanmu had a mixed feeling. His wife Qin Mingrua was killed by Yi Futian, but his junior Hua Qingqing let Yi Futian off instead. Because of Hua Qingqing's decision, Yi Futian did not kill his master and masteress. However, what would happen if Hua Qingqing did kill Yi Futian on Sky Mountain? Victory? That would be impossible. They had already received the news from Book Mountain. Mr. Du was a sage. They were destined to fail from the start. It was a meaningless battle in which the cottage did not suffer any losses. If the king of Qin did not decide to go to Book Mountain himself, Mr. Du would not even need to display his powers. Suddenly, Donghua clan leader looked at Qian Shanmu, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "You should leave." Qian Shanmu kowtowed on the ground, after which he stood up and departed. After he left, only 4 people remained in Donghua clan, namely Donghua clan leader and his wife, Lu Nantian and Hua Qingqing. "Nantian, bring Qingqing and leave from the ancient barren world," the clan leader said to Lu Nantian. "Masteress, you should bring Qingqing and leave." Lu Nantian shook his head. "Nantian, are my words already useless?" The clan leader turned somewhat serious, but Lu Nantian still stood there quietly. "Masteress, you leave. We don't have much time. Do you want to kill Qingqing?" The clan leader scolded. "I'm not leaving." Hua Qingqing stood at the side. Masteress, we have been wrong from the start. Perhaps Mr. Du has already foreseen everything from the beginning. He does not want to rule the Eastern Barren Territory at all, but instead only wants to teach his disciples peacefully so that they can become stronger. On the other hand, we want to obtain all the influences in the Eastern Barren Territory. Only now do we understand that everything has but been a dream. In front of the really powerful forces, the Eastern Barren Territory itself is meaningless, Lu Nantian said to his master and masteress. Then he knelt on the ground and added, Masteress, I hope that in my next life I will still be your disciple." After that, he stood up and walked up to Hua Qingqing. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch her pure and flawless face. But in the end, he still put his hand down, just like in the past. However, he only felt somewhat relieved. Smiling, he said, "Qingqing, live on." Then Lu Nantian turned around resolutely and walked out of Donghua clan. Looking at his back, tears flew down from Hua Qingqing's eyes. "I don't really have any regrets in my life, and it has been perfect, apart from the battle with Gu Donglu. Nevertheless, it's not embarrassing to lose to a cottage disciple, is it?" Lu Nantian shouted. Then he suddenly sped up and turned into a beam of light, charging out of Donghua clan. At the moment, there were many people outside Donghua clan observing its every move. In the distance, there was a restaurant which was entirely reserved by a group of people. Outside the restaurant, there was a dazzling golden raven, which was showered in a holy radiance. In the restaurant, there was a young man sitting down and drinking while looking in the direction of Donghua clan. His eyes seemed to be filled with flame intent. He was drinking leisurely as if he was enjoying himself. Cultivation was, after all, an extremely difficult activity in the first place, as it needed much patience and perseverance. Therefore, when he had free time, he would spend it on enjoying himself. The young man was precisely Du Ao, the cultivator from Sacred Fire sect of the Barren State. He did not leave the Eastern Barren Territory. After leaving Sky Mountain, he wanted to go to the college directly, but heard that there was a sage there. Hence, he would obviously not go there hastily. On the other hand, he asked some of his people to go back to the Barren State, while he brought the rest to Donghua clan. On Sky Mountain, he almost died because of a beauty. He could not kill Yi Futian for the moment, but how about the beauty? How could he give her up? Suddenly, Du Ao noticed someone walk out from Donghua clan and battle with his men. The person was showering in a brilliant flame as his life spirit appeared, which was actually a 3-legged golden raven. This caused a strange expression to appear on his face. He then commanded, "Ask him if he would submit to me. I can bring him to Sacred Fire Sect to cultivate." All right. A cultivator walked towards that direction. However, many terrifying suns appeared behind the person in the distance, and he burnt the person from Sacred Fire Sect to death immediately. Meanwhile, he continued to battle the people from Sacred Fire Sect as he advanced towards the restaurant. Humph! Let's not wait anymore and go there directly. Apart from her, kill everyone else, Du Ao said coldly. At once, the people beside him walked out of the restaurant and towards Donghua clan. In the distance, many people were astonished by the scene. Donghua clan leader announced that he would seclude in the future and dismiss the clan. However, before he could leave, the cultivators from the barren state came to Donghua clan and attacked it without any reasons. The members of the cottage would clearly not know what was happening in Donghua clan. Yi Futian also did not think that such a thing would happen. On Book Mountain, Mr. Du, college chief Xiao, and the cottage disciples were all present. Even the few mountain elders and goddess Wangyue were here as well. This was the first time Yi Futian met the college chief. He looked somewhat pale, but sage-like. At least he had a better temperament than that old guy. Yi Futian had heard in the past that the relationship between Mr. Du and the college chief was very bad. However, from the look of it, it was not that bad after all. At least Mr. Du and college chief were chatting happily at the moment. Furthermore, they were chatting about the future of the college and the big brother. Think carefully. It's all up to you. Don't take my thoughts into account, Mr. Du said to Sword Saint. Shut up. College Chief Xiao widened his eyes at Mr. Du. Master, I am willing to. Sword Saint nodded. Great. College Chief Xiao looked excited and laughed. Fantastic. At least you are not like your master. Senior, watch your words. Mr. Du smiled and stared at College Chief with a you-know-what-I-mean look. College Chief Xiao pointed his finger at him, and his beard trembled in frustration. Forget it. Who asked me to be weaker? In this case, I will gather everyone tomorrow and announce your decision to the college. College Chief Xiao said, feeling at ease. He was finally able to unload his burden as someone was willing to take over his position. More importantly, the person was indeed very suited for the job. No problem. Sword Saint nodded. Looking at the scene, Yi Futian felt somewhat emotional. From the next day on, his big brother would be the new chief of the college. Since you have agreed to it, take care of the Eastern Barren territory in the future, Mr. Du said to Sword Saint, looking at him seriously. Sword Saint nodded solemnly and replied, Master, I'll practice your ideology. At the side, Goddess Wangyue asked, Will Sword Saint Mountain combine with the college in the future? I established Sword Saint Mountain to teach my disciples in the same way the college does. So I will let the Sword Saint Mountain disciples decide for themselves if they would stay or leave, Sword Saint replied. Goddess Wangyue smiled and suddenly asked, Can I stay here? Everyone was momentarily puzzled as they stared at Goddess Wangyue in bewilderment. Goddess, what do you mean? Sword Saint asked. I'll stay in the college to cultivate, and Moon Clan will combine into the college to become another mountain. For example, Moon Mountain. Goddess Wangyue said, smiling. Even Mr. Du and college chief Xiao seemed surprised. Goddess Wangyue was the leader of Moon Clan, and she was actually willing to become a mountain elder in the college. In addition, combing Moon Mountain into the college would be against the will of Moon Clan ancestors. I agree, someone suddenly said. Everyone turned their heads to see Yi Futian lifting both of his hands in the air in agreement. Everyone then looked at Hua Jiu, who was beside Yi Futian. Hua Jiu blushed slightly and lowered her head. after which she kicked Yi Futian with her shoe. "Why is he in such a hurry? You have no rights to say anything here," Mr. Du remarked emotionlessly. Yi Futian widened his eyes at Mr. Du, however. Thinking about Moon Clan combing with the college in the future, he felt elated. "I think it'll be hard for you to convince the members of Moon Clan," Sword Saint said. Moon Clan was different from Sword Saint Mountain in that he established Sword Saint Mountain all by himself. Both Moon Clan and the college exist for people to cultivate. Even if Moon Clan stays at the college, it will still be passed down the generations, maybe in an even better way. If they do not agree, I'll stay here myself and let the members of Moon Clan choose if they would stay or leave. I'll give my position as the leader to someone else, Goddess Wangyua said. After the event, this time and her conversation with Mr. Du last time, her state of mind had changed. Therefore, she made such a decision. "You can take the mountain occupied by the cottage," Mr. Du said. "Mr. Du!" Goddess Wangyua was stunned. "Giving the mountain occupied by the cottage to us? In the future, there will only be the college in the college. There will no longer be the cottage," Mr. Du said, smiling. Yi Futian seemed to have a premonition and felt somewhat sad. Was the cottage, the legendary place of the Eastern Barren Territory, going to vanish? "Mr. Du!" Suddenly, everyone heard a voice from a certain direction of Book Mountain. They turned around and looked in that direction. College Chief Shao frowned. Why is it the entrance to the ancient barren world again? A powerful aura spread out from there. Immediately, Mr. Du seemed to have known what was happening. Frowning, he stood up. Then, everyone saw two figures charging towards them. Behind the two figures, there were many cultivators chasing them. Bang! A frightening flame flew into the body of the person in front. The person trembled fiercely and pushed the other person towards Mr. Du. "How dare you!" College Chief Shao shouted coldly, and many people walked forward. However, they quickly realized that the person flying towards them was Hua Qingqing. Hua Qingqing turned around with much difficulty as an invisible force was pushing her forward. She looked at her mother, and her eyes were wet with tears. At the moment, an illusory, three-legged golden raven appeared on the body of Lady Yuxiao, which was burning her wildly. Lady Yuxiao's body was ablaze, and her aura weakened continuously. She looked at the people from the college and said, "I know that in the past I have offended you much. I'll repay you in my next life. Mr. Du, please save my daughter Hua Qingqing." After that, the burning Lady Yuxiao knelt down in midair, appearing to be exceptionally miserable. In the Eastern Barren Territory, perhaps only Mr. Du could save her daughter. Hence, she chose to escape to this place. Chapter 393. The Eastern Barren Territory United Under One. Chapter 393. The Eastern Barren Territory united under one. Everyone from the college was swayed as they watched Lady Yuxiao kneel down in the air, bathed in a rush of flames. Lady Yuxiao used to be a well-known female cultivator. She later married clan leader Hua, but no one expected for her life to end up this way. No matter what the relationship between the college and Lady Yuxiao was like, they couldn't help but feel sorry for her. It was a truly horrible thing to witness. Goddess Wangyua clenched hands into a tight fist, and a force of ice will descended upon Lady Yuxiao, wanting to exterminate the flame. However, the flame of the divine golden bird which surrounded Lady Yuxiao seemed to contain a hint of sage, because it could not be put out. Gradually, the image of her became faint as she began to fade away. She was trying to push through the immense pain. Her eyes were trained on Mr. Du. "Mother!" Hua Qingqing cried out loudly at the sight of her mother in pain. Tears streamed down her beautiful face. Mr. Du sighed deeply. He knew there was no saving Lady Yuxiao. She was holding on to her last breath with all the strength left in her body. It was the only reason why she had yet to disappear completely. Mr. Du spoke to her. "Don't worry, go. Thank you, Mr. Du. Lady Yu Xiao bowed to him and was gone immediately, her image disappearing within the flames. Mother. Hua Qingqing's heart clenched tightly. She wanted to charge out and reach for her mother. However, Goddess Wangyue reached out her hand and cast a wind spell. The invisible force wrapped around Hua Qingqing's body and brought her to the side. Yi Futian never thought clan leader Hua and Lady Yu Xiao would end up this way after letting them go back at Sky Mountain. His cold eyes swept over to the cultivators of the Holy Fire clan and the young man mounted on the three-legged golden raven, Duao. He had already tried to make a move on Hua Qingqing back on Sky Mountain. Fortunately, he was stopped by Yi Futian. What Yi Futian didn't expect was that instead of hiding and lying about his evil doings, Duao made another move for her after leaving the mountain. Only this time it was publicly. Did this rascal not have any shame? Especially as a disciple of one of Baron State's top powers. Perhaps he didn't at all about what the people thought, doing only what he pleased. Even if it was wrong, it had to be known to the public. Even the Qing dynasty needed to come up with an excuse to wipe out the Lu kingdom. Pardon me, but this girl is someone we want. Please hand her over to the Holy Fire clan. An elder illuminated by flames stepped forward. He radiated with hints of sage will. His aura was strong. It was he who attacked and killed Lady Yu Xiao. The people of the college looked at the elder. He sounded polite, but the look in his eyes told another story. Everyone understood that for the Holy Fire clan to do something like this, they had no morals, no conscience. They only held back because there were sages in the college. Otherwise, there would be no talking to them. They would simply kill everyone in their way. Everyone remembered clearly how things went down the last time the Holy Fire clan arrived at the college. They remembered just how crazy and wild these people from the Baron State were. Scram! Mr. Du spat out in a cold tone. The cultivators of the Holy Fire clan stared down at Mr. Du from where they were in the air. It seemed that not even a sage from the Eastern Baron territory could strike up any fear or respect from them. Since it seems like Senior is not willing to welcome us, we'll leave, Duao said from his spot on the three-legged golden raven's back. His eyes, filled with a hint of mockery, drifted onto Yi Futian. Yi Futian stared right back. He could feel the disdain and ridicule from Duao's eyes. On Sky Mountain, Yi Futian was wildly arrogant because he had the will of the mountain at his advantage. He used it to kill many powerful cultivators and used the sound of the bell to injure Baron State cultivators. Now, there were sages in the Eastern Baron territory. The ban had been lifted. Duao wanted to see just how arrogant Yi Futian could be now. The people of the Holy Fire clan left. Duao was in no hurry. When the sages of the clan arrived, everything would fall into their hands, whether it be Yi Futian or Hua Qingqing. How presumptuous, said College Chief Xiao. He was angry, but couldn't do much. He knew that although his junior brother could stop the opposing party, he had to think about the disciples of the college. Furthermore, College Chief Xiao knew something no one else did. Mr. Chu couldn't stay at Book Mountain for much longer. The second the ban was lifted, things were already set. Everyone looked over at Hua Qingqing. Their hearts hurt for the crying girl. The Holy Fire clan had already crashed the college. One could already imagine what happened at the Donghua clan. There was no need for questions. Let her rest, Mr. Du said as he watched Hua Qingqing. He sighed inwardly. Okay, nodded Goddess Wangyue. She led the young girl away, and the others also began to disperse. However, the disciples of the cottage stayed. Mr. Du shook his head. How are we as humans supposed to keep the desires of others under control with just morals? How are we supposed to control those with the weapons and desire to hurt others without rules and regulations? When he finished what he had to say, he began to walk away. Yi Futian watched the teacher's back as he departed. He was beginning to understand the teacher's dreams. These powerful cultivators from the Baron State arrived in the Eastern Baron territory and lacked even a shred of respect for anyone. They showed no signs of wanting to hide their hunger and desire for power. Neither did they care about what anyone else thought. In order to conquer Hua Qingqing, they went as far as killing her family. Cruel and violent, a person with a weapon will produce the killing thought, because there is no one to restrain them. It was said that Hua Qingqing, one of the Eastern Barren Territory's 3 great beauties, is innocent and kind. She didn't know of the evils of the world. Her innocence was reflected in her beauty, clean and pure. She had been protected from the real world since the day she was born. But it was this kind girl that experienced the greatest evil. How ironic. 4th brother, do you have a pen and paper? Yi Futian asked Shui Yi. Yeah, he nodded. Shui Yi then pulled out the supplies from on his person and asked, Little brother, what are you going to do with it? Copying down a musical score. Yi Futian explained quickly and walked over to a stone table. Laying out the paper, he began to write. Zhuge Hui and the others grew curious and came to his side. This is... Zhuge Hui asked quietly. The Yukio song, Yi Futian answered with a smile. What's it for? Asked Zhuge Hui. I'll gift a copy to anyone who comes to the college from the Barren State, he replied nonchalantly. Everyone gave him a strange look. The Yukio song was one of the world's 10 great musical pieces. It was left by the great emperor. Was Yi Futian really going to just give it out so easily? You'll gift it? To anyone? Asked Zhuge Hui. Yup, I'll gift it to anyone, Yi Futian said as he nodded in all seriousness. Actually, I should say I'm lending it to them. I'll make them pay for it later. It seemed like Yi Futian was preparing to keep track of anyone who comes to Book Mountain. Perhaps this type of compromise was a form of resignation. Don't worry, the Yukio song isn't that easy to learn. I'll also leave a copy at the college for people to copy. From now on, a copy will be given to any Barren State power that comes to the college, smiled Yi Futian. Not even Hua Qingqing, who was very talented at the guqin, could play this piece. The reason why Yi Futian could play it was because his will synchronized with the wills of the 2 emperors on Sky Mountain and received this piece directly. As for the last portion of this piece, it had to be played with emperor will. Yi Futian was certain. Even if the cultivators of the Barren State received the Yukio song, it wouldn't be that easy for them to learn. Better yet, they probably wouldn't be able to learn it at all. Zhuge Hui chuckled and patted Yi Futian's head. Little brother is a special person indeed. I'm liking you more and more. Yi Futian blinked before sneaking a glance at 3rd brother. Gee, you don't mind, do you? Zhuge Hui smiled at Hua Jiu. Senior sister, if you like him, you can take him with you, Hua Jiu said softly. Yi Futian looked at Hua Jiu as if he had been wronged. Does she have to be so cruel? Today was a special day for the college. College Chief Shao, the Sword Saint, and Goddess Wangyue gathered the disciples of Book Mountain, Sword Saint Mountain, and the Moon Clan, respectively. The enormous crowd gathered at the square on Book Mountain and focused their attention on the group of people at the front. College Chief Shao, the Sword Saint, Zhuge Hui, Gudonglu, all the mountain elders, and Goddess Wangyue stood on an elevated plain looking down on everyone. Many people had heard rumors and knew that College Chief Shao had something to announce today. There were already large groups gathered at the foot of Book Mountain. They looked up at the sacred mountain, the holy place of the Eastern Barren Territory. News of what happened at the Donghua clan had already spread. The ruthless doings of the Barren State cultivators greatly angered the people. Hua Qingqing was now staying on Book Mountain. Had it not been for Mr. Du, Hua Qingqing would have been taken by the people of the Barren State. But could the college really stop them? From today on, Sword Saint Mountain will merge with the college. The disciples of Sword Saint Mountain will enter the college for cultivation. Anyone who objects can leave now. The Sword Saint's voice resonated on Book Mountain, shocking many. From today on, the Moon Clan will merge with the college. The disciples of the Moon Clan will enter the college for cultivation. Anyone who objects can leave now." Goddess Wang Yue's voice rang out right after. From today onwards, the position of college chief will be held by the Sword Saint. Goddess Wang Yue will take the position as vice college chief and aid the Sword Saint in running the college, teaching the youth of the Eastern Barren Territory, passing on their knowledge. Another voice spoke out. At the foot of the mountain, many people lifted their heads to look at the long stairs in front of them. The three great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory had announced such big changes today. From this point on, the Sword Saint and Goddess Wang Yue were in charge of the college. At the bottom of the Book Mountain stairs, a few groups appeared. The arrival of these three groups had many people in shock. They were the Qianqiu Temple, the Witch Clan, and the Ji family. With the arrival of these three groups at Book Mountain, the great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory were now all gathered at the same place. Although Mr. Du had no thoughts of ruling all of the Eastern Barren Territory, the reality was the entire Eastern Barren Territory already belonged to the college. The three groups walked up the stairs and arrived at the square. "We have come to congratulate the college. We hope that the Sword Saint will never forget your true self and your initial intentions." The abbot of the Qianqiu Temple held his palms together and bowed in the Sword Saint's direction. "Abbot, you are too polite. I will keep your teachings at heart," the Sword Saint said as he returned a courteous bow. "The Witch Clan has come to congratulate the college. The Ji family has come to congratulate the college." The other two powers expressed their congratulations as well. In the large crowd, the Witch Clan's Gubiue had a smile on her face as she looked in Yi Futian's direction. Who would have thought this day would come when they first met in the ancient barren world? A distance away, the wind picked up and clouds rolled in, catching the attention of everyone on Book Mountain. They all turned to look in the distance. What they saw was a large group of people riding closer to Book Mountains on clouds. Chapter 394, The Thousand Thundering Illusions. Chapter 394, The Thousand Thundering Illusions. All the most powerful cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory were gathered on Book Mountain, and they were sternly looking into the distance. "They're here." Many people shared the same thought. The crowd gathered at the foot of Book Mountain were also looking up at the figures rolling in on clouds in the sky. Powerful cultivators from the barren state had arrived on Book Mountain. Not even the gathering of all the Eastern Barren Territory's top powers would be enough in comparison. The Eastern Barren Territory had just been united. How was the college going to resolve this threat? Would they hand Yi Futian over? Everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory knew the exact reason for the arrival of the Barren State cultivators. It was because of Yi Futian. He stepped onto the top of Sky Mountain and acquired the relics of the two emperors. He was able to control the will of Sky Mountain. It was rumored that he received one of the world's top 10 musical pieces, the Yukio Song. The newly arrived crowd descended from the skies and separated into 4 groups: the Mortal World, Nantian House, the Holy Fire Clan, and Taishan Mountain. Du Ao, Nanfeng, and Nanyu, Chushang, and Hanlan were also present. They were the first to get the news in the Barren State, and thus were the first ones to arrive. Other powers of the Barren State most likely haven't yet received the news. Du Ao, Nanfeng, and Nanyu stared at Yi Futian. The look in their eyes was ice cold. Beside them were the most powerful cultivators of their respective groups. Sages were among them. They were interested to see how arrogant Yi Futian could be now. They remembered every detail about what happened on Sky Mountain. "We heard that a sage has appeared in the Eastern Barren Territory. We're curious to see who he is." The person who spoke was of the Nantian House. He stood in front of Nanfeng and was donned in a glamorous long robe. Years ago, when the great emperor set the ban, sages disappeared from the Eastern Barren Territory, and the plain no longer existed there. If a sage were to appear, even those in the barren state would get the news. Although the Eastern Baron territory had little to no contact with the outside world, the powers of the Baron state still kept an eye on them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known about the bells that rang from Sky Mountain. But now there was a sage in the Eastern Baron territory, and they didn't hear anything about it before. Obviously, the person in question was intentionally hiding his identity, and this was his hideout. If it weren't so, there was no need for a cultivator of his level to stay in a place like the Eastern Baron territory. Just someone from the mountains. There's not much to say. A voice drawled from somewhere on Book Mountain. It was Mr. Du. He did not appear beside the Sword Saint or College Chief Shao. Now back to you guys. Why have you come? We heard someone from the Eastern Baron territory made it on Sky Mountain and obtained the relic of the Great Emperor. So, we wanted to come to see for ourselves just who this person is. A sage from the Holy Fire clan spoke nonchalantly. He had on a long robe, covered with images of flames. A strong flame intent radiated from him. Me. Just then, Futian walked out from the crowd. He looked to the newcomers from the Baron state and spoke. I stepped onto Sky Mountain and harmonized with the will left by the Great Emperor. From that, I was able to control the power of Sky Mountain. Other than that, I also received the score for the Yukio song. So, you're finally willing to admit it. Nanyu smirked. Wasn't Futian really arrogant on Sky Mountain? He even tied him up to the stone wall at Sky Mountain and humiliated him in front of everyone. Nan, you was curious how Futian would meet his end. And then, the sage from the Nantian house pushed for Futian to continue with emotionless eyes. The will of Sky Mountain is already in my control. It would be useless for you guys, even if you got your hands on it. As for the score for the Yukio song, I can give it to you guys, said Futian. Du-Ao and the rest all sneered. Mockery filled their eyes. All right, the sage nodded. Futian reached into the front of his robe and pulled out the musical scores. With a wave of his hand, the 4 copies were delivered to each of the 4 groups. Reaching out, the sages of each group received the papers. Opening up the page, the sage of Nantian House gave it a once-over before folding it back up and speaking. You should come take a little trip with us. That's going too far, said College Chief Shao. He already handed over the score, and they still wanted to take Futian? Who knows if he's still hiding some other treasures? Besides, he was so arrogant on Sky Mountain. He'll be fine, Nanyu sneered. There's another person on Book Mountain. Hand her over, said Du-Ao. The person he was speaking of was obviously Hua Qingqing. Who cared about the sage? What had to be done must be done. They weren't going to leave until they were handed all the people they sought. Futian gave a deep inward sigh and then smiled bitterly. Just then a figure approached. It was Mr. Du. He looked right at Futian. So, did you really think compromising and giving in would work? I'm sorry, teacher, said Futian. He felt a little guilty. On the way back to Book Mountain from Sky Mountain, he had heard some stories about the teacher from First Brother. Futian knew that even though the old man was a sage, he seemed to have another identity. He was hiding out in the Eastern Baron territory. It was because of this that he was such a mystery. Not a lot of people have seen him or knew much about him. Futian didn't want his teacher to pique the interest of the Baron state because of today. That was why he willingly handed over the score. Unfortunately, it was no use. Although the old man said he didn't care about Futian and would hand him over, Futian knew it was just a joke. Mr. Du looked at Futian once and stepped forward to look at the crowd. You already got the musical score, so why aren't you all getting the hell out of here? Everyone looked at Mr. Du strangely. Old geezer, do you want to die? Asked Nanyu. Now that the ban of the Eastern Baron territory was lifted, who cared if this old man was a sage? How dare he try to get rid of them? Whoosh! A delicate figure whisked by. It was the cottage's second disciple, Zhuge. With a loud, thunder-like crack, her long whip unfurled in Nanyu's direction. How presumptuous! A noble from Nantian House made his way toward Zhuge. The noble with a sharp, cutting aura reached out his hand. Juga Hui snapped her whip once more, cracking down like lightning and thunder. A crisp snap was heard, and following that were the horrid screams of the noble. He was struck by the whip and flung off of Book Mountain. His body twitched uncontrollably upon landing at the bottom. The Nantion house sage took one step and released a terrifying energy at Juga Hui. Mr. Du moved at the same time. His hand reached up at the sky and clenched into a fist. Immediately, the sage froze and turned his attention over to Mr. Du in shock. "One more move, and you die," Mr. Du said calmly. As soon as his utterance was heard, the 4 groups from the Barren State looked up at him, dumbfounded. Was he actually threatening a sage of Nantion House? The sage indeed made no other motions. Juga Hui, on the other hand, charged over to Nanyu. Top-level nobles stepped out. There were even those who had been enlightened by sage will. However, Juga Hui's whip danced wildly in the air. An image appeared on her body. The people were shocked to realize that she was duplicating. 1 into 2, 2 into 4. In short moments, she was everywhere, waving her whip at the same time. Thunder and lightning erupted, lighting up the skies majestically. The 1,000 thundering illusions. The eyes of the everyone from the Barren State lit up and watched everything unfold in shock. Illusory images filled the sky. In the lit-up sky, her whip came down, cracking one after another. The nobles of Nantion House were flung away one by one. In a split second, a long whip bypassed everything in its way to get to Nanyu, picking him up into the air. "Let me go!" Nanyu screamed out in horror. He had already been treated this way once on Sky Mountain. This was already the 2nd time, but at this moment it didn't seem like anyone from the Nantion House could hear his screams. They were all frozen in place as they watched the beautiful girl bathed in the lights from the lightning. The 1,000 thundering illusions was an exclusive skill from a certain Barren State power. Second sister is so powerful, thought Yi Futian. He was also surprised by the scene in front of him. It seemed as if she had been hiding her true abilities. Whether it was the people on Book Mountain or at the foot of the mountain, everyone was looking up at Juga Hui. The long whip moved in a circle, spinning Nanyu around in the air. Juga Hui looked up at him just to hear him scream out in anger, "You dare touch me!" Just then, the whip moved toward a stone wall on Book Mountain. Nanyu's body hit the wall along with the force of lightning, and the wall exploded loudly. Nanyu's pitiful cries followed. The whip snapped back, and with one movement of Juga Hui's arm, Nanyu's body was flung away from Book Mountain. "Who are you?" the Nantion House sage asked Juga Hui. "The 1,000 thundering illusions doesn't belong to the Eastern Barren Territory. Take a guess." Juga Hui smiled at him. She then stepped toward the Holy Fire Clan. Looking at Du Ao, she spoke again. "He offended me. You guys wouldn't mind if I taught him a lesson, would you? Even if you are of the Juga family, what right do you have to teach a disciple of our clan a lesson?" asked a sage of the clan. "Based on the fact that he acted out of place in front of me," she said. Her whip snapped once again. The sage wanted to make a move, but felt a strong pressure descend upon himself. Lifting his head, he saw Mr. Du with confusion on his face. He questioned, "Who is he?" Snap! The whip cracked down, and no one was able to stop it. Du Ao cried out in pain. After being hit by the whip, he toppled over on the 3-legged golden raven. A deep, bloody mark appeared on his body. Countless pairs of eyes were frozen in place, shocked at everything that had just happened on Book Mountain. Everything was so unexpected. For example, no one expected that the powerful cultivators of the Barren State would get so badly beaten up. Many years ago, something big happened to the Barren State's Juga family. Their first daughter suddenly went missing and couldn't be found even after the family searched high and low in the Barren State. A cultivator from the mortal world spoke out suddenly. The 4 powers were stunned. They had all heard of this story. So, The girl in front of them was the daughter of the Baron States, Zhuge family, Zhuge Mingyue. Chapter 395. The Reappearance of Dong Huang. Chapter 395. The reappearance of Dong Huang. The cultivators of the Baron State stared at the beautiful girl in shock. Perhaps the name Zhuge Mingyue was unfamiliar to many of the younger cultivators, but they were aware of the background she came from just by hearing this name. Zhuge Qingfeng was the top dog of the Zhuge family. He made his name many years ago, proving himself to be more capable than all others his age. Presently, he was already a great legend in the Baron State. Zhuge Kenyang was the most outstanding cultivator among the newest generation of the Zhuge family. He had already reached the sage plane a couple years ago, a true talent indeed. These two people were known as the most outstanding of the entire Zhuge family in the last 1,000 years. The former was Zhuge Mingyue's father, the latter her older brother. With a background like that, not even the sages of the four great Baron State powers could compare. As for Nanfeng, Nanyu, and Duao, they were merely young prodigies of the Baron State powers. They weren't even the very best. So, they obviously couldn't be compared to Zhuge Mingyue. And just like that, they realized that a person of such high status was hidden within what they considered an inferior clan. Nanyu and Duao had an awkward look on their faces. Just by hearing this name, they knew that there was nothing they could do about the beating they just received. They weren't going to get revenge, and there was absolutely no one who dared to do it for them. Hearing their words, Zhuge Hui turned to the disciples of the cottage with a great smile. "Remember my real name, Zhuge Mingyue." Seeing that she had just admitted her identity, the Baron State sages were shaken. The sage of the Nantian house spoke. Who would have thought that the daughter of the Zhuge family ran away and ended up in the Eastern Baron territory, a place cut off from the Baron State and where sages were forbidden? You even changed your name. No wonder the Zhuge family was unable to find you, even though they searched high and low in the Baron State. Not only did Zhuge Mingyue change her name, but she also rarely left the mountain. Before Yi Futian was attacked in Chaoga City, there weren't even many people in the Eastern Baron territory that knew of her existence. All they knew was that no one had ever seen the second disciple of the cottage. I heard that Zhuge Qingfeng had originally intended to send Zhuge Mingyue to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace. Why did you choose to run away here to the Eastern Baron territory instead of joining the most sacred group of the Baron State? You even found yourself a teacher here, asked a sage of the Holy Fire clan. The Holy Ji Palace was the holy land of the Baron State. It was a place where many demon beasts could be found. Every great power in the Baron State wished to send their younger generation cultivators to the Holy Ji Palace. Zhuge Hui, on the other hand, chose to run away, because that's where the young city lord of White Cloud City cultivates, said a mortal world sage. Everyone's eyes rounded immediately. They shivered at the thought of that person. As sages of the Baron State, they had obviously heard some of the Baron State stories. The city lord of White Cloud City once cultivated at the Holy Ji Palace with Zhuge Qingfeng. The two of them were the two most outstanding disciples and were closer to each other than anyone else. Naturally, they had hoped for their descendants to come together as well. However, the daughter of the Zhuge family was rebellious by nature and hated having her fate decided by the family. Eventually, she ran away from home. She definitely had a strong personality. "Are you done?" Zhuge Mingyue smiled at those who had spoken. "Looks like Miss Zhuge is ready to return to the family." Now that Zhuge Mingyue had revealed her identity, the Zhuge family was obviously going to be sending for her. Then again, her identity might have been revealed even if she hadn't done so herself. After all this happening in the Eastern Baron territory wasn't exactly something that went down quietly. The Zhuge family was bound to take notice. "Get out of here if you're done. You guys already got the musical score. From now on, you're all forbidden from stepping onto Book Mountain. If I find out in the future that anyone makes a move for Book Mountain, they won't be stepping outside ever again. Otherwise, it'll be an impending death," Zhuge Mingyue announced as her eyes swept across the crowd. She continued with a smile. You should all know that I can kill any one of you, but your clans wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. Du Ao clenched his fists tightly, and a fire was lit, engulfing his body. His eyes shot out flames of rage. He couldn't believe he was being bullied in such a way. Snap! The long whip swung out and landed on Du Ao. His skin split open. He had once again been attacked and was now growling with pain on the ground. Oh, the hatred he felt! He couldn't believe he wasn't ever going to be able to get revenge for this brutal beating. Everyone knows how to bully others. How does it feel? Zhuge Mingyue smiled big. These people had descended on Book Mountain, arrogant and oblivious to anyone else. Even with a sage on Book Mountain, Du Ao led the Holy Fire clan here to stir up trouble. He was so sure that no one from the college dared to hurt him. He was the same on Sky Mountain. He was the only one allowed to hurt others. No one was allowed to retaliate. She knew how to bully people with power, too. We will take our leave now. The sage of the mortal world said his farewells before leading his people off Book Mountain. They had not suffered any losses and even got the score. There was no need for them to linger. If it hadn't been for Nanyu of the Nantian House and Du Ao of the Holy Fire clan, Zhuge Mingyue wouldn't have been provoked. They were asking for it. The Nantian House and the Holy Fire clan also gradually began to leave Book Mountain. They came with arrogance and left with panic. Very quickly, those arrogant Barren State cultivators had all left. Countless pairs of eyes landed on Zhuge Mingyue. No one would have expected for the cottage's second disciple to have such a strong background. She had completely overpowered those from the Barren State. Of course, they were also surprised by just how powerful Mr. Du was. He threatened to kill a sage if he made another move. This teacher and disciple were truly a well-hidden pair. Zhuge Mingyue walked over to Yi Futian, who stood not too far to the side. "Why are you looking at your second sister like that?" she asked with a soft chuckle. Yi Futian's eyes were frozen on the beautiful face in front of him. A bright smile then lit up his face. "Because my second sister is so pretty." Zhuge Mingyue laughed lightly at his words. Reaching out a pale finger, she knocked him on the head. He knew now that her identity was revealed. She would probably have to leave the Eastern Barren Territory and return to the Barren State. "Don't look so sad, kid. Let's go," she said. She then walked over to Mr. Du teacher. He nodded his head knowingly and announced to everyone, "Today my eldest disciple gains control of the college and will begin to teach here. The cottage is officially disbanded. From here on out, there is only the college and no more cottage." Hushed whispers erupted at his announcement. Was the cottage that was renowned all throughout the Eastern Barren Territory for so many years really going to be history now? The disciples of the cottage were saddened by Mr. Du's words, and all lowered their heads. "I'm leaving," said Mr. Du other than the Sword Saint. All the disciples of the cottage followed him up the mountain. "Teacher, both you and senior sister are so powerful. Why did little brother still have to give out the score?" asked Luo Fan. He wasn't too happy about what happened today. Although the teacher and his senior sister were able to kick those people off Book Mountain, it still didn't feel all that satisfying. "Are we able to protect you guys forever?" asked Mr. Du. Never underestimate those who are willing to sacrifice everything for benefits. She was able to scare them, yes. However, if your senior sister and I weren't here, and if they didn't get the score, who's to say they wouldn't have made a move for your little brother? They got something that they wanted. The sages knew that we had already made a compromise and knew when to take a step back. "Teacher, leave things on Book Mountain to me." "Go," Zhuge Hui said to Mr. Du. "It's been so many years. There's not much more keeping me back anymore. Your teacher's lazy and doesn't want to run around anymore," Mr. Du replied, shaking his head. "Teacher, who are your enemies?" asked Yi Futian. "Don't think too much, kid. Focus on cultivation. I will leave you some books. Be good and finish all of them," ordered Mr. Du with a glare. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded obediently. Sometime after all that, the college had finally been settled. However, it was still pretty lively as many people from all around the eastern barren territory came, wishing to meet the sage. However, the back mountain where the cottage was located was quiet. The atmosphere was different there. On this day, a bright, blinding ray of light suddenly broke through the clouds in the sky above Book Mountain. Many people lifted their heads to the sky and watched as a group descended from where the light shined through. Bodies clad in armors approached like a group of divine generals. In the midst was a beautiful young girl. The female wore a crown and a robe, basked in a divine light. She looked just like a goddess from the heavens. Futian, who was in the middle of cultivating, looked up as well. Seeing the group, his heart rate sped up and he felt short of breath. How could it be? How could it be them? He had seen this girl before. It was in his younger days on Mount Yao in Qingzhou City. This girl's surname was Dong Huang. Mr. Du leaped into midair and stared at the incoming group. He seemed calm and unbothered, as if he already knew they were coming. The disciples of the cottage stepped outside one by one, looking up at the sky. They were taken aback by the blinding sight of this divine army. They could all feel that the teacher was waiting for these people. This was probably why he didn't leave. If he left, what would they do? "Excuse me, are you the princess, Her Highness?" Mr. Du asked the girl. She nodded her head, lightly. A smile reached Mr. Du's eyes before he kneeled down completely. "Greetings to the princess from a sinner." "If you know you have sinned, then get up and leave with us," said a soldier behind the girl. Mr. Du nodded and stood. He smiled at the girl. "Your Highness, you should be 20 this year, correct?" "Yes," nodded the girl. "Good, very good." Mr. Du was actually smiling in this situation. He lowered his head to look down at the cottage. "I won't be around to guide you guys from now on. Remember to take care of yourselves." "Teacher." The disciples called out one after another. "I'm going now." Mr. Du gave them all one last smile, and he was high up in the sky in a flash. The girl lowered her head to look down on Book Mountain, and her eyes landed on Futian. After all these years, they have finally met again. A couple years ago, they were 16 years old. Now they were 20. Chapter 396, Parting. Chapter 396, Parting. Mr. Du left. All the disciples on Book Mountain witnessed his departure. People working for Dong Huang the Great came for him. No one knew exactly who Mr. Du was, or that he had anything to do with the great emperor. The people from the Barren State did not actually leave the Eastern Barren Territory, and so they also got wind of this news. They were all shocked, but finally understood how Futian acquired the relics of Sky Mountain. His teacher was connected to the great emperor, so it wouldn't be weird for him to get the relics. And so they decided to leave the Eastern Barren Territory. Not only were they wary of Zhuge Mingyue, but also because of that Mr. Du, Zhuge Mingyue didn't go to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace and unexpectedly became the disciple of an incredibly powerful recluse. Futian had someone carve the score for the Ukiyo song on a stone wall located on one of Book Mountain's mountains. Whenever someone from the Barren State came, they would be led there. This prevented anyone from targeting the college for the score. What Du Ao did to the Donghua clan was the perfect example. The cottage was engulfed in a peculiar atmosphere. It was that of parting. The teacher was lost before, but everyone knew that he would come back. This time no one knew if he was coming back or if he was even allowed to. They wouldn't even be able to go find him. Furthermore, the second sister was also going to leave soon. This magical place, the cottage, may truly be split up. On the mountain, the disciples of the cottage were currently seated together for a meal. There was chit-chat and laughter. Zhuge Mingyue spoke with a light smile on her face. "Our little fifth brother still makes the best food. Senior sister, if you like my food, then I'll cook for you every day. I won't step another foot off the mountain." Luo Fan replied while bustling around. "Since when have you been such a good boy?" Zhuge Mingyue chuckled. "Second sister, who will look after me when you leave?" Beitang Xinger's voice was low and melancholic. after being brought to the cottage by the teacher. Zhuge Mingyue had taken care of her. One could even say that she was raised by Zhuge Mingyue. Xinger, do you want to come with me? Zhuge Mingyue asked. Beitang Xinger froze. When she realized it wasn't a joke, she began to feel conflicted. Should she leave with the senior sister? If she left, who would take care of the others? Go, Gu Donglu said in the middle of his meal. Eldest brother is busy with the college and won't have time to take care of you. Beitang Xinger looked toward Gu Donglu and understood the hidden meaning behind his words. He might leave the cottage too. Her eyes reddened. To hide the fact that she was about to burst into tears, Beitang Xinger lowered her head and continued eating. Years ago, when her family died, it was the teacher that brought her to Book Mountain. It was third brother who got revenge for her. Since then, the cottage was her home. Her senior brothers and sister were closer to her than family. Now the teacher was gone and they were all separating. The cottage would no longer exist in the Eastern Barren Territory. Xinger, why are you crying? You're all grown up now and will have to marry soon. We would have had to separate sooner or later, Shui Yi said when he noticed the tears in the corners of her eyes. I won't marry. Beitang Xinger shook her head. Silly girl. Zhuge Hui patted her head. She then looked toward Yi Futian. Why so quiet today? This rascal was usually the most active, but he hadn't said a word today. What's wrong? Feeling sad? Teased Zhuge Mingyue. Senior sister, would you pretend not to know me when I go looking for you, wanting to hang out? Yi Futian lifted his head to face her. What goes on in that head of yours? She lifted her hand to knock on his head. If you dare to not come looking for me, then I'll really come after you. Futian and I will definitely come visit together, Hua Jiu said softly. Zhuge Mingyue turned her attention over to Hua Jiu, giving her a look before chuckling. Senior sister? Hua Jiu was slightly confused. I know what to do, so little brother will come see me. She laughed. What if I take Jiu with me so that Xinger will have a companion? Hua Jiu's eyes widened before shaking her head no. I don't want to go. That was when she realized Yi Futian was looking at her. Seeing the look in his eyes, she lowered her voice to ask him, What are you looking at? You want to get rid of me again? Jiu, senior sister's suggestion is worth a second thought, he said in all seriousness. I'm not reconsidering. She shook her head. You and Jiu think about it, laughed Zhuge Mingyue. Jiu is so pretty. I'm too worried to let her follow you around while you travel recklessly through the barren state. She knew well and clear that after the cottage disbanded, Yi Futian would definitely head to the barren state. Without the teacher, the eldest brother, and her around, it was all up to himself. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. He was considering similar circumstances as the second sister. When you return to your family, wait for me. At this time, Gu Donglu, who was also unusually quiet today, spoke up. Everyone turned to look at the third brother. It was obvious who his words were meant for. What for? Zhuge Mingyue didn't look at him. Instead, she lowered her head to focus on the dishes on the table. You know what for, he replied. I don't know, she said, finally looking up at him. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Hui met eyes. Everyone else watched them as the atmosphere took a weird turn. Wait for me to come marry you. Gu Donglu stood up after replying and walked away. Just like that, everyone was completely frozen in shock. The third brother was so manly. The third brother is so cool, Yi Futian exclaimed while watching the departing silhouette. A real man, Luo Fan complimented. So awesome. Yi Shaoshi was stupefied. Zhuge Mingyue watched as he left, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile. She then glared at Yi Futian and the others. Eat. After their meal, Yi Futian and Hua Jiu strolled toward the back mountain hand in hand. Hua Jiu spoke softly, I won't go. Wifey, you're too beautiful, too eye-catching. What happens if someone tries to steal you from me in the barren state? Yi Futian joked. Something of the sorts happened in the Donghua clan. Du Ao went to take Hua Qingqing. Then you protect me, she replied. Hearing her gentle voice, Yi Futian lowered his head. He felt guilty. Walking over to a cliff, he watched the sea of clouds. Qingzhou City, Donghai City, the Nanda Nation. I thought I'd seen the whole world, but the world is far larger than I imaged. What they called the fate of an emperor seems like nothing more than a myth. I've given you the fate of an empress, but to this day, I still don't have the ability to protect you. From his words, Hua Ju knew that he was feeling down in the dumps. She lifted her eyes to him. Look at me, she said. Yi Futian turned to her. She walked forward and leaned against him. Standing on tiptoes, she planted a soft kiss on his lips and then separated from him. She never meant for her words to upset the man she loved. A smile bloomed from her like a beautiful flower. Hua Ju looked up to the sky where the sun was shining brightly. When you were 15, people thought you didn't know how to cultivate. You were optimistic and joyful. Then, during the fall exams that same year, you shocked everyone with your talent and proved yourself to the entire Qingzhou Academy. At 16, you set foot in Donghai City. You played the melody of the white feathers garment at the Luo Palace, used the decree of the general in front of the school of the Emperor Star, and made yourself known as the Guqin Devil's disciple. That year, an emperor wanted to kill you, and you refused to just give in, taking fate into your own hands. During the Fenghua banquet, you gained the recognition of Emperor Yi. During the Tingfeng banquet, you were undefeatable. After that, you wowed the ancient barren world and entered the cottage. Your life is just beginning, and you're already a legend in the eastern barren territory. This year, you're 20. You dominated in the battle on Sky Mountain, and now there isn't a single person who doesn't know you in the eastern barren territory. Hua Jiu smiled brightly, the sunlight lighting up her face. In a gentle voice, she spoke, Yi Futian, I'm proud of you. Yi Futian turned to take in her profile. He chuckled. My fox knows how to console people now. Hua Jiu looked at him again and laughed. Everything I said was true. You're only 20, and you're able to deal with nobles and sages so naturally. I believe that since you're already able to overshadow everyone our age in Qingzhou City, Donghai City, the Nanda Nation, and the Eastern Barren Territory, someday you'll be able to do so with the world. There will be a day when the entire divine prefecture will know your name. Am I really that outstanding? Yi Futian was high off the compliments. Yeah, Hua Ju nodded in all seriousness. You said that you'll make me an empress. I will remember that, so you have to fulfill your promise. Okay. All of Yi Futian's dispiriting thoughts were wiped away by Hua Jiu's words. He had no time to waste being dispirited. In his younger days, he was so confident in himself. Was he going to let these losses dull his light? Then, do you agree to go with second sister? Yi Futian asked. I agree. Hua Jiu nodded, but not to run away. When I get to the barren state, I will work hard on cultivation and wait for you to come for me. Okay, he nodded. Then he hugged Hua Jiu close to him and continued, Before we separate, should we take care of something important in our lives? You wish. She blushed hard in his embrace. I'll be so lonely and cold with you. Then you have to come for me sooner. Fox, you're too cruel. Humph. Their exchange continued as the sunlight beat down on the green grass. This had Yi Futian thinking that even though the world of cultivation was cruel, it was also beautiful. He had so many people that liked him, and there were also people he liked. Days later, a large group had arrived in the sky above Book Mountain. All of them had impressive auras and were truly outstanding. They were from the Zhuge family. Naturally, they were here for Zhuge Mingyue. She accepted everything that had happened. Disciples of Book Mountain and the cottage were here to see her off. Seeing everyone in front of her, she smiled. Don't miss me too much. Beside her, Beitang Xinger was already in tears. Eldest brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, Shaoshi, Futian, you guys take care. She then turned to Gudonglu, who stood further away. Third brother, take care. When you get to the barren state, remember to listen to your senior sister, said the Sword Saint. Okay, Beitang Xing'er nodded. Jiu, you also have to listen to senior sister, he said softly as he patted her head. Okay, nodded Hua Jiu. She looked behind Yi Futian at Hua Fenglu and the others. Father, mother, teacher, clan leader, all of you have to take care as well. Little brother. Zhuge Mingyue spread her arms for Yi Futian. He walked forward and shared a light hug with her, then with Beitang Xing'er. I look forward to when we meet again, little brother, Zhuge Mingyue said softly. The three of them lifted up in the air and headed for the ship in the sky. Let's go, said a young man on the ship. He took one look down below, his eyes falling emotionlessly on Yi Futian. The ship in the sky began to move. Zhuge Hui took one last look downward at a lonely figure in white. Then she turned away and moved further and further away. Chapter 397. When the music stops, the people go. Chapter 397. When the music stops, the people go. Days later, the cottage became unusually lively. The disciples of the Moon Clan had moved into the cottage. Mr. Du had said before he left that the cottage was one with the disciples of the Moon Clan. All at once, the mountain was filled with beautiful women. If this had been the Yi Futian of the past, he would have been so happy. However, he was no longer in the mood for any of that. These past few days he remained at the cliff, reading and cultivating. It used to be Jiu accompanying him, but now it was Yusheng. A couple of figures headed his way. The Sword Saint, Goddess Wang Yue, Shui Yi, and Luo Fan, as well as College Chief Xiao, all arrived in Yi Futian's location. Little brother, the Sword Saint called out. Eldest brother, College Chief Xiao, Goddess Yi Futian greeted. Your eldest brother is the College Chief now. You can just call me Uncle Master, College Chief Xiao chuckled. All right, Uncle Master Xiao, nodded Yi Futian. Sit, we're just strolling around, said College Chief Xiao. We were so busy settling things at the college, we didn't even have time to chat with you. Uncle Master, you're too polite. Yi Futian was still unfamiliar with College Chief Xiao. After all, they hadn't met too many times. However, he was different from what Yi Futian had imagined. The disciples of the cottage had all naturally assumed that the relationship between the college chief and their teacher was not a good one, but in reality, it was the exact opposite. The relationship between the two of them was not one that could be easily understood by outsiders. Some people claimed that College Chief Xiao wanted to control all of the college and was thus displeased with Mr. Dutruth, was the college chief had always wanted the Sword Saint to take over. The group took seats on the ground. The Sword Saint spoke. Little brother, the people of the Qin dynasty are already gone. The palace is now empty. They're most definitely worried about the college's revenge and have completely become a thing of the past. Several lords of the Lu Kingdom have come to Book Mountain with apologies. Wu Qin and Lu Qinyu are cultivating on Book Mountain. I asked for their opinion, and they rejected the apologies, so I told the people from the Lu Kingdom to leave. However, I won't order any follow-ups with them, as this is a Lu Kingdom business. I'll leave it for them to deal with themselves. Okay, nodded Yi Futian. It was only natural that Yi Wuqin and Lu Qinyu would refuse to forgive the traitors of the Lu Kingdom. Also, your third brother left. He came to see me and then left without saying anything to anyone else, said the Sword Saint. Yi Futian nodded in understanding. This was expected. According to third brother's personality, there was no way he wouldn't leave. The proud scholar, would definitely chase after his target. The teacher and your third brother had high hopes for you. They both mentioned you before leaving, saying that you don't belong in the Eastern Barren Territory. Your world is somewhere far away. I'll be leaving for the Barren State in some days, said Yi Futian. Fourth brother, fifth brother, seventh brother, what are you guys planning to do? We'll stay to help out at the college for the time being. After everything is completely settled and the Eastern Barren Territory starts anew, we'll leave, Shui explained. As his disciples, we'll help teacher achieve his dreams. Yi Futian nodded. Life is full of meeting and parting. Everyone had their own path to take. The disbanding of the cottage was only a matter of time, although the time seemed to have arrived too early. So, there was no helping these feelings of sadness. Your teacher always wanted to be able to create change. In the end, he realized he wasn't able to change a single thing, and even dragged his disciples into it, said College Chief Xiao. A thorough jerk. Uncle Master, what kind of person was the teacher? Why was he taken away? Asked Yi Futian. College Chief Xiao let out a reminiscent look. He said, when your teacher was young, he was just like you guys, full of pride and confidence. He was so focused on traveling the world. That was until he met two people, the two people who changed his fate. Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yeqing. Yi Futian asked him with bright eyes. That's right. College Chief Xiao looked so serious as he nodded his head. Not many people knew about this slice of history, but your teacher did indeed leave with the two emperors. It was many years before he returned, and when he finally did, his edge was gone. He became lazy and idle. I've asked him what happened while he was gone, and he said that he was tired of what he saw in this world. He killed some people, but never told me who. However, I'm sure that they were people he shouldn't have messed with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to the Eastern Barren Territory and gone into hiding. He only began to change slightly when he started taking in disciples. He had new goals, but it was all null in the end. Though, he did say before he left that he had no regrets. He said he had seen things that others hadn't and killed those that others didn't dare to. Now he even had a group of such extraordinary disciples. He wouldn't feel regret even if he were to die. Yi Futian listened quietly. He never thought that his lazy, alcohol-loving teacher would have such an astounding story behind him. Your teacher always said that principle ruled humanity, but more often than not, principle loses to a physical punch. Therefore, your punch has to be stronger and more powerful than everyone else's, because that's the only way people will listen to you. In reality, that jerk has never had any principle when he was with me, because his punch was always stronger than mine. College Chief Xiao seemed to be complaining. Yi Futian and the others couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like College Chief Xiao had been through a lot. Because of this, his life was full of contradictions. He spent his whole life in a world of self-contradiction. College Chief Xiao continued. He has finally let everything go now. He said the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. So now the future is up to you guys. The person he had been waiting for. Yi Futian was interested. Who? Just as he asked, he realized that both College Chief Xiao and the eldest brother were looking at him. He was Mr. Du's last disciple. After Yi Futian came on the mountain, Mr. Du cultivated with him in the back mountains and even said that he had no regrets leaving. So, who was the person Mr. Du was waiting for? Is it me? Yi Futian muttered. If so, then the old man that always looked down on his talent was actually waiting for him? Wasn't that funny? However, he couldn't manage to let out a laugh. Lifting his head to the sky, Yi Futian could almost see the elder's figure, the old drunkard that was both respectable and loathsome. Why was he the one he waited for? What did the old man know? Their only similarity had to do with the two emperors. After some random chit-chat, eldest brother and others left. Yi Futian watched their departing figures and called out, Uncle Master, senior brother, I won't come to say goodbye when I leave either. The college and the cottage will always be your home. The sword saint turned to smile at him. In fact, everyone turned to give him a last smile. Days later, Yi Futian could no longer be found in this spot. The disciples of the cottage had all left the mountain, including Shui Yi and Luo Fan. Now, only the ladies of the Moon clan remained. Standing by the cliff right now was a beautiful girl. She stood quietly, looking up at the ocean of clouds. The view here was truly breathtaking. This girl was Chu Yaoyao. Sis called out a voice. Chu Lian approached, looking equally beautiful. With her eyes on the same view, she asked, "What are you thinking?" "No much." Chu Yaoyao shook her head. "Don't lie to me. Ever since you left Sky Mountain, you've been hiding something deep down," said Chu Lian. "Can you tell me?" "You want to know?" asked Chu Yaoyao. "Yeah." Chu Lian nodded. Chu Yaoyao smiled before giving her reply. "I fell for a person I shouldn't have fallen for. It's not a matter of whether or not you should have. If he's worth it, then you should follow your heart. Throughout the Eastern Barren Territory, there wouldn't be a single person who wouldn't fall for your charm." "Of course there is." "Who?" "Someone who used to cultivate," Chu Yaoyao answered with a big smile. "But that's all in the past now. Everything starts anew now." On another mountain of Book Mountain, another beautiful girl stared into the distance with a tear-stained face. "Why did he have to leave by himself?" she uttered through her tears. Beside her, a young man spoke to her softly, "Because he couldn't bear the thought of dragging you around while they wandered. That's his opinion. Doesn't he know that this is even crueler?" Lu Chenyu cried, "He's cruel to himself as well. However, he would rather shoulder it all himself. I would do the same in his situation." Lu Feiyong smiled. "He wants to give you the world, not have you suffer with him." There was another girl on Book Mountain with her eyes focused somewhere far away. It was Yi Qingxian. She did not cry, though. She was smiling. She knew that this was all part of the experience. Parting was going to be a large part of it. This was the choice she made. The man she loved did not belong to her fully. He belonged mostly to the young man beside him. Months later, a rumor spread from Sky Mountain. They said that the sounds of a guqin were heard from the mountain. The beautiful music melted in with the snowflakes. Nobody knew if this was another appearance of Emperor Will. However, there weren't many people climbing Sky Mountain anymore, so not many cared about this rumor. At the top of Sky Mountain, the fluffy, white snow never stopped falling. A figure clad in white sat quietly, playing the guqin while the snow fell. It was Yi Futian. He hadn't left the Eastern Barren Territory just yet. He was cultivating here. All this time he was practicing on the guqin and building his spiritual energy. He also cultivated sorcery and martial arts to strengthen his body. Not far from Yi Futian, Yu Sheng sat cross-legged, also cultivating. In a distance was a one-armed youth, practicing with a sword in the snow. Yi Wuchen was bathed in sword will, flowing and blowing through the snow. There was also a girl on the snowy mountain. Quietly, she took in the cold of the Sky Mountain. It was Lulan Shui. Just then, the music stopped. Yi Futian shifted his gaze to the mountain trail. There, a beautiful figure braced the cold winds and approached the mountaintop. Her steps were light, and she headed for Yi Futian. Yi Futian took in what she was wearing. The rough fabric looked like something monks would wear, but not even the plain clothing could hide her innocent beauty. Yi Futian was surprised at how the girl in front of him was dressed. When the monks from the Qianqiu Temple arrived on Book Mountain last time, I wanted to be enlightened. So after that, I went to the temple and I cultivate there now, smiled Hua Qingqing. The air of innocence around her seemed to have been restored. That's good. Yi Futian returned her smile. Can you play the Yukio song for me again? I want to listen to the full piece, she asked softly. Okay, Yi Futian nodded. His expression became serious, and he placed his hands on the guqin. The peaceful music resonated on Sky Mountain once again. Perhaps this was the last time. When the music stops, the people go. Chapter 398, Barren State, Yunhua City. Chapter 398, Barren State, Yunhua City. The Barren State was boundless. In the north was the demon city that was at the border of the demon world. The demon god race and Taishan Mountain loomed there. White Cloud City guarded the west, pressing down on the boundless land. There was also Inferno City, near Fire Mountain that occupied a lot of land. The south had an endless snowy terrain. There was a temple there with 2 gusts of power. The snow area and Fire Mountain formed a strange territory. The center was the renowned alchemy city. Of course, Zhongzhou City was still the richest. This place loomed over the center of the barren state. Strong cultivators were everywhere there. Yunhua City in the east of the barren state wasn't the main city there, but it had an ancient history and was magnificent. Right now, a black-winged eagle flew in the sky above Yunhua City. Its eyes were very sharp. It was an eagle, but when it flew it felt like a rock. It was that fast. There were 4 youths on its back. The one at the front was handsome, and he looked forward. Beside him was a muscular youth. He was resting with his eyes closed. The one-armed handsome youth behind them had 2 ancient swords crossed behind his back. There was also a veiled girl. She had long silver hair that fell down like a waterfall. Her eyes shone with silver light, beautiful yet demonic. They were cold. This was Yi Futian's group, coming to the barren state from the eastern barren territory. They paused at times along the way. Mooncloud City was one of the bigger cities. Its liveliness was comparable to the Qin Imperial City in the center of the eastern barren territory. That should be Crescent Lake. Lulan Xue stood up. Wind blew against her as she pointed at a crescent moon-shaped lake. She held a map that she'd bartered for after entering the city. It should be White Jade Tower before Crescent Lake. Looking forward from the lake, one could make out a palace-shaped building. The black-winged eagle sped up, and it became clearer. It was a palace-shaped inn, one of the 3 biggest inns in Yunhua City. It was entirely white and seemed to be made from jade, hence the name. It was as magnificent as a royal palace. As they got closer, the black-winged eagle rushed downward and landed on the steps of White Jade Tower. Yi Futian felt spiritual qi hit him. This meant that White Jade Tower was made from spiritual stone. It contained a matrix inside. Living in it, they would feel powerful spiritual qi. It was beneficial to cultivation. Looking up, Yi Futian walked up the steps and stopped outside the main hall. Lulan Xue and Yu Sheng held the spiritual stone and walked in. They were going to spend a few days here, so they chose somewhere like White Jade Tower. It would be easier to get information. They also needed a map of the barren state. They couldn't get it in a smaller place. Many people walked up and down the steps. "Sir, are you a foreigner?" A thin youth in a blue robe asked Yi Futian. "Yes." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. "I am Yang Ting," the other greeted. Yi Futian. "Brother Yi, are you here for the battle between the 4 clans?" Yang Ting asked. "No." Yi Futian shook his head. He'd just arrived and didn't know anything about the 4 clans. Most people who come to Yunhua City are here for that reason. I'm misunderstood. Yang Ting put his hands together in apology. "No problem. I just arrived and am new to Yunhua City. Please help me in the future," Yi Futian said politely. "You flatter me. We can help each other," Yang Ting said, smiling. "Brother, it's done," a voice said. A pretty figure walked out. She had a ponytail and looked young, clean and pure. "This is my sister, Yang Yi," Yang Ting introduced. "This is Brother Yi." Yi Futian and Yang Yi nodded at each other. Yang Yi stared at Yi Futian with her pure eyes, thinking that Yi Futian was really attractive. As Yi Futian matured, his temperament kept changing. His features became more handsome too. He was very attractive now. "What are you looking at me for?" Yi Futian asked, smiling gently. Yang Yi realized that she'd spaced out. Blushing, she averted her eyes quickly. "Brother Yi is handsome, but you don't have to do that," Yang Ting also joked. Yang Yi kicked him and whined, "What are you saying? I'm just curious." At this time, the ground below them shook. Yi Futian looked and saw a figure land on the white jade steps. The person was tall and extremely burly. His upper body was bare. The silver armor only covered his most important part. His eyes were like bronze bells, filled with authority as he scanned them. He climbed the steps and walked through Yi Futian's group. What beast is that? Yang, he was looking up. She saw a fiery red knight with a mount come. The beast was a dark bird. The knight was a woman clad in fiery red clothing. Her curvy body formed a beautiful picture with a different kind of attractiveness. The woman's manliness was beautiful and cold. Blue Phoenix, Yang Ting said. The woman's blue phoenix landed. She also walked past Yi Futian without even looking. However, her blue phoenix glanced at the black-winged eagle and cawed. The black-winged eagle had been silent. After the blue phoenix cawed, its eyes sharpened instantly. It shot a gaze at the phoenix. One could see darkness flowing through its eyes. The blue phoenix wouldn't stop. The knight frowned and glared at it, wondering why it was bullying an eagle. After glancing at the black-winged eagle, the blue phoenix entered the hall with the knight. The black-winged eagle glanced at it arrogantly and closed its eyes to rest. At this time, Yu Shang and Lulan Shui walked over. Brother Yang, Yi Futian said, I'm ready. The Yang siblings looked at Yu Shang and Lulan Shui. This group all had great temperaments. Lulan Shui had her face veiled, but judging from her body, she wouldn't be ugly. Come, let's go together, Yang Ting said, smiling. Yi Futian nodded. The two walked to the side and climbed the steps. They found their own floor and courtyard. Coincidentally, they were neighbors. After entering the courtyard, they found that the entrance was in the backyard. After a hallway was the front courtyard. They could see Crescent Lake and the people arriving at the inn. The Eastern Barren Territory should be in that direction, Yi Futian murmured, looking into the distance. Now he had already stepped foot inside the Barren State. He was extremely far away from the Eastern Barren Territory. It would take months to cross that distance. Now he would truly be in the outside world, far from his home. Lulan Shui stood beside him and said softly, I asked around in the hall earlier. The map isn't easy to get. The Barren State is too big. Even many people in this city haven't gone out of the eastern region, let alone the entire Barren State. Yi Futian nodded lightly. You've worked hard. Our future is unknown. I hope you won't regret this. He'd warned Lulan Shui, but she had insisted on coming. This is my duty as a servant, Lulan Shui replied softly. As for regret, this is my own decision. Is Brother Yi here? A voice came from the other courtyard. Yes, Brother Yang. Come over, Yi Futian said. Okay. A laugh sounded, and then two figures came from the sky. The view is quite nice here, Yang Ting said, laughing. But it's truly expensive. Brother Yang, I have a question to ask. I came here to challenge myself, and I wish to travel the entire Barren State. Is there anywhere I can get a basic map? Yi Futian asked. The entire Barren State. Yang Ting's eyes flashed in shock. It wasn't realistic to travel the entire Barren State at Yi Futian's age unless he improved his cultivation as he traveled. Many people did this, though, so he didn't find it too strange. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. This type of map is rarely used. I don't know where to find it, but the top 4 forces of Yunhua City will have them, Yang Ting said. Which 4 forces? How are their abilities? Yi Futian asked. Yunhua City has the Feng family, Wang family, Thunder Clan, and Yunhua Merchant Union, Yang Ting said. They form the uppermost level in Yunhua City. All have people in the Noble Plain. Yi Futian nodded. This was only Yunhua City. How powerful would the main cities be? Brother Yang, are you from this city? Yi Futian asked. Yes. Then why are you living here? Yi Futian was curious. Brother Yi, how about we get a drink? We can chat while walking, Yang Ting said. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. The group left the courtyard and walked towards the wine house at the top level. The top 4 forces control most of the resources in the city. They hold a battle at the end of every year to decide the distribution of the resources. To be fair, they don't use the Noble Plain. Thus, All those who fight are in the Arcana plane. Because there are injuries and casualties and the forces use it to attract more talents, it became a custom. Every year, this event is when they choose talents to fight for them. Those who perform well can join them. The White Jade Tower belongs to the UNUM Merchant Union. Every year, they would invite others here. That's why I asked if Brother Yi came for that reason. As Yang Ting explained, they arrived at the open-ceiling wine house. Many people were there. It was very busy. So you wish to join the UNUM Merchant Union? Yi Futian asked. They are a force in the Chamber of Commerce. They have the most resources and are the most generous, Yang Ting said, eyes sparkling. Yi Futian nodded. After coming to the barren state, he discovered that they would often use cultivation resources. For example, spiritual stones were common here and used as currency. Brother Yi, are you interested? Yang Ting asked after they found somewhere to sit. No. Yi Futian shook his head, laughing. He'd come to the barren state to cultivate. He wasn't going to join a force. Chapter 399, Common Man. Chapter 399. Common Man Yang Ting wasn't surprised. Since Yi Futian wanted to explore the barren state, he obviously couldn't stay in one place. Brother Yi, the UNUM Merchant Union controls many auction and trade buildings, Yang Ting said. They will definitely have the map you want. You don't want to join, but there's another way. You can rent yourself to fight for them and receive what you want. You can do that. Yi Futian was interested. Of course, Yang Ting explained. For their battles, if you help them win a round, there will be rewards. The exceptionally talented can beat more opponents and receive more rewards. Otherwise, how can they attract people to fight for them? You must know, injuries and deaths are common. That is why they won't send all their people. Otherwise, it's easy for an uncontrollable battle to erupt. It had happened before. I see. I'll consider it. Yi Futian nodded. He looked into the distance at Crescent Lake. There was a slight breeze. The view was so nice. At that time, loud noises came from behind. Yi Futian turned around and saw two figures step onto the battle platform in the center of the wine house. They were getting ready to fight. The place was big, so the platform wasn't awkward. The two shot into the air and started fighting there, and then they were both in the lower Arcana plane. Doesn't the White Jade Tower care? Yi Futian asked. Standing onto the platform means that both agree to the fight, Yang Ting said. The White Jade Tower purposely supplied this place and likes seeing this. It helps them rate the people's abilities. Especially during these times, most everyone who lives in White Jade Tower is for the battle. They naturally wish for the White Jade Tower to see their performance. The tower will naturally report to the UNUM Merchant Union. As expected, the battle was endless. More people stepped onto it to fight, and more people gathered around. Yi Futian saw an elder in a long black robe. He was in mid-Arcana plane and was very powerful. He controlled a fire spell. He must not be as talented to be in the Arcana plane at his age. But because he'd cultivated for so long, he'd studied sorcery more and had better control. The black-robed sorcerer beat many people. Gradually, more powerful people challenged him. Now, Yi Futian saw the female knight with the blue phoenix walk on. A fiery spear solidified in her hands. Flames covered her, making her seem very handsome. In her clothing, she also looked sexy. I know who they are, Yang Ting said. Fire Girl Lulan and Black Sorcerer Shimu are both quite famous here. The two had an intense battle. Lulan was skilled in fire and wind, but was a female knight who cultivated martial arts. Her combat ability was very strong. She added her elemental talent to her spear technique. Each attack was beautiful. Sometimes she would use spells for aid. However, she often missed. Black mist would cover Shimu, and then he would teleport. This shocked Yi Futian. He used freedom meditation, and Shimu's actions became clear. No move could escape from his eyes. The black mist was just a cover-up. Shimu actually used a water elemental spell. He must have added spiritual sorcery as well to create an illusion while moving with a spell. However, he looked mysterious to people of the same level. Brother Yi, who do you think will win? Yang Ting asked. Fire Girl, Yi Futian replied. But Shimu has the upper hand now. Yang Ting was surprised. Shimu used his technique to restrict Lulan. What determines victory is still one's ability. Some methods are interesting, but Shimu is a sorcerer and not a martial artist. He can attack suddenly. His attack is comparable to the Fire Girl, but his defense isn't. He will lose, but can drag it on for a while. Yang Ting looked to the battlefield curiously. Shimu still had the upper hand, but as time passed, changes occurred. The Fire Girl became more intense, making Shimu panic. After a while, he lost miserably. Big Brother Yi is so powerful, Yang Yi praised. Yang Ting also looked to Yi Futian impressed. He was quite observant. Big Brother. Yi Futian smiled at Yang Yi with her ponytail and pure features. She couldn't be 20 yet. Yi Futian really was old now. He thought of his little sister, Yi Shaoqin. She must have grown up now. He wondered how she was now. Was she still in Donghai? Yeah. Can I call you that? Yang Yi asked, smiling. Of course. Yi Futian nodded. Big Brother Yi, has anyone ever complimented your looks? Yi Futian blinked and then nodded seriously. I'm used to it. Yu Sheng looked away with disdain. He was tricking little girls again, and Yu Sheng couldn't stand it. Yi Wuqian was quiet the entire time and didn't have much presence. Yang Ting would sometimes look over. He had a unique feeling by just sitting there. Incredible. I've heard of you too long ago, someone suddenly praised. Yi Futian's group looked over and saw a young man and woman. The man was handsome. The woman, in a pale blue dress, was sexy but still elegant, very attractive. There were also servants and guards behind them. Clearly, they had a powerful family. Their appearance attracted many eyes. Shimu and Lulan nodded politely. That is Shanghai and Shangqing, siblings from the Yunhua Merchant Union. Their father is in charge of White Jade Tower, Yang Ting murmured to Yi Futian. I'm going over. With that, Yang Ting went to the Shang siblings. He bowed slightly and then hovered around the two. He looked submissive. Why is he like this? Yu Sheng asked Yang Yi. He was confused. If he wanted to join the union, he should use his power. Being submissive like this detracted from his strength. Yang Yi bowed her head. Yu Sheng, Yi Futian glared at him. They'd only just met Yang Ting and didn't know each other. They had no right to interfere with how the other acted. Yang Yi will go down now, Yi Futian said. Okay. Yang Yi nodded. Yi Futian's group walked down the steps and left the wine house. Back at the courtyard, Yi Futian sat before Crescent Lake, thinking about the battle. Shimu and Lulan were quite powerful. Yi Futian guessed that their abilities were equal to some of the talents in the college. Thus, he guessed that the talents in Yunhua City wouldn't be stronger than the best in the Eastern Barren Territory. This was normal, though. Yunhua City wasn't a main city, and there were many cities of this scale. The truly best would definitely go to the bigger cities. Furthermore, even though the Eastern Barren Territory didn't have many resources, the best were still quite talented. They were at least equal to the best in Yunhua City. The spiritual qi is very heavy here, Yi Futian said, smiling. He closed his eyes to cultivate. A while later, a voice said, Big Brother Yi, can I come over? Yes. He nodded. Yang Yi, come over. As soon as he finished, a figure descended from the wall. She said, Big Brother Yi, you can call me Little E. Little E, Yi Futian called. Yang Yi smiled. Were you looking down on my brother? No. Yi Futian shook his head. That was the truth. Everyone lived differently. He didn't know Yang Yi well, so he had no right to comment. Our parents were killed while trying to enter a relic when we were young. After that, we had to survive alone. In a conflict after that, we were both injured. I was heavily injured and can't cultivate as well as before. My brother works hard and wants to join the battle so he can find a spiritual medicine for my injury. The Yunue Merchant Union controls many trades. They'll definitely have the medicine. That's why he's so submissive with them. Yang Yi continued softly. We'd also used all our savings to live here. All of this is for me. My brother is actually quite talented, but he was restricted by me. Big brother Yi, I don't mean anything. I just hope you won't look down on my brother. With that, she smiled and turned to leave. After she left, Yi Futian smiled wryly and turned to Yusheng. Did you hear that? Yusheng scratched his head and said, I'll apologize. Yi Futian looked into the distance. The Baron State isn't all top forces like the Nantian House and Sacred Fire Sect. There are many common men with common lives, working hard for their goals like us. Brother Yi, another voice said. Yang Ting came over directly with a smile. I asked earlier. They do have a map. If you're chosen to fight and perform well, you'll have the chance to get it. Yi Futian and Yusheng gaped at him. He'd just come back. Yang Yi had come earlier in secret. Okay, I'll consider it seriously. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He didn't mention Yang Yi. Let me know when you decide. I'll register for you, Yang Ting said before leaving. Thank you, Yusheng said. Yang Ting halted and looked at him, surprised. This burly youth always followed Yi Futian, but didn't speak until now. Since we're friends, we should take care of each other. Yang Ting smiled and returned to his courtyard. Chapter 400. Show the door. Chapter 400. Show the door. Yi Futian had been practicing in White Jade Tower. The matrix made his cultivation much easier. These days, more and more people gathered in the tower. Strong cultivators kept checking in, preparing for the upcoming battle of the four strong forces. Yi Futian and Yang Ting, as well as Yang Yi, were getting along very well with each other. Familiarity grew between them. Yang Yi and Yang Ting frequently visited Yi Futian in his courtyard. Other than some interesting news about the Baron State, they also discussed how to cultivate. Yang Ting found that Yi Futian knew a lot about this. While benefiting a lot from Yi Futian, Yang Ting began to be curious about Yi Futian's strength. Yang Ting was very gregarious in the tower. He had made many friends these days. Perhaps because their parents died early and they had to struggle to live, they were very good at making friends. In the courtyard, Yang Yi and Yi Futian were chatting. Big brother Yi, where are you from? Yang Yi asked curiously. Yi Futian was good-looking. Yusheng looked unusual. Yi Wuqian and Lulan Shui were also different from common people. She had presumed that Lulan Shui was Yi Futian's girlfriend and called her sister. But Lulan Shui told her that she was just a maid, which surprised her. I come from a very distant place. In the east, there is a land isolated from the Baron State. That's my hometown, said Yi Futian. I have never left Yunue City since I was born, but you have been to so many places, said Yang Yi with a smile. Brother Yi, won't your parents miss you? My parents? Yi Futian smiled with embarrassment. I don't know. To tell you the truth, I don't even know who they are. Ah. Yang Yi said, startled. I'm sorry, big brother Yi. It's okay. Perhaps they are very famous people and are enjoying their life now, Yi Futian joked. Do you hate them? Yang Yi asked. Hate? Yi Futian shook his head. I have never thought about it. I don't think I hate them. Life is so wonderful. I felt fervor, frustration, and sadness. Everywhere I go, I experience a story. Life is so, isn't it? Yes. Yang Yi nodded firmly, looking at that bright and handsome face. Yang Yi thought that Yi Futian must be very optimistic. Yang Yi, come to harass your brother Yi again. Yang Ting said, walking over. No way, we were having conversation. You can ask brother Yi. Yang Yi grumbled. Yi Futian smiled. Yang Ting also laughed and shook his head. He turned to Yi Futian and said, "Brother Yi, all the tower's rooms are already occupied. There are many other places full of people. It seems that the battle this time will be very fierce. Have you decided?" "We will join." Yi Futian nodded. He had thought over this these days. They didn't have to show much strength in this battle. After defeating some people, they would get the Barren States map. They could decide where to go then, rather than wandering blindly in this place. "Good. I have companions now." Yang Ting smiled and nodded. "Brother Yi, what's your level? I need your information to sign up for you." "The second level of Arcana Plane," Yi Futian answered. On basic of this, he was confident that the third level was not far. "Okay." Yang Ting didn't make further comments. With Yi Futian's age, this level was already very high, but was not high enough to make him outstanding. But that was also because Yi Futian didn't start cultivation until 15, which was comparatively late. "I'm going to sign up for you now," said Yang Ting. "I'll go with you," Yi Futian said. "That'll be even better." Yang Ting nodded, and then the line of people walked out of the court, heading for the wine house on the top of White Jade Tower. More people gathered here than in the past few days. Yang Ting looked around but didn't see the White Jade Tower staff. Perhaps they are busy on other things. "Let's wait here for a while," Yang Ting suggested. Yi Futian nodded and was about to find a seat when the Black-winged eagle walked forward. There was the blue phoenix ahead. The Black-winged eagle lifted its head high and looked at the blue phoenix disdainfully. Of course, the blue phoenix would not stand with the Black-winged eagle's provocation. It tweeted constantly and some strong aura effused from it. Spectators around were interested in the two birds. Somebody laughed and murmured, "What an interesting eagle! Who is its master?" People who don't know might think it is a golden rock. Many people there made fun of the black-winged eagle. How could it lift its head up high before a blue phoenix? The black-winged eagle was seemingly not very self-aware. Its proud eyes still looked at the blue phoenix lazily. Something dark flashed in its eyes. That blue phoenix kept tweeting as if it was really irritated. Lulan, the owner of the blue phoenix, frowned. She and the blue phoenix could read each other's mind. She could feel that the blue phoenix seemed a little grumpy. "Get back here!" Yi Futian shouted. Hearing his voice, the black-winged eagle instantly calmed down. It lowered its proud head and walked to rub against Yi Futian. "You think you're powerful now." Yi Futian knocked on the eagle's head to warn it that this was not a date. Yi Futian turned to Lulan and bowed his head slightly. "Sorry about that. Your eagle is really bold." Lulan sneered. An eagle dared to provoke the blue phoenix. It wasn't just being bold. Her senior master had paid much effort to get her this young blue phoenix. "No, it's just inexperienced," Yi Futian said with a smile. The fire girl just nodded and didn't say anything else. At this moment, a rustle came from people around the pub's corner. They kept looking down curiously. "It's Sorcerer Wu!" Many people exclaimed. Hearing this, people were all stunned and hurried to look down over the edge. "Sorcerer Wu is also here now." Yang Ting's eyes flickered. "Who is Sorcerer Wu?" Yi Futian was confused. Wu is his surname. He is a very famous spell sorcerer. Nobody knows his real name, so people call him Sorcerer Wu. He is powerful to a horrible extent. Though he is only in the middle level of Arcana Plane, the whole Unus city knows his name. The forces all want him to join, but he refused them all. This time he came to join the battle. Is he ready to join the Unua Merchant Union now? Yang Ting's curiosity was provoked. He stood up and suggested, "Let's have a look." Yi Futian also stood up. From what Yang Ting had said, Yi Futian inferred that this must be a very talented sorcerer here. He wondered how strong the sorcerer would be. Yi Futian walked to the corner and looked down. He saw a figure in a black cloak. He could see that this man was much younger than he thought, but his dress was just as strange as his name. Even Mr. Shang came to welcome him. "That's Sorcerer Wu," somebody exclaimed. Shang-Qing and Shanghai, as well as the White Jade Tower's other staff, stood down there to welcome him. "No wonder we couldn't find them," said Yang-Ting. In the distant sky, sword intent rolled over. People looked up and saw a figure riding a sword. He came very quickly and descended slowly. Duan Ke, the demon swordsman, also came. People were very surprised. With the two here, it seemed that the battle would be very vicious. Sorcerer Wu and demon swordsman all came to help the Yunyue Merchant Union. The other three forces must have invited some top talents too. Duan Ke, known as the demon swordsman, is very skilled in sword play. He is also very strong. The Yunyue Merchant Union is really one of the top forces. "Much must have been spent to invite the two," said Yang-Ting. Yi Futian's group looked calm. They knew that every place had its top talents. Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman were two of them. Shanghai and his sister welcomed Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman into the White Jade Tower. People returned to their seats and continued their comments. "Brother Yi, this battle might be more dangerous than before. Please be careful." Yang Ting said to Yi Futian. Seeing the two here, he felt that this battle could be very vicious. "I will." Yi Futian nodded. After a while, the pub suddenly became quiet. Some people came up from the stairs. Yi Futian turned around and saw Shanghai and Shang-Qing found good seats for Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman. They looked very hospitable. Some people of the White Jade Tower behind them walked up and looked around. They saw Yi Futian and walked to him. "Sir, do you live in the Chiwa court in the first floor?" the man asked him. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. "Sir, our White Jade Tower is full now," the man said. "We only offer reception to those who are willing to fight for the Yunyue Merchant Union. Therefore, could you move out?" "I'm very sorry." Yu Sheng frowned and asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Yang Ting and Yang Yi also looked displeased. "My friends are also going to join the battle," said Yang Ting. "Sorry, we don't accept any other applicants now," the man said. Yi Futian knocked the table with his fingers. He glanced at Sorcerer Wu's direction, knowing that this was because of their arrival. "Okay, we will leave after finishing the drink." Yi Futian didn't argue further. "Could you pick up your luggage now?" "What do you mean?" Yi Futian was vexed. "You entered our room?" Bang! Yu Sheng pounded the table, shattering it. He stared at the man coldly. They still lived there, and those people couldn't wait to pack up their things to empty the room for the two? Many people noticed things happening here. They showed some sympathy to Yi Futian's group, but this was how it worked. The White Jade Tower was occupied. Someone had to leave so Sorcerer Wu and Demon Swordsman could settle down. Shanghai and Shang-Qing walked over and stared at Yu Sheng. "Sir, what do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Yu Sheng sneered. "It's our wrong, but please understand us," Shanghai apologized. "We have paid enough spirit stones for next few days. Isn't that right?" said Lulan Shui coldly. "Give them the refund." Shanghai asked his staff to do so. That waiter seemingly had everything prepared. He directly delivered Yi Futian's group a bag. "That's enough," said Yi Futian lightly. "Now you're just looking for trouble," Shanghai scolded. Beside him, Shang-Qing smiled and said, "If it's not enough, I can give you more." Then she walked out and dropped spirit stones before Yi Futian's group, one by one. Chapter 401, Undercover. Chapter 401. Undercover. Shang-Qing's pretty eyes were cold and arrogant as she looked at Yi Futian's group. Of all those living in White Jade Tower, they were the only ones who hadn't signed up to fight for them. In that case, why would they live here? Everyone in Yunyue City knew that living in White Jade Tower during this time meant they were here for the battle. If Yi Futian's group was living here but not helping, were they spies from the other three forces? Of course, it didn't matter even if they weren't. Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman were here. White Jade Tower was full. Who else could they choose to kick out? As for offending people, the Yunhua Merchant Union didn't care. They only had to make Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman happy now. They didn't have to waste too much time with Yi Futian's group. If they wouldn't go nicely, they would be forced out. The spiritual stones clinked brightly on the ground. Yang Ting and Yang Yi's faces were all pale. Looking down, Yang Ting clenched her fists and said to Shang-Qing, "Miss Shang, my friend has decided to help you fight. Why are you like this?" Faced with the Yunhua Merchant Union, they couldn't fight back at all. Shang-Qing glanced at Yang Ting with a smile. Yang Ting had been wandering around them all these days. She naturally knew what Yang Ting wanted. People who had to rely on those tactics wouldn't be skilled. This was also why she treated Yi Futian's group like this. Those who were truly proud wouldn't act like Yang Ting. People and objects were grouped by their similarities. If Yi Futian was with Yang Ting, they were the same. "We need 2 quartz. You can give yours up too," Shang-Qing said. She tossed some spiritual stones at Yang Ting. "You're too much." Yang Yi's eyes reddened. Her brother had given up everything for her, and this chance. Now, Shang-Qing was about to shatter everything. "Hurry up," Shang-Qing said, smiling. Her voice was still calm. She turned and moved away to Sorcerer Wu. "You might have to wait a bit," she said gently. "It's all right." The demon swordsman's eyes fell upon Yi Wuchen. Swordsmen could sense each other's auras. This one-armed swordsman had 2 swords. He had an uncommon feeling. Crunch! Yu Shen clenched his fists and his aura exploded. With his personality, he wouldn't allow anyone to insult Yi Futian. Before, he would have attacked long ago. It was different now. They were in the outside world and could get killed by a small misstep. He had to bear it and repress his temper. Yang Yi's eyes were red. She bent down to collect the spiritual stones. She knew this was humiliating, but so what? She'd experienced this before. This was everything her brother had. Seeing Yang Yi's figure, Yi Futian felt bitter inside. He squatted down and smiled. "Little Yi, it's all right." "Yeah." Yang Yi looked up at Yi Futian and squeezed out a smile. Her eyes were still red. Yi Futian could see the tears in them. Lulan Shui and Yi Wuchen also squatted down quietly to help them pick up the spiritual stones. The surrounding people laughed while watching at this scene. It was unbearable to Yi Futian's group, but this was actually normal. The White Jade Tower had asked them politely to leave, but Yi Futian insisted on asking why. Why would they do that? They were just looking to be humiliated. They didn't know the rules of the cultivation world at all. Fire Girl Lulan looked at this calmly. Then she looked to Sorcerer Wu. But there, the demon swordsman was watching Yi Wuchen picking up the stones. He was disappointed. He'd thought that the other would be a true swordsman, but he seemed to be wrong. "Okay." Yi Futian chuckled after picking up the stones and said, "Let's go." Everyone nodded, and the group started walking out. "You don't deserve to practice swordsmanship," a voice said at this time. Many people were shocked. The speaker was Duan Ke. He sat there, quietly drinking wine with the Shang siblings, but everyone knew who he was talking to, the one-armed swordsman. Yi Wuchen's steps halted, but his emotions didn't change. Then he started walking again, leaving without saying a word. Yi Futian's group left the White Jade Tower. There was still someone at the border of the wine house watching them. Now, the figure left quietly and walked outside. People walked to and fro from the tower, though. No one noticed him. After leaving the tower, Yi Futian gazed at Yang Ting. "Brother Yang, I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with Brother Yi. The Yunhua Merchant Union is too insulting. I guess I was asking for it, though. The more I go to them, the less they'll respect me." Yang Ting laughed at himself. He thought that the Shang siblings knew him now, but after seeing their attitude, he realized they didn't care about him at all. This was probably the tragedy for unimportant figures. Only abilities can win over respect, Yang Ting said seriously. She'd learned this from the Shang siblings' attitude towards Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman. Brother Yi, Yang Ting continued. Actually, I was the one who was wrong. I was always inviting you to join the Yunhua Merchant Union. I didn't think this would happen. What do you plan on doing now? I haven't decided. What about you? Yi Futian asked. The Yunhua Merchant Union isn't the only top force. I don't have the ability to prove anything, but I should also work hard to earn the resources to cultivate. I won't give up so easily. I will try other forces, Yang Ting said. Brother Yi, what do you think? Yi Futian glanced at the Yang siblings. Seeing Yang Yi's bowed head, he knew that Yang Ting was pretending to be okay. He did all this for his sister, but he only said it was for himself. That's too much. I don't plan on experiencing that again, Yi Futian said. Let me know when the battle is starting. I will be there. He didn't plan on trying to join another force. Okay. Yang Ting nodded. He didn't know what ideas Yi Futian had. Please wait, a voice said behind them. Yi Futian's group turned and saw a figure run up to them. It was a 20-year-old youth like them. He wore simple clothing and had average looks. He wouldn't attract much attention in a crowd. You? Yang Ting asked. He'd seen this man before. He also stayed in White Jade Tower. The newcomer greeted Yi Futian's group. I am Wang Linfeng. Yang Ting's eyes flashed. His surname was Wang? Usually he wouldn't think much, but this was a sensitive period. If a Wang lived in the White Jade Tower and then ran after them, he had to feel suspicious. He'd heard about the forces trying to spy on each other before. Are you from the Wang family? Yang Ting asked. Yes. Wang Linfeng nodded. Can we speak elsewhere? Yi Futian looked at him and said, If you're going to hide, then no. Wang Linfeng's eyes flashed. He reached up and wiped his face. Mist clouded instantly and his face changed, becoming much more handsome. It was as if he'd changed entirely. I had to. I'm sorry. Wang Linfeng glanced at Yi Futian with some shock and then nodded at him. I saw what had happened earlier. The Yunhua Merchant Union is too cruel. Would you be willing to fight for the Wang family? Spying in White Jade Tower must be a method that the 4 top forces use often, huh? Yi Futian's voice was cool. He thought of the Shang siblings' treatment to them and if it also had something to do with suspicion. After all, they were the only ones who didn't sign up. I heard that the disciples of the forces would compete amongst themselves too. If they find powerful people to fight, they would get rewards, Yang Ting said. He could see this from how Shanghai and Shangqing treated Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman. Now, Wang Linfeng was helping the Wang family enlist people. That is so indeed. Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman joining the Yunhua Merchant Union makes things troublesome, Wang Linfeng said. If I agree, will you be able to let us participate directly? Yi Futian asked. Since he was a spy, he must not be a very important person in the family. Hearing Yi Futian's question, Wang Linfeng smiled wryly and shook his head. You must pass our exam. After all, there are limited spots. What plane are you? Yi Futian asked. Wang Linfeng looked at him with some confusion. Mid-Arcana plane. Yu Sheng. Yi Futian looked over to Yu Sheng. The other immediately understood Yi Futian's intention. Yu Sheng walked towards Wang Linfeng. Power burst from him, actually pressing down at Wang Linfeng. Bang! Yu Sheng took a step and moved forward. Before Wang Linfeng, he raised his fist and punched. The punch had horrible power, and the air popped around it. Wang Linfeng's eyes sharpened instantly. He could sense that the man before him was only in the lower arcana plane, but he'd felt such strong pressure. Raising a hand, dazzling light shone from his hand. He lunged forward and sent his arm forward. Boom! The 2 attacks crashed. Wang Linfeng felt extreme power travel up his arm. He was forced backward. After steadying himself, He stared at Yu Shang in shock. He hadn't used all his power, but someone of the lower arcana plane could send him back with one hit. His strength went without saying. Yu Shang's expression was still calm. He turned and walked back to Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at Wang Linfeng. He also turned and walked forward. I won't take any exams. You saw what had happened at White Jade Tower. I do not wish to experience it again. I will be at the battle. If you can let us fight, then we will. If not, I will find another force. Finally, I need a map of the barren state and some spiritual medicine. Wang Linfeng looked at Yi Futian's arrogant backside. His eyes sharpened and he clenched his fists. No problem. I will arrange it. He seemed to have found a treasure. He and Shangqing had the same thoughts. Strong cultivators would naturally be proud, and he'd observed everyone in White Jade Tower. Yi Futian had been humiliated, but he'd been too calm. To stay calm in the face of humiliation required extreme pride and confidence. Chapter 402 Battle of the Four Top Forces. Chapter 402 Battle of the Four Top Forces. Yi Futian's group turned to leave. Yang Ting and Yang Yi stared at Yu Shang with shock. Yang Yi said, Big brother Yi, Yu Shang is so powerful. Of course he is. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Then what about you? Yang Yi asked curiously. I'm obviously not as powerful as him, Yi Futian said, chuckling. Oh, big brother Yi, will you fight for the Wang family? Yang Yi asked. We'll see. Yi Futian patted Yang Yi's head. You have so many questions. Yang Yi giggled. Thank you, big brother Yi. When she heard Yi Futian mention medicine to the Wang family, she knew it was for her. Hearing it, Yang Ting figured out that Yang Yi had told Yi Futian about it. He gazed at Yi Futian and said, Thank you, brother Yi. No matter if they succeed or not, he was still grateful. No need to thank me. I still have to trouble you. Since we were kicked out, may we stay in your home? Yi Futian asked. Okay. Yang Ting nodded, his heart feeling warm. The group climbed onto the black-winged eagle, who spread its wings and flew somewhere. Countless days later, Yunyue City was even busier. In the Yang residence's yard, music streamed like godly music. Yi Futian was sitting cross-legged in the yard, playing a calming melody. Playing the guqin could help him focus and raise his spiritual energy. Sorcerers could cultivate this way. It went without saying for musical sorcerers too. The music slowed down and stopped. The echoes remained, and the people were still mesmerized. Lulan Shui sat near Yi Futian with her eyes closed. When the music stopped, she opened her pretty eyes. She felt extremely calm. Yang Yi was beside Yi Futian. Moving her hands from her knees, she looked up at Yi Futian. Big brother Yi, how come you can do everything? These past days, Yi Futian often talked to her brother about cultivation. Yang Ting was very impressed. Yi Futian's music was also very beautiful. She'd never heard something so calming. It made her heart relax, and she could almost forget everything. The feeling was great. Of course. That's who I am, Yi Futian joked. Yang Yi giggled. With her ponytail, she was filled with youthful spirit. She gazed at Yi Futian, not wanting to look away at all. These days were probably her happiest days. There were no frustrations or worries. It was peaceful. Before, she always had some worries from struggling to survive with her brother. She was lonely too. After all, she was just a girl. Yi Futian added liveliness to the home. He looked so nice when he smiled too. His unique charisma could spread to the others, calming them. She wished Yi Futian could be her real brother. That would be great. Yi Futian obviously didn't know what she was thinking. In reality, he didn't even know that he felt reliable to Yang Yi. He was used to relying on others. Now that he was out here by himself, he was changing without realizing. Perhaps he was transforming without even himself realizing. Brother Yi. Yang Ting walked over now. His brows were furrowed and seemed to be worried. "What's wrong?" Yi Futian asked. "I just went to get information. The news about Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman joining the Yunhua Merchant Union has spread through the city. The other 3 forces became desperate and paid a lot to invite many people in the Arcana Plain. Many of them are well known. The news is spreading like wildfire. This year's battle might be the most intense yet. All who will represent the forces will be extremely strong." As the battle was drawing near, Yang Ting obviously had to go get news. After all, Yi Futian had already agreed to fight for the Wang family, and there were risks. If he had a cruel and powerful enemy, the consequences would be horrible. "Oh." Yi Futian smiled at Yang Ting. "Yu Sheng is strong too. Brother Yi, I'm serious. Don't joke." Yang Ting had to panic a bit at Yi Futian's careless attitude. "The Yunhua Merchant Union will see you represent the Wang family and send the people after you to protect their ego." "I'll keep that in mind," Yi Futian said when he saw Yang Ting's serious expression. He knew that Yang Ting was trying to help. "Brother Yi, you can give up if you want. We can go to the trading post. If we're lucky, we might get a map." "Then what about the medicine?" Yi Futian asked. Yang needed the medicine to be cured. Her injury was on the spiritual level. For a sorcerer, that was a catastrophe. He played music all the time to help her compose her spiritual energy. Hearing this, Yang Ting fell silent. This was always on his mind, but there was no other chance to get something so valuable. Even if it appeared on the market, he had no money. "Don't worry. It'll be fine," Yi Futian said. Yang Ting nodded. He would remember this. While getting news, he understood that this battle had nothing to do with him anymore. Even if he stayed in White Jade Tower, he would be eliminated from fighting for them. The days passed. Yunhua City became livelier and livelier. People from outside hurried over without stopping for this feast. The battle of the 4 top forces was always the most anticipated event. They could watch the most powerful people of the Arcana Plain in the Yunhua City fight each other. The day was finally here. The entire city shook. Countless people and demons flew toward the same direction. In the center of Yunhua City, there was an ancient battle platform. All battles had taken place there. Somewhere, a black-winged eagle flew in the air. Yi Futian's group stood on it, gazing around. There were all types of people and demons around them, hurrying forward. Everyone had the same destination. The huge crowd had a powerful force as they went in the same direction. "We're here at the Yunhua battle platform. The 4 forces have already entered," Yang Ting said. The people descended and then started walking. Now, the 4 top forces of Yunhua City had already arrived. Each force took up one corner with great distance between them. Between them was an ancient matrix battle platform, formed by 2 half-moons. There was also an ancient battle drum. In the Wang family's place, Wang Linfeng was a bit worried. The person he was waiting for hadn't come yet. A beautiful girl stood before him. She was Wang Yuro, one of their prides. She was very talented. Wang Linfeng was a disciple of the main lineage, but he worked for Wang Yuro. They had the same lineage, but had different statuses. Otherwise, Wang Linfeng wouldn't have been sent as a spy. As Yi Futian had guessed, he didn't have a high position. There were others beside Wang Yuro, all with extraordinary auras. "Still not here?" Wang Yuro asked. "He promised me he would be here." Wang Linfeng was panicking. His future relied on Yi Futian. He didn't have a high status in the Wang family and couldn't receive many resources. He relied on Wang Yuro. She also had much stress about this battle. She personally went to find people to fight for her. Last time, Wang Linfeng told her that he'd found at least 1 person, and maybe even more. But now they weren't here yet. "If you ruin it for me, you're dead," Wang Yuro said coldly. She glanced at the people beside her. Thankfully, she had backups and had brought many people here. She didn't lack people to fight for her. What she lacked was people at the top. Wang Linfeng was covered in cold sweat. He knew that Wang Yuro looked pretty but was the strictest. If he affected her this time, he would have a horrible ending. I hope I'm not wrong, he prayed. He gazed into the crowd. More and more people were here. Even if they came, they would be easy to miss. He was usually right about people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sent as a spy. Yi Futian's group were proud, confident, and calm. People like that should keep their promises. Yi Futian had arrived now. He was asking Yang Ting where each force was. The people of the 4 camps were all serious. The atmosphere was suffocating. Clearly, they placed heavy importance on this. He saw the Yunyue Merchant Union. They had the most people. In the crowd, he could see the Shang siblings in elegant clothing. Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman were beside them. On the other side was a group of strong cultivators in purple robes. They were from the Thunder Clan. The people who were dressed differently were there to help them. They were easily distinguished. Across from the Yunyue Merchant Union, there were many armored guards. They had sharp and cold auras. Yang Ting told him that that was the Wang family. They went over. Seeing Wang Linfeng, Yi Futian called Wang Linfeng. Wang Linfeng turned. Seeing Yi Futian, his eyes flashed. "You're finally here," he said quietly. Chapter 403. Wang Linfeng's Decision. Chapter 403. Wang Linfeng's Decision. Wang Yuro stared at Yi Futian's group. Wang Linfeng brought them here to help. This battle meant a lot to Wang Yuro. It was not just about her, it was also about the interest of her whole family. She had to win. She needed to win this battle. In the battle of 4 forces, every single round was very significant. Yi Futian also looked at Wang Yuro. She looked delicate, beautiful, and of a valor. She had all the good points of both man and woman. This was a very charming woman. She looked at Yi Futian straightforwardly as if she could see through him. If Yi Futian's group was just ordinary people, they could not help and could even get her into trouble. Who will fight? Wang Yuro asked Yi Futian's group. How many of us do you want? Yi Futian asked in turn. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Wang Yuro's eyes flickered. From his words, she inferred that Yi Futian was very confident that he could fight no matter how many fighters she wanted. What a proud man! People around Wang Yuro walked forward and stared at Yi Futian's group. They were also here to help Wang Yuro. If Yi Futian's group joined in, there would be too many fighters. Somebody had to leave then. Usually, Wang Yuro would bring 9 people with her, which meant if Yi Futian's group joined, someone among their 9 had to leave. How many of you can fight? Wang Yuro asked again. Neither 2 sides responded to each other directly. Is 3 enough? Yi Futian asked. You 3 are all in the lower Arcana plane. Wang Yuro asked again. She had heard from Wang Linfeng that Yi Futian was in the 2nd level of Arcana plane, which was of the lower Arcana plane. That was exactly what she needed in this battle. It would also be good if someone was in the middle Arcana plane. She could let him help her other family members. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Both Yu Shang and he were in the 2nd level of the Arcana plane. Yi Wuchen was in the 3rd. Moreover, it was very possible for them to break through their present level at any time. The battle of the 4 forces set restrictions on people's level in every round. That made sense since it would be unfair if somebody in lower Arcana plane faced someone in the upper Arcana plane. Do you know the rules? Wang Yuro asked. Yes. Before coming, Yang Ting had briefly introduced the battle rules to them. There wouldn't be any major amendments, of course. The battle this year is the same as the last year, Wang Yuro said. People in the Arcana plane are divided into 3 groups, upper, middle, and lower. I am in the lower Arcana plane, so my family let me be responsible for this group. I will select 9 people to fight for me. Now I have 9 people with me already. If you 3 join us, there will be 12 with 3 extra. Though Wang Linfeng brought Yi Futian's group here, she was reluctant to let strangers fight for her. She trusted Wang Linfeng very much, so she gave Yi Futian an opportunity, but she still didn't trust him. Now, she was trying to give Yi Futian some pressure. She needed Yi Futian to prove that they had the strength to substitute her 3 strong cultivators. Yang Ting and Yang Yi, standing behind Yi Futian's group, could feel the pressure too. Though with a charming face, Wang Yuro commanded a powerful presence. Yang Ting started to realize that it was such an unpractical thought of him to sign up for the battle. Just standing before Wang Yuro, he could feel the forcing power. How could he have the strength to face his enemy in the battle? However, Yi Futian looked quite calm, as if he felt nothing. Wang Yuro's powerful presence couldn't threaten him at all. As a musical sorcerer, Yi Futian was impregnable. Yang Ting was not going to fight, but he was keyed up already. The battle hadn't started, but an oppressive force could be sensed already. The air was a little stifling to him. Wang Yuro was not the only one staring at Yi Futian. The 9 people around her were also glaring at him with their sharp eyes. Some of them were well-known talents, while others also used much effort to be here. But Yi Futian's group just abruptly appeared and was going to knock 3 of them out? Wasn't this ridiculous? Yi Futian looked into Wang Yuro's eyes. Then he turned to Wang Linfeng and said, "Remember our deal!" Wang Linfeng's eyes flickered. "I told you that I would come here, but I am not going to take any so-called tests. If you don't trust us, we'll just leave now." Yi Futian smiled thinly. When leaving the White Jade Tower, Yu Sheng had proved his strength. Wang Linfeng was struggling. He looked at Wang Yuro. Wang Yuro was also a little surprised. What an arrogant guy. She wanted Yi Futian to prove their strength. Instead, Yi Futian gave her pressure as if he didn't care at all. "Wang Yuro, aren't we enough?" a man beside her questioned. "I agree. We have Xingfeng here for the lower Arcana plane. We don't need anybody else. Why should we bet on those people? We don't even know them. Moreover, we have promised to help. Nobody would like to be replaced by a group of strangers." Somebody showed his discontentment. Wang Yuro had selected the 9 people herself. Seeing someone threatening their position, the 9 were naturally disgruntled. They had passed enough tests to be here. Why should some of them leave just because of Yi Futian's few words? Furthermore, who would leave among the 9? Wang Yuro was hesitating. Yi Futian had forced her to make the choice. She looked at Wang Linfeng and said, "They are your people. You decide." It was just a simple sentence, but it gave Wang Linfeng so much pressure. He was the one to make a decision. He knew what it meant. If he insisted to let Yi Futian's group fight and they were defeated, he would lose everything. He would have no say in the family and no trust from Wang Yuro anymore. But if Yi Futian's group really won this battle for Wang Yuro, Wang Linfeng would also benefit a lot. He knew that this was a gamble. He was going to bet his future on this decision. Yi Futian's group decided his future. "Let them fight," Wang Linfeng said determinedly, clenching his fists. The decision was made. He had to undertake all responsibilities, no matter what the consequence would be. He glanced at Yi Futian, hoping he hadn't judged incorrectly. "Okay." Wang Yuro nodded. She didn't trust Yi Futian yet. This was their first meeting. Who knew Yi Futian's strength? Cultivators tended to be blindly confident. Without the test of a good-sized battle, it was not easy for people to admit that they were as good, especially for those talented people. But Wang Yuro trusted Wang Linfeng. Another reason was that some of the 9 people she selected were not top talents. The battle would be very fierce. No force could have all its fighters survive. Usually, there would be no more than 3 people left to fight, so she would like to have a try and bet on Yi Futian's group. "What about the things I asked for?" Yi Futian asked Wang Linfeng. "The Barren States map and the spiritual plant or something, right?" Wang Linfeng asked. "It's spirit refining grass," said Yi Futian. "We have only one original version of the map, so I had someone transcribe one for you. It might not be exactly the same, but it's enough for you. Wang Linfeng took out a map and said, "Since you know the rules, you must know that you are going to face talents from the other 3 forces. If you 3 defeat 6 of them, I'll give you the map. As for the spirit refining grass, it's very expensive and rare. So if you defeat 12, I promise to get the plant for you." "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. "One last question. If I offend people of the 3 forces when fighting, what's the consequence?" This was the 4 forces battle. If he defeated too many cultivators and harmed the interests of others, he would definitely get into trouble. He had to consider that. Rest assured, the battle of the 4 forces has been held for years. There are rules and people follow them. No one is allowed to have conflicts after the battle. Otherwise, there won't be so many people willing to fight. Retaliation won't happen, or the 4 forced would have gotten into too many troubles now, Wang Linfeng said. If they hate you, they will kill you only on the battlefield. Got it. Yi Futian nodded. He was confident he would defeat 12 people. Wang Yuro turned to the 9 people she'd selected and talked to 3 of them. The 3 looked sulky. One of them said, "We promised to fight for the Wang family and we passed all the tests. Now we must leave like this, Miss Wang?" "That's right. Just because of his few words?" Another person grumbled. The 3 were very indignant. "What I have promised to you, I give you 3 times more," said Wang Yuro. The 3 looked at each other. They knew that they could not change the decision, and so they agreed. "Follow me." Wang Yuro walked away. Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen, and Yu Sheng followed behind. Actually, Lulan Shui was also very excellent on the battlefield. But out of some concern, Yi Futian didn't let her participate. "When the battle begins, Xingfeng and I will decide your order of fighting and your rivalries," Wang Yuro said to the people. Some people nodded. Yi Futian just glanced at that youth named Xingfeng. The line walked to the Wang family. Many of the people there looked over at them too. "Yuro, are you confident about this battle?" a senior of the Wang family asked. "Grandpa, trust me." Wang Yuro nodded firmly. "Good." That senior nodded with a smile. Yi Futian looked straight at the Yunyuan Merchant Union's members. Some of the people there also noticed Yi Futian's group. They were Lulan and Shi Mu, the dark sorcerer. Seeing Yi Futian appearing with the Wang family, Shi Mu was very interested. He said to Shanghai, "Mr. Shang, look." Shanghai turned around and saw the Wang family. When seeing Yi Futian, his eyes sharpened. They too looked straight at each other across the distance. Chapter 404. First Battle Yusheng. Chapter 404. First Battle Yusheng. "Aren't those the people that were kicked out of White Jade Tower?" Dark Sorcerer Shimu said, grinning. Sorcerer Wu, the demon swordsman, and others all looked over with interest. Yi Futian getting kicked out was still fresh in their memories. It must have been interesting. That day, Shanghai and Shangqing had scattered spiritual stones on the ground. They'd all squatted down to pick it up before leaving. Now they were representing the Wang family. Were they trying to regain their reputation that they'd lost in White Jade Tower? "Interesting," the demon swordsman Duan Kei said, chuckling while holding his chest. Shanghai squinted and then laughed. Did they want to use these methods to get back at the humiliation? They must be dreaming. "Brother, they're helping Wang Yuro." Shangqing giggled from the side. Shanghai had naturally seen Wang Yuro beside them. She was the cold beauty from the Wang family, but she was handsome and coldly arrogant. The youths of the 4 top forces always joked over who could take this thorny rose. He obviously had these thoughts before too. He didn't like her though. It was just the desire for men to take over things. "I saw. Since Wang Yuro chose them, they probably have some skills," Shanghai said, chuckling. He didn't care though. Even if they were skilled, these nameless people couldn't be too powerful. This time, the battle was filled with monstrously talented people. Many extreme prides of Yunhua City would come. Yi Futian's group was nothing. It would be impressive if they could win some rounds. They'd most likely be cannon fodder. That's unfortunate. Wang Yuro is in the lower Arcana plane, so she'll probably go to that battlefield. We won't meet her. Shang-Qing smiled. If they met, it would be interesting. That's not definite. Shanghai smiled. Other than the usual battles, there are other methods too, aren't there? Something flashed past Shang-Qing's pretty eyes as she glanced at Shanghai. Did her brother want to keep humiliating them? Brother, you don't think White Jade Tower was enough? Shang-Qing giggled. You're too much. Shanghai's smiling eyes also had some coldness. Since they wanted to represent the Wang family to regain their dignity, he would help them. He just wished they wouldn't be too weak. That wouldn't be too fun. Go tell Feiyu to take care of them, Shanghai said, smiling. Shang-Qing nodded. Okay. With that, she went elsewhere. Shang Feiyu was the person representing them in the lower Arcana plane. People arrived gradually. The 4 top forces waited. The vast space became more serious and repressive. The people who came to watch stood far away, but they also felt the repressive atmosphere. The annual battle wasn't a simple battle. It pertained to the resource division of the next year. Cultivation resources determined their development. Currently, the Yunhua Merchant Union was the wealthiest and developed strongly. They were about to overshadow the other 3. Because they had more resources, they could usually invite better people to fight for them. Their attraction was also stronger. Before, that was why Yangting wanted to help the Yunhua Merchant Union. They were wealthy and gave more. Of course, no force was stingy about this. It just depended on who was willing to spend more. At this time, a figure walked towards the Yunhua battle platform from the 4 forces. The vast space instantly silenced. The battle platform was big. The 4 figures walked in the same direction, the ancient battle drum in the center. The drum was very strange. It had 4 sides. The 4 figures all stood before one side. The strong cultivators of all forces looked over. A while later, someone raised a fist and slammed down on the drum. With a huge boom, the drum shook the sky. The vast space became extremely quiet. Everyone stopped talking. Yunhua Merchant Union, the person said. His voice rolled into the distance with the drumbeat. Boom! As soon as he spoke, the drum was beaten again. A voice said ThunderClan. After that, the representatives of the Wang family and Feng family both beat the drum. Drum beats echoed through the sky. The vast space was silent. This was the ceremony before the battle. It was also a vow. They established the vow with the drum. It had been like this since the beginning. At the end of the battle, they would keep their promises. The 4 didn't come down after beating the drum. They stood before the ancient drum and turned around. Facing the people, they said, the rules are the same as before. The first battle is of the lower Arcana plane. It determines the distribution of spiritual stone mines. First place receives 40%, second place receives 30%, third place 20%, last place 10%. Any objections? There were countless mines within the city. No one family could take it all for themselves. It would lead to war. Thus, they followed this rule for many years. The 4 top forces would mine them together. The distribution ratio was determined by each year's battle. The first battle was the lower Arcana plane. It would determine the distribution of the spiritual stone mines. In the barren state, spiritual stones were the basis of cultivation. The importance of this battle went without saying. Each force would try their best and send their best people. The helpers were chosen carefully. No objections, the head of the Yunhua Merchant Union said from their place. No objections, the heads of the ThunderClan, Wang family, and Feng family also said. To the battle platform, a figure before the drum said. Instantly, strong cultivators from 4 directions walked out. From the Wang family, Wang Yuro brought Yi Futian's group over. Countless eyes fell on them. Yi Futian also felt the serious atmosphere. He was shocked that the 4 forces would use this method to distribute resources. The pressure felt by the fighters went without saying. No wonder nobles weren't allowed. A noble battle of this importance would be hard to control. He had to admit that this method was strange, but it was logical. Each force sent one core disciple and 9 helpers to fight. They walked to 4 places and stopped. Wang Yuro sat onto the ground. The others also sat down. Yi Futian's trio sat as well. The strong cultivators of the other 3 forces also sat down. Yang Ting had told Yi Futian the rules. Those on the battle platform would fight in order. For example, the Yunue Merchant Union would send people for the first battle. The second battle would be by another force. As for the target, there was no rule. They could challenge anyone. When there was no one left, the first round would be over. During this, the core disciples wouldn't fight. The helpers who remained would enter the second and final round with them. Of course, it was possible their helpers were all defeated and they would be alone. It would be dangerous to fight against the others. For example, if Wang Yuro was the only one left from the Wang family, but the other 3 forces had helpers, who would be eliminated first in the next round. It went without saying. The 3 would definitely eliminate Wang Yuro first. Thus, the abilities of the helpers were very important. It affected the result directly. The Yunue Merchant Union won last year. Today they will fight first. The 4 before the battle drum acted as the judge. Instantly, countless eyes went to the 10 of the Yunue Merchant Union. Shang Feiyu led many strong cultivators and had invited 2 powerful people. At this time, Shang Feiyu's eyes went directly to the Wang family. Wang Yuro arched an eyebrow. Then a figure walked out. This person was clad in silver white. He had flowing long hair and was handsome. Zuo Xiaoyan! Everyone's eyes flashed. Some recognized him. He looked at the Wang family. Icy spiritual qi gathered into a silver spear. He pointed it at the Wang family and he said, "I challenge the Wang family." Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Zuo Xiaoyan was looking straight at him. He understood that the Yunue Merchant Union was targeting him. Zuo Xiaoyan, 3rd tier Arcana Plane, martial arts and sorcery. He is most skilled in ice sorcery and spear. His spear contains spells and can slow you down. This battle requires speed. You can't be fooled by his spears. Wang Yuro seemed to be talking to herself. Then she looked at Yi Futian's group. Send someone for battle. She would test their abilities through this. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. Yu Sheng. Yu Xing stood up. His burly body almost blocked everyone's vision. He walked out. Remember, and quickly, Wang Yuro reminded. Yu Xing didn't reply. He walked out to Zuo Xiaoyan. Instantly, countless eyes fell onto the 2. Yang Ting and Yang Yi watched nervously. This battle was very important. Of course, no one was more nervous than Wang Linfeng. Standing in the crowd, he stared forward, fists clenched tightly. His heart seemed to stop. This battle could determine his fate. If Yu Sheng lost, it meant he'd been wrong. Whoosh! Wang Linfeng took a deep breath and exhaled. His eyes shone brilliantly. He gambled his future for this battle. Chapter 405 Apologize. Chapter 405 Apologize. Nobody knew how nervous Wang Linfeng was. Opposite the members of Wang family, Shanghai and Shangqing from Yunue Business Alliance seemed to be very relaxed as they looked at the arena, smiling. The people whom they had chased out of Yunue Business Alliance appeared in front of them again in such a way. Were they trying to prove themselves? Shanghai was looking forward to the outcome. The people beside him, including Fire Girl Lulan and Black Sorcerer Shimu, all looked at the arena calmly. At the center of the Yunue battle platform, Zuo Xiaoyan waved his spear, around which ice danced. He was wearing a silver armor, and his long hair danced elegantly in the air. This was his first battle on the Yunue battle platform. In this battle, he would let everyone in Yunue City remember his name. Buzz! Zuo Xiaoyan pointed his spear in Yu Sheng's direction. The region around him turned colder and colder, and the water elemental spiritual qi in the area turned into ice will, resonating with his body. Slowly, a wave of ice will cover the center of the battle platform. However, Yusheng only stood there in silence. He neither spoke nor moved. It was as if he was a mere statue. "What is he doing?" Wang Yuro frowned. Yu Shang was very burly, so clearly he was a warrior who cultivated martial arts. Against a sorcerer, he actually stood at his spot without moving. Was he trying to kill himself? A warrior should attack first. Ideally, he should get closer to his opponent to have a close-range combat, which would increase his win rate significantly. Did he not even know this? She had already reminded Yu Shang twice that he should end the battle quickly. A martial arts cultivator must not drag a battle against a sorcerer, especially when the sorcerer was skilled in ice elemental abilities. The longer the battle, the more disadvantageous the situation would be for the warrior. The battle between the 4 factions was very important, so she had obviously collected information of her opponent. Therefore, she knew Zhou Xiaoyun's way of fighting. He would first use spells to affect his opponent. Once he got the upper hand, he would strike with his spear, with his spells slowing the spiritual energy and movement of his opponent. He would win the fight easily. "Just watch," Yi Futian said emotionlessly. Wang Yuro was somewhat unhappy and glanced at Yi Futian, but she did not say anything else. Facts would prove themselves. She should just watch the battle. She hoped that she would not be too disappointed. The battle platform became colder and colder, while ice will gradually engulfed Yu Sheng's body, causing a layer of frost to appear on his body. Noticing that Yu Sheng was still standing at his spot, Zhou Xiaoyun gave a mocking smile and remarked, "I didn't expect the opponent in my first battle to be an idiot." After that, he suddenly charged forward at an incredible speed. "Freeze!" he shouted coldly. Right away, the frost covering Yu Sheng's body solidified and clear crackling sounds were actually heard. Yu Sheng's body was slowly frozen and the ice will started to seep into his body. This would cause him to lose his ability to fight and even freeze his blood. Even if he could not be frozen totally, he would be significantly slowed and his judgment skills would also be affected. Why did Wang family send such an idiot onto the stage? A strange expression appeared on the faces of many. Even a few leaders on the Wang family viewing platform frowned and glanced at where Wang Yuro was sitting. She should not make this kind of mistakes. Why did she use such a person? At this instant, Wang Linfeng could even feel his face turning pale and his body trembling. Why is this happening? Why is this the outcome? A warrior would no longer be able to fight after being frozen. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoyun could definitely kill Yu Sheng in a single hit with his spear. Seeing the scene, Wang Yuro could finally no longer remain calm and said coldly, "Idiot!" She had never seen such a stupid martial arts cultivator who would stand still to allow his opponent to cast a spell on him. "Shut up!" Hearing that Wang Yuro actually scolded Yu Sheng, Yi Futian looked at her with a cold expression. Wang Yuro similarly stared at Yi Futian coldly and did not avoid his stare at all. All this happened in a short instant. On the Yungyue battle platform, Zhou Xiaoyun stomped on the ground and ascended into the air, after which he made a handsome maneuver midair. He was actually displaying his skills on the stage as if he was absolutely confident that he would win. Seeing his action, everyone knew how confident he was. To Zhou Xiaoyun, this battle was too easy and meaningless. With his rotating body and handsome posture, the spear in his hand pierced forward towards Yu Sheng's throat like a bolt of lightning. He wanted to kill his opponent in one strike. "Boring," Shanghai said emotionlessly with a mocking sneer on his face. He thought that Yu Sheng would at least try to resist, but instead the battle was so uninteresting. Wang Yuro withdrew her stare and no longer looked at Yi Futian. Instead, she looked at Yu Sheng, regretting her willfulness. If Yi Futian and Yu Wuchen were also like this, she would be sending them on the stage only for her opponents to humiliate. On the Yungyue battle platform, the silvery ice lightning was only an inch away from Yu Sheng's body. Everyone thought that the battle had already ended. However, When the spear almost reached the statue-like body, the frozen Yu Sheng suddenly moved. He just moved in such a ridiculous way. He took a step back and raised his hand, grabbing towards the spear. Huh. At this instant, the pupils of countless people contracted. What was happening? How could someone already frozen by a spell still move? Their thoughts only managed to flash across their minds. In the next instant, the spear almost touched Yu Sheng's throat, but simultaneously a dazzling golden radiance flashed on Yu Sheng's frozen palm, crushing the ice will directly. Then, the spear, which was only an inch away from his throat, suddenly stopped. It just stopped in the air suddenly, but ironically it seemed all so natural. The front part of the silvery spear was held firmly by a hand. The terrifying strike was actually stopped without any suspense. Similarly, Zhuo Xiaoyun's body was stopped in the air along with his cool action. He was still in the posture of piercing his spear down. His long hair danced in the air, and he still looked elegant and extraordinary. However, instead of complacency, his face was only filled with fear. He saw a monstrous pair of eyes. The body which he had frozen, the person whom he thought was an idiot, just stared at him like that. Yu Sheng's calm eyes caused him to be deeply frightened. Zhuo Xiaoyun also did not know why he felt scared. It only came from his instinct. Crack! A clear sound was heard as the spear condensed from spiritual qi was broken into two. Recovering from the surprise, Zhuo Xiaoyun let go of his spear and wanted to back off. However, he would clearly not have the chance to do so. Yu Sheng took a step forward, and his palm slid forward along the broken spear, his action looking smooth and natural. Then he grabbed the arm of Zhuo Xiaoyun, who was trying to escape. At this instant, Zhuo Xiaoyun only felt that his body froze in the air and could not move completely. He tried to put his arm out, but realized that it did not move at all. In the next moment, Zhuo Xiaoyun's body flew into the air. He was lifted by Yu Sheng until he was upside down, after which he was smashed towards the other direction. Bang! A shockingly loud noise erupted, shaking everyone's heart. Because the force was too great, Zhuo Xiaoyun even bounced up slightly from the ground. Then he just lied there, twitching occasionally. He had always fantasized that he could become famous in one battle and display his unparalleled grace so that the people in Yunhua City would remember him. Perhaps the people in Yunhua City would really remember him. However, he would only form the background. Yu Sheng started walking back. From the start to the end, he did not say anything. With just a simple action, he ended the battle. Many people had not even recovered from their surprise until now, and they only stared blankly at the burly figure who was walking towards Wang family. How is this possible? Shanghai froze at his spot, and he looked absolutely startled. Beside him, Shangqing also stared at the Yunhua battle platform, stunned. The difference was too huge. Black sorcerer Shi Mu, fire girl Lulan, sorcerer Wu, and demon swordsmen were all puzzled as if they had seen something very strange. On the other hand, in the Wang family direction, Wang Linfeng clenched his fists firmly. Even his body trembled in anxiousness as he stared at the figure before him. From hell to heaven, he knew that he had won his bet. Furthermore, the outcome was even better than he had imagined. Interesting. The members of Wang family all smiled. The first battle had already given them a surprise. It seemed like Euro indeed had great vision, and they could ask her to do things without worrying. Little did they know that Wang Euro was also extremely shocked at the moment. She gazed at the returning figure and had yet to recover from the astonishment. "Apologize," someone said coldly. Wang Euro was stunned and withdrew her roaming thoughts. She looked at Yi Futian, who was beside her, but Yi Futian only stared back coldly. She knew that Yi Futian asked her to apologize because she called Yu Sheng an idiot earlier. She stared firmly at Yi Futian, and the people around them also looked at Yi Futian in surprise. He actually asked Wang Euro to apologize. "I was only being anxious." Wang Euro gave a charming smile. Although she had given a reason, She did not really apologize. "Wuchen!" Yi Futian shouted, after which he stood up. Yi Wuchen understood him immediately and similarly stood up. Wang Yuro was stunned. Looking at Yi Futian, who was getting up, she asked, "What are you doing?" "Let's go," Yi Futian said, after which he actually turned around. Countless people looked at him, and Wang Yuro was totally bewildered. Wang Linfeng also looked at the scene in surprise. What was happening? At this moment, many thoughts raced across Wang Yuro's minds, which included anger. Yi Futian was actually leaving in front of everyone else. She also felt somewhat worried. After all, she had invited them here, so if they left? In addition, Yu Sheng's performance had indeed been eye-catching. "I'm sorry," Wang Yuro said. Yi Futian stopped, turned around, and glanced at Wang Yuro emotionlessly. Then he sat down again. Yu Sheng had also returned from the stage. He had no idea what had happened and only sat beside Yi Futian quietly. The people around them all looked at Yi Futian in amazement. This guy is really arrogant. Looking in front of him, Yi Futian said coldly, "I hope that this will never happen again." Wang Yuro stared at him, and gritting her teeth, she replied, "All right." She felt somewhat unhappy. Yi Futian seemed to be excessively arrogant and ignored her presence completely. "I hope that his power is enough to support his arrogance," she thought. Chapter 406 Wang Linfeng's Victory. Chapter 406 Wang Linfeng's Victory. Xingfeng, the genius whom Wang Yuro had personally invited, was sitting on her left. At the moment, Xingfeng looked in front of him and said, "The battle has just begun. We shouldn't be too serious about some trivial stuff. After all, our aim is all the same, isn't it?" Then he glanced at Yi Futian, who was on the other side. "Trivial stuff?" Yi Futian glanced coldly at Xingfeng and added, "It ends now." Xingfeng gave a slight nod. Although Zhuo Xiaoyan has a small reputation, his power is mediocre, and he is way too arrogant. He actually underestimated his opposite like this. Our real challenge is still to come. In all the four forces, there are powerful people that will only show up much later. Therefore, in the subsequent battles, you must cooperate with me and Yuro. Try your best to eliminate some people from the other three clans. As long as you can ensure that they have no more people than us in the end, you can leave the rest to me and Yuro. Yi Futian was puzzled and glanced at Xingfeng in surprise, after which he looked at Wang Yuro, who looked calm and did not say anything. Clearly, she approved how Xingfeng had addressed her. Smiling, Yi Futian immediately managed to guess certain things. After Yu Sheng displayed such a powerful combat ability, Xingfeng, however, only touched on this battle lightly. At the same time, he said those words to remind the people here that in Wang family, he and Wang Yuro were the key players. The rest were only here to support them in the fights and only needed to try and eliminate the people from the other forces. Xingfeng did not want Yu Sheng to steal his thunder and hinder him from chasing the beauty. "No problem," Yi Futian replied, smiling. Yu Sheng fought in that way not to attract attention. It was his usual way of fighting. In Yi Futian's opinion, they should try to keep a low profile. Thus, they only needed to win and did not have to display all their powers. Since Xingfeng had said this, he was obviously happy to agree. Suddenly, Yi Futian thought of something and asked Wang Yuro, "If the other three parties have no people left before the 12 battles, what will happen?" They had agreed that if they could win 12 battles, Yi Futian would receive a spirit-refining grass. However, if the Eliminate tournament caused him to have fewer than 12 battles in the first place, he would obviously not meet the target. This would normally not happen. If the other forces have nobody left, and among the three of you there is at least one left, you'll still get what you want, Wang Yuro replied. Yi Futian nodded lightly. Yi Futian could clearly understand what Wang Yuro meant. Suppose they had the most number of people present, the other three parties would definitely not allow the situation to continue and would challenge them one after the other. Furthermore, Wang Yuro knew that apart from Xingfeng, many people would have been eliminated from the tournament towards the end. This meant that if Yi Futian and his team were still on the battlefield at the end, they would have enough fights. At the moment, someone from Feng family also walked onto the Yunhua battle platform and challenged ThunderClan. It was as if they deliberately wanted to keep some kind of balance in the tournament. In this battle, the cultivator from Feng family lost. The person who walked out first would always be in a disadvantageous position, as his opponent would choose someone who could fight him effectively. Suddenly, someone near the battle drum said, "Wang family, send someone onto the stage." It was the third battle, and Wang family's turn to challenge someone. "Do you want to go?" Wang Yuro asked Yi Futian. "Of course." Yi Futian nodded, after which he said, "Yu Sheng." "Yu Sheng again." Wang Yuro squinted. Yu Sheng stood up, and Wang Yuro also did not say anything else. After all, she did not care about who Yi Futian sent, as long as they could ensure that in the last part of the tournament they would not be jointly attacked by the other three forces. Yu Sheng walked towards the Yunhua battle platform slowly, and a strange expression appeared on the faces of many. Only a short amount of time had passed since his last battle, and many people were still thinking about it. Wang family had sent him out again. The people from the other three forces also felt that something was amiss. In the first battle, he could be considered a surprise. However, it would be meaningless to send him again now. The party which he challenged would be prepared and send someone strong. What was Wang Yuro thinking? At the moment, Wang Yuro was thinking about whether or not she could know how strong Yu Sheng really was in this battle. Although the battle just now looked very shocking, it was mainly due to the sudden change in the situation. Yu Sheng was so mighty, and Zhou Xiaoyan made a mistake by going close to him, causing him to lose in a single hit. However, this battle would not be so easy again. In the Wang family, Wang Linfeng also did not understand why they had sent Yu Sheng. What tactic was this? Little did they know that Yi Futian had not considered any tactics at all. Since everyone had seen Yu Sheng's combat power, he would send him again to defeat his opponent by force. "Who wants to fight me?" Yu Sheng looked at Yunhua Business Alliance. He would not forget what happened in the White Jade Tower. Shang Feiyu glanced at the burly figure. Beside him, someone said lightly, "Can I go?" "It's not appropriate for you to fight now." Shang Feiyu shook his head. Then he looked at a person behind him and said, "Li Kuei, you go." "All right." Li Kuei stood up and walked towards the Yunhua battle platform. He was half naked and was not wearing any shirts, while his lower body was covered in armor. When he walked, even the ground seemed to be trembling. His enormous body seemed to be filled with wild power. "It's him." Yi Futian had seen this person. When he just arrived at the White Jade Tower, two other people also walked into the restaurant. One of them was Fire Girl, who had come on a blue phoenix, while the other person was precisely Li Kuei. Li Kuei approached Yu Sheng. He looked serious and did not underestimate his opponent at all. After watching Yu Sheng strike in the last battle, he could obviously feel how powerful Yu Sheng was. This fight would not be easy. Boom! A wild aura suddenly erupted from Li Kuei's body. A golden radiance enveloped his body, and behind him, a giant demon appeared. It was a golden bull that looked majestic and powerful. An extremely violent aura swept across like a storm. Li Kuei was at the center of the golden storm, and he was filled with endless power. Looking at Yu Sheng, he said, "Release your life, spirit, and dharma." Yu Sheng glanced emotionlessly at Li Kuei and said, "Make your attack." Li Kuei was stunned. Staring at Yu Sheng, he said, "Without your life spirit, how do you fight me?" Yu Sheng was somewhat impatient and suddenly walked forward. Following a loud bang, even the battle platform seemed to be trembling. Dong, dong, dong. Yu Sheng just started to walk directly towards Li Kuei, who was staring firmly at his opponent. Was Yu Sheng going to fight him without his life spirit and dharma? Yu Sheng was really looking down on him. "You'll regret this." The aura around Li Kuei became even wilder, and a golden current ascended into the sky. He stepped forward, and faintly, a golden demon bull seemed to be charging out towards Yusheng. His body was covered with a huge golden bull, which had given him an extremely wild power. Then, he charged towards the incoming Yusheng. Such a strong power. Looking at the battle platform, everyone was amused. The two people approached each other and finally collided. At this instant, there seemed to be a real golden bull trampling and destroying everything in its path. Even Yusheng's burly body was enveloped by the terrifying golden storm and engulfed by the enormous illusion. However, inside the storm, Yusheng punched out. Scram! Li Kuei roared in anger. With his body covered in the illusory golden bull, he was like a gigantic demon bull which was charging forward, attempting to eliminate everything. Looking at his power, everyone from the four forces could not keep calm. The people from Yunhua Business Alliance this time were all really strong. Li Kuei was only the third strongest, and there were two more people before him. Yusheng's fist finally landed onto the huge demon bull. Dong! At this instant, Li Kuei only felt his heart miss a beat. Then, the fist penetrated through the golden storm directly, and the illusory golden bull was crushed into pieces. Yusheng's fist smashed onto Li Kuei's chest. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, Li Kuei felt his body fly into the sky and his bones all broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood, after which he fell down and landed in the Yunhua Business Alliance region. Yusheng withdrew his fist. Turning around, he walked back and only left everyone with the elegant view of his back. Again, he instantly defeated his opponent in a single punch. Shang Feiyu looked at the scene before him in bewilderment. Raising his head, he stared at the figure in the distance, and his face darkened. Turning around, he glanced at Shanghai and Shangqing. At the moment, the two were also flabbergasted. However, Shanghai and Shangqing would still not admit their mistake in White Jade Tower. Instead of regret, their minds were only filled with cold, murderous intent. Looking at Yusheng, who was walking back, Wang Yuro's eyes were filled with astonishment. At this instant, she obviously realized that she had underestimated Yusheng's power. Yusheng was definitely a genius, and it was very likely that nobody on the battlefield could compare with him in terms of just physical power. Puff! She took in a deep breath. It seemed like she had to change her tactics, as Yusheng had the chance to stay until the end. Suddenly, on the Wang family viewing platform, the leader of Wang family asked, "Who is he?" Because he trusted Wang Yuro's abilities, he had handed everything regarding the lower Arcana plane fights completely to her and allowed her to use resources to invite cultivators. In any case, he still knew who Wang Yuro had invited. However, 3 of the participants were changed just before the fight, and he actually could not recognize them. The people around him all shook their heads. Nobody knew who Yusheng was. "I think that Wang Linfeng invited them for Yuro. Just now I saw him discussing this with Yuro," someone said. The eyes of the leader sparkled, and he said, "Ask him to come." "Wang Linfeng," someone said. Wang Linfeng, who was immersed in excitement, turned his head and saw many people near the leader of Wang family looking at him. "Come here," the leader said. "Leader, yes." Wang Linfeng bowed and nodded. Then he walked towards the leader of Wang family. At this moment, he knew that he had won. Yusheng had only used 2 battles to win him the bet. Wang Linfeng, who was not in the main branch of Wang family, had never been noticed by the leader. Now he finally had the chance to walk towards the main stage of Wang family. Wang Linfeng could hardly contain his excitement at the moment. He had to thank Shanghai and Shangqing from Yunhua Business Alliance for this. Chapter 407, Keeping a Low Profile. Chapter 407. Keeping a low profile on the Yunhua battle platform, the battle continued. It was the 4th battle, and ThunderClan's turn to challenge someone. As a reciprocation, ThunderClan chose Feng family and eventually lost the fight as its cultivator was being effectively targeted. Both clans had 1 victory and 1 loss each. After 1 round of battle, ThunderClan and Feng family each lost a member. the Wang family did not lose anyone, and Yunhua Business Alliance lost too. The second round began, and it was Yunhua Business Alliance's turn to send someone again. "You go," Shang Feiyu said to a person whose hair was fire red. The person opened his eyes, and a firebolt shot out from his eyes. Nodding gently, he stood up and walked towards the Yunhua battle platform. Demonic blood palm Nyeyin. Everyone's pupil contracted. This was one of the two most powerful lower arcana plane cultivators in Yunhua Business Alliance. He was known as the demonic blood palm because his palm techniques were extremely deadly and could instantly kill his opponents, shattering their organs into pieces. Furthermore, apart from possessing mighty close combat abilities, he was also adept in wind elemental spells and had cultivated agility skills. In Yunhua City, Nie Yun was a famous genius. Nobody expected him to go onto the stage so quickly. However, everyone could understand why Shang Feiyu had decided to do so. This time they had to challenge another clan and were still on the passive side. If Wang family still chose to send Yu Sheng, Yunhua Business Alliance would lose 3 people and have a lower chance of winning in the end. He had to win one battle for now. Therefore, demonic blood palm Nie Yun walked out in advance. With his eyes red as blood, Nie Yun stared at Wang Yuro and said, "I challenge Wang family." Countless people looked at the burly figure in the Wang family's direction. Would he accept the challenge again? Many people guessed that Yu Sheng was a mysterious cultivator whom the Wang family had invited. Indeed, he caught everyone by surprise and instantly defeated 2 people from Yunhua Business Alliance. However, at the moment, Yunhua Business Alliance had sent Yunhua onto the stage. If Yu Sheng accepted the challenge, it would be equivalent to the 2 clans having their decisive battle in advance. Yunhua Business Alliance was forced to make this move. Would Wang family dare to accept it? Yi Futian stared at Wang Yuro. Since Wang Yuro had said that she would decide on the order in which they would participate in the battle, he had no objections. Demonic blood palm Nyeyin, a top genius, Wang Yuro reminded Yi Futian. Then she said to a person behind her, "Lin Qing go." The person's face immediately turned pale. Did she just ask him to fight Nyeyin? The outcome of the battle was obvious. He clearly knew that he was sent only to lose. In addition, demonic blood palm was an extremely dangerous person. He was ferocious and could kill his opponent in one hit. Nevertheless, since he had accepted Wang family's invitation to the battle, he did not have any other choices. The situation of any battlefield was indeed unpredictable. He also did not expect himself to fight Nyeyin. Standing up, he walked towards the Yunhua battle platform, looking somewhat desperate. Yi Futian glanced at Wang Yuro. It seemed that after seeing Yu Sheng's powers, Wang Yuro had changed her plan. She wanted to keep Yu Sheng to the end instead of having the decisive battle in advance, because she was also worried that in the latter case the other 2 clans would reap the spoils effortlessly. If Wang family and Yunhua Business Alliance fought too hard at the start, causing their strongest members to be eliminated, Thunder Clan and Feng family would target them at the end without hesitation. What Wang Yuro did not know was that even demonic blood palm Nyeyin was completely no match for Yu Sheng. Just like expected, Lin Qing lost terribly. After taking just a single strike, he was severely injured and taken down from the stage by others. Although there were generous rewards for participating in the battle of the 4 factions, there was also an intense danger. Wang Yuro looked on calmly. Lin Qing was the weakest person in her party, and therefore she had chosen him to be eliminated. Every year during this battle, the 4 clans would fight each other with their wits and strengths. Even if Yu Sheng could really win Nyeyin, Wang Yuro would also not send him. Otherwise, she would destroy the balance, and the other 3 clans would jointly target Wang family. It was all right to have an advantage, but certainly not a huge one. Li Kuei was quite a powerful cultivator, and indeed the 3rd strongest in Yunhua Business Alliance. They had already gained a lot after Yu Sheng eliminated him from the tournament. Just like the previous round, the Feng family challenged the Thunder Clan and lost for the same reason. Next, it was Wang family's turn again. Wang Yuro still did not send Yi Futian or his friends onto the stage. Instead, she sent another person who was similarly among the weakest in her party. Shang Feiyu sneered and sent someone who won the fight easily. Yuro deliberately sent 2 people to lose. The cultivators from Wang family naturally knew Wang Yuro's tactics. She had sent the weakest 2 onto the stage to keep the subtle balance on the Yunyue battle platform. The leader of Wang family nodded his head in satisfaction as he really liked Wang Yuro's decision. If they kept sending out strong people and gained a huge advantage, it would slowly turn into a disadvantage instead. She knew how to make a choice and keep a good balance in the arena. After that, Thunder Clan also sent someone who lost to Feng family. After the second round, the 4 clans each lost 2 people in the tournament, and everything seemed to have returned to its original state. The third round began, and it was Yunyue Business Alliance's turn again. This time, however, Shang Feiyu did not send Nyayun. A person walked out from Yunyue Business Alliance and stood at the center of the platform, looking in Wang family's direction. Obviously, he was here to challenge Wang family. The 4 forces seemed to have reached a hidden consensus. Lung, he mainly cultivates spells and is skilled in ice and metal elements. He is good in both offense and defense and is also quite a famous sorcerer, Wang Yuro introduced. Then, she turned her head and looked at Yi Futian. "Can you win?" "No problem," Yi Futian replied. "I'm not talking about you, Shang." "I mean you," Wang Yuro added. "Yes." Yi Futian still nodded. "All right, you shall go then." Wang Yuro turned her head back. Yi Futian stood up and walked to the center of the Yunyue battle platform. In Yunyue Business Alliance, many people saw Yi Futian and started paying more attention. He was with Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen, and among them, he seemed to be the leader. Yu Sheng had already displayed his talents. What about him? Shanghai, Shangqing, Lulan, and Sorcerer Wu all seemed to be interested. Apart from them, the people near the leader of Wang family were also interested in Yi Futian's powers. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen were swapped into the battle just before it started. They wondered how strong Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen were. In the next fight, they would see for themselves one of them. Lung He and Yi Futian stood opposite each other. Suddenly, a golden and white radiance glittered around them, and a wave of coldness swept past, along with a sharp aura. On the other hand, Yi Futian's body was surrounded with a flame-red radiance, which was condensed from fire elemental spiritual qi. It was as if his body was covered with fire, which eliminated the coldness. Lung, he waved his hand, and a spell was cast at once. Immediately, Yi Futian's surrounding was filled with ice will. Around him, many ice pillars appeared and actually started to wind like vines, attempting to engulf him. Yi Futian walked forward, but the terrifying ice pillars blocked his path and sealed the space. However, Yi Futian did not stop at all and continued advancing. The fire on his body was like a furnace which melted the ice pillars. Soon, he walked out of the frozen space directly. Buzz! Lung, he waved his hand fiercely. Suddenly, many golden pythons swept towards Yi Futian, blotting out the sky. On Yi Futian's body, the frightening furnace-like fire was still burning wildly. He charged towards the incoming spells, which were melted into nothingness upon touching his body. Therefore, he managed to dash towards Lung He directly. Seeing the scene, Lung He's expression changed slightly. Then he released his life spirit and dharma, which was an enormous python. The gigantic python had 2 colors, gold and white, corresponding to the 2 elements. The python breathed out, and the ice elemental spiritual qi around him charged wildly towards Yi Futian. The space itself seemed to have turned into a silvery world, and even the audience could feel waves of coldness. After that, many monstrous golden pythons charged towards Yi Futian's body again. Suddenly, a splashing sound was heard. In the silvery world, countless vines bloomed from Yi Futian's body and towards the huge pythons. The vines wound around the pythons and flames burst out from the vines, incinerating all of them. At the same time, the vines continued to extend wildly and broke out from the frozen world directly, sweeping towards Lung He's body. His spells are stronger than Lung He's. Everyone's eyes sparkled. The outcome of a battle between two sorcerers depended on the relative powers of their spells. Clearly, Lung He was suppressed. The giant python charged out, but the countless vines wound around the python directly. Then they continued forward and destroyed everything in their path. Soon they wrapped around Lung He's body and lifted him into the air. What spell is this? Lung He froze in his spot. Why is this wood elemental spell so powerful? Lock of 1,000 vines, Yi Futian replied. It can't be. That is only an ordinary wood elemental spell, and not this powerful. Although Lung He was not talented in wood elemental spells, he still knew about them. It is this powerful in my hands. Yi Futian smiled. Then the vines smashed Lung He towards the ground. I admit defeat. Lung He shouted. His body stopped right before he was about to hit the ground, after which he was thrown in Yunhua Business Alliance's direction. The spells disappeared. Yi Futian turned around and walked back to Wang family. Looking at his back, Shanghai and Shangqing's eyes were filled with coldness. Yi Futian was actually also quite strong. Although he was not as powerful as Yu Sheng, he was certainly not weak. The people from Wang family all nodded slightly. Although they were not too surprised, the outcome was still favorable. After Yi Futian sat back down in his seat, Wang Yuro said softly, "Not bad." Yi Futian smiled and did not say anything else. The battle continued, and just like the previous rounds, after the third round ended, the balance between the four forces was still maintained. The fourth and the fifth rounds continued. Yi Wuqian also participated in one battle. Just like Yi Futian, this single-armed swordsman did not astonish everyone, but his sword skills were still commendable, and he defeated his opponent. After the 5 rounds, the four forces each had 5 cultivators left. The atmosphere around the battlefield turned even tenser. Everyone knew that after keeping the balance for 5 rounds, the cultivators who managed to remain were all very powerful. The situation could change at any time. Be careful. Next, the real battle is starting, Wang Yuro reminded. Apart from her, they only had 4 assisting cultivators left, namely Xing Feng, Yi Futian, and his 2 friends. Because Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuqian all had a good performance, Wang Yuro had decided to keep them until now. It seemed that Wang Linfeng was indeed right in his choice. Chapter 408, Not Allowed to Win? Chapter 408, Not Allowed to Win? The 6th round still started with Yunhua Business Alliance. At the moment, apart from Shangfeiyu, the 4 remaining cultivators in Yunhua Business Alliance were all very powerful, especially demonic Blood Palm Yeyun and Yi Xiao, the strongest assisting cultivator in the lower Arcana Plane section. Yi Xiao was also the person who posed the biggest threat to the other 3 clans. If Yi Xiao could stay until the end with Shangfeiyu, but the assisting cultivators from 2 out of the 3 other forces were already eliminated by then, the outcome of the tournament would be decided. In the first part of the previous tournament between the 4 factions, Yunhua Business Alliance had emerged first, while ThunderClan second. The reason was that Yunhua Business Alliance had invited a very strong cultivator to assist them. He eliminated all the assisting cultivators from Wang family and Feng family, but did not touch the people from the ThunderClan. The reason was simple. If he did also eliminate the assisting cultivators from the ThunderClan, in the final battle the other 3 forces would jointly attack Yunhua Business Alliance, as they would have more people left. On the other hand, by not eliminating the cultivators from ThunderClan, Yunhua Business Alliance and ThunderClan would each eliminate 1 other family by themselves in the final battle, after which they would fight. This time, Yi Xiao also posed an extremely large threat to the rest. Apart from Yi Xiao and demonic Blood Palm Yin, there were 2 other assisting cultivators, namely Broadsword Master and Guyan. Broadsword Master was a nickname this particular cultivator obtained after being famous because of his broadsword techniques. The other three forces speculated that he was about as strong as Li Kuei, whom Yu Sheng had defeated, perhaps even more dangerous because his broadsword was too quick and cold. Gu Yin was the weakest among the four, but was still known by quite many. At the moment, nobody remaining on the Yunyue battle platform was weak. Just like what many had guessed, Gu Yin walked out from Yunyue Business Alliance this time. As the champion of the last tournament, Yunyue Business Alliance would obviously not break the balance actively. It would be fine as long as they were not too far behind. Although they had already lost Li Kuei, their disadvantage would disappear as the tournament continued, and all the forces only had for assisting cultivators left. Gu Yin still challenged Wang family. "Who wants to go?" Wang Yuro asked. At the moment, only Xingfeng, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen were still in the tournament. "Yu Sheng," Yi Futian said. Wang Yuro nodded gently. They could no longer afford any mistakes now, so it would be good for Yu Sheng to go. When it was their turn, one of Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen would have to be sacrificed. Yu Sheng walked out, and Gu Yan's face turned somewhat pale. He knew his powers. Since Li Kuei was defeated in a single hit, he would certainly not win. Nobody doubted the outcome of this battle. Just like the previous two fights, Yu Sheng ended the battle in just one hit without any suspense. Then it was Feng family's turn. Similarly, they sent their weakest member to be sacrificed. Just like Wang family, ThunderClan sent a powerful person who easily defeated their opponent. In such a situation, nobody wanted to become the weakest one. After that, it was Wang family again. This time, who will go? Wang Yuro asked. Among these three people, one had to be eliminated now. Wuchen, you or me? Yi Futian asked. I'll go, Yi Wuchen replied. Standing up, he walked towards the Yunyue battle platform. Wang Yuro did not say anything. Yu Sheng must not be eliminated now. It seemed that between Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen, they had chosen Yi Wuchen to be sacrificed. Yunyue Business Alliance. Yi Wuchen was carrying two swords behind his back. One of his arms was missing and the long sleeve swung in the wind. He still chose to challenge Yunyue Business Alliance. Who's willing to go? Shang Feiyu asked. At the moment, he had 3 cultivators left beside him, and none of them was weak, to say the least. Any of them should be able to defeat Yi Wuchen without difficulty. They had all watched Yi Wuchen's previous battle. His sword techniques were fine, but not strong enough. I'll go, Broadsword Master said. Since Yi Wuchen was a swordsman, he would be more than happy to eliminate Yi Wuchen. All right. Shang Feiyu nodded. Then, Broadsword Master approached the center of the battle platform and stood opposite Yi Wuchen. Your sword is too slow. You should go down yourself, Broadsword Master said, looking at Yi Wuchen. He had paid close attention to Yi Wuchen's previous battle from the start to the end. Yi Wuchen's skills were not bad, but too slow. With such skills, Yi Wuchen would not stand a chance against him. I don't have such a habit, Yi Wuchen replied calmly. If I take my broadsword out, I can't promise that you can leave alive, Broadsword Master said coldly. Everyone agreed with Broadsword Master's words. He was comparable to Li Kuei, but his broadsword was even more dangerous, as it could kill his opponent in one strike. If he really fought, nobody could promise that Yi Wuchen would leave alive. You talk too much, Yi Wuchen said. A gust of sword will circled around his body. Immediately, it was as if he turned into a sharp sword drawn from the sheath. Many traces of sword will flew on his body. Since you want to die, I'll grant you that, Broadsword Master said emotionlessly. Similarly, a powerful gust of broadsword will filled his body. In his hand, broadsword will condensed into a broadsword. Broadsword Master turned his hand slightly, and a cold light was reflected from the blade. Coincidentally, perhaps, the freezing light actually shot towards Yi Wuchen's eyes. Yi Wuchen still looked at his opponent calmly as he stood straight at his spot. Buzz! A frightening gust of wind suddenly swept across, in which broadsword was actually fused. The chilly wind blew onto Yi Wuchen's body, just like the cold light from the blade. The whizzing wind grew in intensity and turned into broadsword that enveloped the space like a storm of blades. Yi Wuchen and Broadsword Master were both inside the storm. Broadsword Master walked towards Yi Wuchen step by step. The broadsword around him became stronger with every step that he took. As he wandered inside the storm of blades, the terrifying environment tried to crush Yi Wuchen, who was at the center of the storm, into pieces. He's in danger, Wang Yuro reminded Yi Futian. It was very likely that Broadsword Master would kill his opponent. Let's just watch, Yi Futian replied emotionlessly. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Wang Yuro did not say anything else. Since they had chosen this themselves, they would not be able to blame her even if something unfortunate happened. Many people could sense how strong Broadsword Master was at the moment. Watch closely, Broadsword Master suddenly said. Then his body seemed to have dissolved into the storm. When Yi Wuchen heard his words, the broadsword appeared. The broadsword reached towards Yi Wuchen along with the wind. The lightning-like strike was so fast that many people could not even react. The blade merged with the wind and struck down. Many people could not bear watching the fight anymore. What would happen to Yi Wuchen after the hit? The blade finally landed. It severed Yi Wuchen's body, but everyone realized that an overlapping figure appeared there. It was an afterimage. In the storm, Yi Wuchen seemed to have vanished, and there was only a sword. The sword made a perfect arc in the air, freezing its surrounding. Then the storm dissipated. Everyone realized that Yi Wuchen was already behind Broadsword Master and facing him sideways. Broadsword Master was still in the posture of striking his sword down, but there was a trace of blood on his neck. Blood poured out from the wound. Is it fast? Yi Wuchen said. Then he turned around and left without even looking at Broadsword Master. The broadsword disappeared and Broadsword Master stared firmly at Yi Wuchen. He covered his neck with his hands, which were soon colored by blood. He took a few steps backward, trembly, after which he collapsed onto the ground. Blood colored the entire ground. Countless people froze and stared at the person who had fallen onto the battle platform. The person who lost was actually Broadsword Master. This was the first person who died on the stage. The reason was simply that he was slower than Yi Wuchen, but he wanted Yi Wuchen dead. Therefore he died instead. Shang Feiyu looked coldly at the scene before him, as someone from Shang family went up to remove the corpse. At the moment, most people from Shang family were also staring at Yi Wuchen. Wang family seemed to have invited a few cultivators who were unknown but powerful. Was this meant to be a surprise for them? It was, of course, unnecessary to describe the emotions of Shanghai and Shangqing at the moment. Beside them, a strange expression appeared on Demon Swordsman's face, after which he smiled and remarked, "Interesting. It's only that his level is too low." Looking at Yi Wuchen, who walked back and sat down quietly, Wang Yuro was completely astonished. She had not expected that apart from Yushang, Yi Wuchen was so strong as well. She suddenly realized that since Yi Wuchen did not display all his powers in his first battle, then how about Yi Futian? Was he also as strong as Yushang? Wang Yuro has invited some powerful people this time. Someone in Yunhua Business Alliance suddenly said. This was the first time an important person among them spoke. They had all been watching the battle in silence previously. However, at the moment they realized that Wang Yuro had given even a surprise. Wang Yuro did not even expect this herself. After the battle, they still had 4 people left, but Yunhua Business Alliance only had 2. This was supposed to be a good thing, as it was an advantage. However, noticing that the 3 other forces were all looking at them, Wang Yuro did not feel pleased at all. Instead, she felt that they were in a bad situation. "I challenge Wang family," someone from ThunderClan said. Wang Yuro could feel her heart sink. The important people from Wang family also frowned. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuqian had displayed their strong combat powers one after another, so obviously the other three forces would be scared of the threat they posed. At the moment, the person who walked out from the Thunder Clan was the weakest among the four they had. Clearly, he was meant to be sacrificed. He walked out not for victory, but to display their attitude. Wang Yuro's eyes sparkled, and she seemed to be hesitant. "We can't win this," Xingfeng said softly. Wang Yuro's eyes glittered as she stared at Xingfeng. Xingfeng glanced at Wang Yuro, after which he turned to look at Yi Futian beside her and said, "You shall go. You are only allowed to lose this and not win." If they won this again, the advantage of Wang family would be too big. The other three forces would very likely jointly target them. Not allowed to win? Yi Futian frowned. Previously, Wang Yuro had said that they had to listen to her and Xingfeng. He had no objections and allowed Wang Yuro to decide on the order they had to fight. But losing deliberately? "I don't know how to do that," Yi Futian replied coldly. Xingfeng frowned and said, "Even if you don't, you still must lose." Yi Wuqian glanced at him coldly and said, "If you want to lose, just go yourself." In Yunhua Business Alliance's direction, Shang Feiyu urged coldly, "Is Wang family sending anyone or not?" "Go, quick," Xingfeng said coldly. Yi Futian glanced emotionlessly at Xingfeng. What Wang Yuro had said earlier was indeed correct. If the three of them all managed to remain until the end, they would definitely have at least 12 battles, because everyone else would target Wang family. However, they wanted him to lose deliberately so that the other three forces would not jointly attack them. Was that even necessary? Chapter 409. Xingfeng out. Chapter 409. Xingfeng out as Wang Yuro watched Xingfeng and Yi Futian argue. A strange look flashed across her eyes, and many thoughts appeared in her mind. With the combat powers that Yu Sheng and Yi Wuqian had displayed, they had caused some trouble to the Wang family. But if they could stay until the end, they would very likely allow Wang family to be the final winner. However, the problem was that the other three forces would not allow Wang family to win so easily. She also understood that Xingfeng's views were different from hers. She was considering completely for the benefit of her family and only wanted to win in this tournament. At the very least, they had to get the second place. On the other hand, while Xingfeng also wanted them to win, he certainly had to think for himself as well. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuqian came together, and the latter two had a fantastic performance earlier, endangering his position. Therefore, he wanted to find a balance and let Yi Futian or his friends be eliminated one by one so that he could stay until the end. This way, he would receive credit for the victory. Otherwise, he would receive almost nothing if they won, but be punished if they lost. In such a circumstance, it was obvious what Xingfeng would do. Yi Futian sneered and glanced at Xingfeng, after which he said, "Yu Sheng, you go." "All right." Yu Sheng nodded. Standing up, he walked towards the battle platform. The people from Thunder Clan saw this, and all sneered. At the moment they saw Yu Sheng stand up, they knew that Wang family did not want to lose this fight. Otherwise, they would not sacrifice Yu Sheng. Actually, Thunder Clan did not want to win this round at all, because if they did, there would be 3 assisting cultivators left in Wang family, but 4 in Thunder Clan. By then, the Thunder Clan would have replaced Wang family as being in the most advantageous position. They would only be helping Wang family out. Hence, they chose to sacrifice the weakest person and keep the stronger ones so that they would not be targeted. After this battle, the people from Yunhua Business Alliance and Feng family would also probably challenge Wang family. After these 3 families fought, what would happen? When it was Thunder Clan's turn again, they would have absolute control over the situation. The battle between the 4 factions was not just a test of combat, but also of tactics and strategies. Of course, in the end, combat power was still the most important factor. If a force was too weak, it would be eliminated by the rest first. At the moment, although Yunhua Business Alliance seemed to be on the losing end, The two people left in their team were Yi Xiao and demonic blood palm Yin, whom nobody dared to challenge easily. They seemed to be in a disadvantageous position, but because the cultivators they had invited were too strong, it would still be difficult to eliminate them directly. However, if the people whom they had invited were weak, the situation would be totally different. In Wang family's direction, Xingfeng realized that Yi Futian had asked Yu Sheng to go and stared coldly at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian ignored him completely and only looked emotionlessly at the battle platform. It was still a simple battle. Yu Sheng defeated his opponent in the most direct way and then returned. Immediately, many people from the other three forces all started looking in Wang family's direction. After this round, there were 4 people left in Wang family, 3 in Thunder Clan and Feng family, and 2 in Yunhua Business Alliance. Moreover, Wang family had an advantage not only in their number of cultivators, but also the power of their cultivators. Xingfeng, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuqian had already displayed their strong combat abilities, and everyone also started to suspect Yi Futian's power. In such a situation, the other 3 forces could clearly not tolerate Wang family to continue being the strongest. What is Euro thinking? The leader of Wang family stared at the Yunhua battle platform. Wang family had an advantage too early and had attracted the attention of the other 3 families. It was very likely that they would be targeted by everyone else. The balance was destroyed, and the atmosphere on the Yunhua battle platform turned quiet at once. Among the 2 assisting cultivators left in Yunhua Business Alliance, one suddenly walked out. Immediately, everyone's look froze. The person who walked out was Yi Xiao. He was the strongest assisting cultivator in Yunhua Business Alliance, and very likely also the strongest in the 4 families. He was going to participate in this battle, and from this, it was obvious how determined Yunhua Business Alliance was to win. If they sent demonic blood palm Nieyun instead, Wang family might send Xingfeng, and Nieyun could lose. In that case, Yunhua Business Alliance would be in a completely passive situation. Therefore, Yi Xiao went onto the stage. In the Wang family's direction, Wang Yuro's face turned slightly pale. Xingfeng glanced coldly at Yi Futian and said, "Idiot! Now who do you send?" Yi Futian looked back coldly and said, "You." Xingfeng was stunned. Yi Futian sneered and added, "Until now, you have yet to participate in a battle. It's your turn." "You are crossing the line," Xingfeng replied coldly. He asked Yi Futian to go and lose the battle precisely because he was worried that Yi Futian and his friends would threaten his position. Indeed, Yi Futian wanted to eliminate him now. Yi Xiao was probably the strongest assisting cultivator, and at least in the top 3. He was also the last person Xingfeng wanted to fight with. However, Yi Futian asked him to go and fight. "Wang family, what is happening?" A person from Yunhua Business Alliance said emotionlessly. "Since you don't dare to fight, we will just consider you as giving up. You shall be eliminated directly," Xingfeng said coldly, staring at Yi Futian. Wang Yuro similarly looked at Yi Futian. Clearly, she also hoped that Yi Futian could fight this round. Xingfeng was very strong and must not be eliminated early. If Xingfeng lost to Yi Xiao, they would not be able to predict the consequences. Realizing that Wang Yuro was looking at him, Yi Futian said emotionlessly, "Him or us?" After that, he just looked in front of him. At first, he did not want any trouble and only wanted to go up and defeat Yi Xiao directly. However, since Xingfeng was creating trouble, Yi Futian would not mind to let him be eliminated. Since Xingfeng was trying to play small tricks, he might as well scram. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Wang Yuro's face darkened right away. From her perspective, she would obviously choose to sacrifice Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian said that she had to choose between him and his friends and Xingfeng. Who should she choose? If she gave up Yi Futian and his friends, only Xingfeng would be left as her assisting cultivator. What would happen then? Hearing Yi Futian's words, Xing Feng's face turned extremely black. The thing that he was worried about finally happened. Yi Futian did not go up to the battle stage to lose, probably because he wanted to eliminate Xing Feng. You go. I'll give you the spirit refining grass, Wang Yuro said. If she had to choose between Yi Futian and his friends and Xing Feng, she would obviously choose Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen. However, if she only had to choose between Xing Feng and Yi Futian, she would choose Xing Feng. She knew well that Xing Feng was extremely strong, but she was unsure of Yi Futian's real combat ability. Hence, she promised Yi Futian that she would still give him the spirit refining grass if he agreed to fight Yi Xiao. After he is eliminated, I will guarantee you victory. Yi Futian stared at Wang Yuro, who also looked back. The two stared at each other for a while. From Yi Futian's eyes, Wang Yuro could only see firm confidence and arrogance. Near the battle drum, the person from Yunhua Business Alliance said coldly, "If Wang family does not send someone, you will be considered as admitting defeat. One person shall be eliminated." As the supervisor of the tournament, he had the rights to maintain the rules of the tournament. Xing Feng, go. Wang Yuro shouted. She was still staring at Yi Futian coldly. Xing Feng was stunned, after which his face darkened. Wang Yuro had already made her decision. If he did not fight, he would be eliminated anyway. Standing up, Xing Feng glanced coldly at Yi Futian, but did not say anything. Then he walked towards the Yunhua business platform. Seeing the scene, many people seemed to be surprised. They did not understand why Wang Yuro would send Xing Feng this round. Was she trying to risk everything in a single venture? If Xing Feng won, Yunhua Business Alliance would be destroyed totally. If Xing Feng could win Yi Xiao, he could also defeat Nie Yun in the next turn. But what if Xing Feng lost? Wang Yuro's risky tactic caused many to be confused. However, although they were puzzled, they were looking forward to the fight. Would the battle between Yi Xiao and Xing Feng be the decisive fight between Yunhua Business Alliance and Wang family? The other two families were also happy to see this situation. The two people on the stage released their all-powerful auras. Yi Xiao's body was covered in a dazzling golden light. He raised his arm and a golden, sharp palm extended out from his hand. Fused with spells, the palm print grabbed toward Xing Feng across space. The entire region seemed to be covered by the palm print, which blotted out the sky as it struck toward Xing Feng. Xing Feng did not dare to hesitate and released his life spirit and dharma directly, which was actually a monstrously violent dragon. Raising his hand, he punched out, and his fist collided with the golden palm print, crushing it to pieces. Suddenly, Yi Xiao started walking forward. Behind him, a brilliant radiance also appeared, which turned out to be a row of golden palm prints. They circled around Yi Xiao and released eye-catching golden light. Yi Xiao formed a seal with his hands, after which he released the attack. Immediately, many palm prints pressed down from the sky and destroyed everything in their path. Such a violent attack. Everyone was astonished by the attack. Yi Xiao was very adept in aggressive skills and could release many palm prints to annihilate his enemies. The two attacked each other aggressively, but very quickly everyone realized that Xing Feng was suppressed by Yi Xiao and was in a disadvantage. Xing Feng is going to lose, many people thought. The people from Yunhua Business Alliance all sneered, and Shang Feiyu also looked in Wang Yuro's direction. At the moment, Wang Yuro also looked frustrated, and she said, "Now, are you happy?" "I said that you'll win," Yi Futian replied. "You sound so confident. What if you don't win?" Wang Yuro stared coldly at Yi Futian. "If we don't win, you can do whatever you want of me. What if we win?" Yi Futian stared at Wang Yuro. "If you can get us first, I'll also let you do whatever you want of me." Wang Yuro said emotionlessly, staring at Yi Futian's eyes. "Sure, I'll remember that." Yi Futian smiled. Just as what everyone had expected, Xing Feng was defeated by Yi Xiao. When the battle ended, Xing Feng's face was as dark as it could possibly get. He came to the tournament with much confidence and wanted to help Wang family to stand out from the rest. He was not satisfied with just joining Wang family. He wanted Wang Euro. However, he only had one battle in the tournament, in which he lost. With a weak aura around him and blood flowing out from his mouth, Xing Feng walked back step by step. When he returned beside Wang Euro said, "Thanks." Xing Feng gave a self-mocking smile. Clearly, he knew that Wang Euro said it only out of sympathy. "After the tournament ends, I'll wait for you," Xing Feng said coldly to Yi Futian. "Scram," Yi Futian replied and did not bother to argue with Xing Feng. If Xing Feng did not provoke Yi Futian first, he would not have been eliminated. Xing Feng's face turned cold, and he walked down from the battle platform, but he did not leave the place. He would like to see how Yi Futian was going to die later. Chapter 410, Avatar of God. Chapter 410, Avatar of God. The atmosphere on the Yunhua battle platform became even tenser. At the moment, everyone was well aware that the phase right before the final battle had already begun. From this instant on, every step that a force took would be of paramount importance, as they might lose everything should they make a single mistake. All the 4 clans did not dare to be careless. Below the battle platform, the cultivators from the 4 forces all seemed to be rather anxious. The ranking in this tournament would determine the resource allocation in the next year, which was instrumental to them. Nobody in Wang family had expected Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen to stay until the very end. Nobody had met them before or knew who they were. On the other hand, Xing Feng, the most powerful person Wang Euro had invited, was eliminated early. It seemed that the situation at the moment was not favorable towards Wang family. Wang Linfeng was also staring at the battle platform. What exactly happened there? Why did Xing Feng participate in the previous fight? What would happen next? He had a feeling that whatever that was about to come would very likely change his destiny. Beside the crowd, Yang Ling and Yang Yi stared at the Yunhua battle platform nervously. They did not expect Yi Futian and his friends to be so strong. They had not even lost a fight yet. Yang Ling clenched his fists tightly, as if he was even more anxious than he would be should he be the person on the battlefield instead. At the moment, Yi Futian had already won over 6 battles and could get the map he wanted. In the following battles, Yi Futian would be fighting solely for the spirit-refining grass. Moreover, every battle that followed would be extremely dangerous. On the Yunhua battle platform, Wang family, Feng family, and Thunder Clan each had 3 cultivators left, while Yunhua Business Alliance had 2. There seemed to be a subtle balance, once again. However, the 3 forces had displayed their intention to target Wang family earlier. Would they continue? It was Feng family's turn to challenge someone. Countless people looked at the cultivators from Feng family. This time, the person from Feng family in the lower Arcana Plane tournament was Feng Yu, a genius from the family. Feng Yu's eyes sparkled as he stared at the 3 other forces before him. It was now his turn to challenge someone. No matter which clan he chose to challenge, the person whom he sent would be targeted, and he was not confident that they would certainly win. The only possible weaker force was Wang family, but of course, it was only a possibility. After all, Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen had yet to fight anyone who was sufficiently powerful. "We give up our rights to challenge the others," Feng Yu suddenly said, causing many people to be shocked. Was Feng family giving up their rights so early? This would mean that from now on, Feng family could no longer challenge any other forces and only passively accept challenges. Of course, it may seem on the superficial level that giving up would be beneficial, as Feng Yu did not need to send anyone out only to be targeted. Instead, he only needed to send someone to respond to challenges based on the strength of his opponents. This was clearly advantageous. However, in the previous tournaments, no force would give up so early. Nobody was stupid, and all the forces knew the benefits of giving up. The only time when a force would choose to give up early was when it was jointly targeted by the other 3, or when all the 4 forces had decided to give up and enter the group battle phase directly. Nevertheless, it was actually a good time for Feng family to give up. At the moment, they were not on the losing end and had also not exposed their most powerful cultivators, so the other forces would not dare to challenge them easily. There was already resentment between Wang family and Yunhua Business Alliance. Therefore, it was highly unlikely that Feng family would be targeted by anyone else. The more probable situation was that all the four parties would give up and start the final battle directly. Once they entered the final stage, one of Yunhua Business Alliance and Wang family would definitely be eliminated first. Feng family and Thunder Clan had always had an unspoken agreement on it. Feng family gave up. Therefore, the pressure they were experiencing was transferred onto Wang family, or more specifically Wang Yuro. Wang Yuro looked in front of her and started to think quickly. Even if she chose to challenge someone, who should she choose? Wang family would be targeted anyway. I also give up, Wang Yuro said. Just after she finished speaking, many people took a deep breath. Was the final battle coming early? Feng family and Wang family had given up one after another. It was likely that Thunder Clan and Yunhua Business Alliance would do the same. Yi Futian glanced at Wang Yuro in surprise. Nevertheless, from Wang Yuro's perspective, this was the most appropriate strategy. Next, it'll be time for you to prove yourself, Wang Yuro said to Yi Futian. No matter how much she was unhappy about Yi Futian earlier, they would be fighting alongside each other in the following battle. Prove myself. Yi Futian smiled and said, Your encouragement seems so fake. What did he need to prove? After Wang Yuro gave up, countless people stared at Thunder Clan. Lei Xingtian glanced at everyone and grinning, he said, I also give up. At such a time, nobody was willing to send someone onto the stage only to be targeted. Otherwise, they might lose the person and be eliminated earlier in the final battle. They would rather have the final battle early. Therefore, in the end, it was Yunhua Business Alliance's turn again. As long as Yunhua Business Alliance also gave up, the last phase of the tournament would begin immediately. It was too fast. Nobody expected the final battle this time to come so quickly. On the battle platform, the four forces still had a total of 11 assisting cultivators. Shang Feiyu was still sitting on his seat. With a cold expression on his face, he raised his head and stared at Wang Yuro and Yi Futian, who were opposite him. If they were to enter the final battle now, Yunhua Business Alliance would only have 2 assisting cultivators, while the others each had 3. What would happen then? Shang Feiyu did not know, but he would not bet. The other 3 forces wanted Yunhua Business Alliance to enter the final battle with a disadvantage. Was it possible? Feng family, Thunder Clan, I'm afraid you have to eliminate another person from your side so that you are in the same situation as me, Shang Feiyu said. Everyone's eyes sparkled as they stared at Shang Feiyu. How domineering he was. As for Wang family, don't even think about keeping a single person. Shang Feiyu glanced at Wang family coldly. Then he looked at Feng family and said, Feng family, do you have any objections? Feng Yu's face darkened. Beside Shang Feiyu, both Yi Xiao and Nya Yun stood up. Clearly, if he chose not to agree, Shang Feiyu would challenge Feng family directly. If Feng Yu sent the weakest person he would surely lose. If he sent someone stronger, what if he lost? The people from Yunhua Business Alliance were all satisfied with Shang Feiyu's performance. He was domineering in the first place. Yunhua Business Alliance would never be on the weaker side. It seems like Feng Yu's plan failed, many people muttered to themselves. Feng, you would definitely not bet. All right. Indeed. Feng Yu smiled and nodded at one of the cultivators. The person's face turned pale, and turning around, he left directly. He did not even fight, because he would certainly lose. He could obviously beat neither Yi Xiao nor Nya Yin. Then, Shang Feiyu looked at Thunder Clan and asked, How about Thunder Clan? At the moment, the other 3 forces had given up. Therefore, Yunhua Business Alliance had the initiative and could challenge others continuously. Fine, I agree. Smiling, Lei Xingtian nodded and also gave up a person. The forces had the same number of cultivators left again, except for Wang family. Just now, Shang Feiyu had said that he would not allow Wang family to have anyone left. Realizing that Shang Feiyu was staring at her, Wang Yuro's face turned pale. Turning around, she looked at Yi Futian. If Yi Futian was really so strong, this would be the time for him to display it. At the moment, demonic blood palm Yin had already walked to the center of the Yunyue battle platform and was staring at Wang family. You go. Wang Yuro said to Yi Futian. No need. Yu Sheng stood up directly and walked out, causing Wang Yuro to be stunned. She looked at Yu Sheng and then at Yi Futian. No need? The words were simple and yet filled with confidence. Was Yu Sheng confident that he could win Nie Yin? He said that there was no need for Yi Futian to go, which meant that Yi Futian was very strong as well. Wang Yuro realized that Yi Futian was only looking at Yu Sheng. What a mysterious guy, she thought. She felt that she could no longer understand Yi Futian. Seeing Yu Sheng walk out, many people said to themselves, "It seems like Wang family does not want to give up." Demonic blood palm Nie Yin looked at Yu Sheng coldly. Terrifying blood-red light flashed in his eyes. Nie Yin reached out his hand, which were glittering with a bright red radiance that looked like the color of both flame and blood. This time, Yu Sheng would really face a powerful cultivator. It would be impossible for him to win the battle like he did before. Your battle will end here, Nie Yin said coldly. Around him, a frightening blood-red radiance spread and enveloped the entire region. Even the people from afar could feel a terrifying aura. Then, everyone saw Nie Yin charge towards Yu Sheng. His speed was incredibly fast. Nie Yin withdrew his palm slightly towards himself. With his palm red as blood, he suddenly struck forward. At once, an enormous, monstrous red palm print appeared in the sky. Standing at his spot like a solid tower, Yu Sheng raised his arm and punched towards the incoming red palm print directly without any hesitation. Idiot, Shang Feiyu said coldly. Reacting to Nie Yin's palm print by force? Yu Sheng was only trying to kill himself. Noticing the scene, the rest also felt that Yu Sheng was going to have a miserable ending. The two fists finally collided with each other. Immediately, a frightening power from the blood-red palm print charged into Yu Sheng's arm. Yu Sheng's face was still emotionless. A force flew in his body and eliminated the foreign power. On the other hand, Nie Yin only felt an extremely overpowering force penetrate through his fist. His arm trembled, and he felt as if it was going to split apart. He backed off like the wind, but Yu Sheng took a step forward and grabbed Nie Yin's wrist with his hand. He wasn't blown backward. Many people looked at Yu Sheng's hand in astonishment. Demonic blood palm, Nie Yin's palm print, did not send Yu Sheng flying. Instead, Yu Sheng did not seem to be affected at all. Nie Yin's expression also changed drastically as he looked at the scene before him. Totally bewildered, he punched out with his other hand, but at the same time Yu Sheng also moved. Yu Sheng ascended into the sky directly, bring along Nie Yin's body. At this instant, Nie Yin actually felt that he could not resist at all. Buzz! Nie Yin's body was tossed about in the air, while Yu Sheng walked towards Yunyue Business Alliance. Then he suddenly descended and smashed Nie Yin's body towards the ground like he was the avatar of God. Bang! The Yunyue battle platform trembled violently as Nie Yin's body landed in front of Shang Feiyu. At this instant, Shang Feiyu's heart skipped a beat. Apart from him, everyone could not help but be totally startled. The burly figure standing on the Yunyue battle platform only looked like the invincible god at the moment. Wang Yuro's body trembled uncontrollably. At the instant when Nie Yin was smashed onto the ground, she felt as if her heart was being punched heavily. That was Nie Yin, demonic blood palm Nie Yin. However, was there any difference between this battle and the previous ones? Chapter 411, Who wants the third place? Chapter 411. Who wants the third place? Yu Sheng stood proudly on the Yunhua battle platform. At the moment, everyone was staring at him with a very different look. He just defeated demonic blood palm Yin in a quick and overpowering manner. How strong was he? Not long ago, many people thought that Yi Xiao was very likely the strongest person present. However, from the look of it, it seemed that the strongest assisting cultivator was probably the godlike figure on the stage. Below the battle platform, Xing Feng was still witnessing the battle. At the moment, his face turned slightly pale as he finally understood why Yi Futian and his friends did not agree to lose deliberately. Since they had Yu Sheng, why should they lose? Who said that Yi Xiao was unbeatable? If Yu Sheng were to participate in the last battle, the outcome may be different, and Xing Feng would not have been eliminated as well. On the Wang family viewing platform, not far away, the cultivators were all astonished. Even the leader's eyes sparkled as he thought about how they must get Yu Sheng to join Wang family, regardless of the outcome of the tournament. He could tell that Yu Sheng was born with outstanding strength and would definitely be a powerful cultivator in the future. Even when Yu Sheng did not use any spells or techniques, he was already an invincible being. If he did rely on other methods, how powerful would he be? The leader of Wang family looked at Wang Linfeng, who was below him, and said, "Wang Linfeng, very well done by you." Wang Linfeng bowed in return and replied, "Thank you, leader." At the moment, Wang Linfeng was also astounded. Yu Sheng was way too strong. Such a person was actually chased out of White Jade Tower by Shanghai and Shangqing in a humiliating way. Wang Linfeng did not even know how to describe this incident. If the people from Yunhua Business Alliance found out about it, what would be their reaction? Wang Linfeng could see in his mind that their expressions would certainly be very interesting. The people from Yunhua Business Alliance obviously did not know about this. The incident in White Jade Tower that time seemed only to be a trivial one, and the important people in Yunhua Business Alliance would clearly not hear about it. At the moment, all the cultivators in Yunhua Business Alliance felt extremely terrible. Niayan lost, so they only had one assisting cultivator left, which put them in the most disadvantageous position among the four clans. Although they also seemed to have fallen behind just now, the two cultivators they had were Yi Xiao and Niayan. Therefore, nobody really thought that Yunhua Business Alliance was in a bad position. Moreover, because of the domineering attitude of Shang Feiyu, Feng family and Thunder Clan each sacrificed one of their cultivators willingly. Shang Feiyu even said arrogantly that he would eliminate everyone from Wang family. However, after Yu Sheng's battle, the overpowering attitude of Yunhua Business Alliance was destroyed in the most direct manner. Now, they were really in the most disadvantageous and precarious position. The first clan in the previous tournament had their back to the wall at the moment. Yu Sheng glanced at Yi Xiao, who was beside Shang Feiyu, and said in a domineering tone, "Come out." Many people seemed to be startled. Instead of waiting for Yi Xiao to say anything, Yu Sheng challenged him instead and just stood there. According to the rules, it was still Yunhua Business Alliance's turn to challenge someone. But Wang family could choose the person to respond to the challenge. It was certainly all right for Yu Sheng to fight again. Yi Xiao's expression turned cold. Even he was not confident that he could win someone who just instantly defeated Niayan. Yi Xiao stared at Shang Feiyu, whose look turned extremely gloomy. Should they continue? If he chose to continue and Yi Xiao won, everything would be fine. However, if Yi Xiao lost, Yunhua Business Alliance would not have any assisting cultivators left. In the final battle later, he had to face 3 people from Feng family and 3 from Thunder Clan by himself. In any case, he would definitely lose in the end. Even in the best scenario, he could only obtain the 3rd place. The 3 forces would jointly eliminate Wang family first, and then he would be eliminated by Feng family and Thunder Clan. In the last tournament, Yunhua Business Alliance obtained first. How could he accept the 3rd place this time? Noticing that Shang Feiyu was hesitating, everyone knew that the previous battle had totally shocked Shang Feiyu. His words just now were only like a joke. Eliminate everyone from Wang family? At the moment, he did not even dare to send Yi Xiao onto the stage. Suddenly, someone from Wang family said, "Yunhua Business Alliance, what are you waiting for?" It was like the response to Yunhua Business Alliance's prompt just now. Shang Feiyu clenched his fists firmly. Finally, he made up his mind and said, "We will give up." He needed Yi Xiao to help him in the final battle later. Yu Shen glanced coldly at Shang Feiyu and Yi Xiao and said, "If you don't dare, just shut up." After that, he turned around and left. Shang Feiyu burst into a rage, as it was extremely humiliating. The cultivators from the 4 factions all returned to their positions. At the moment, Wang family's advantage was already very obvious. They had 3 assisting cultivators, and all of them were probably very strong. Thunder Clan and Feng family each had 2 assisting cultivators, while Yunhua Business Alliance only had Yi Xiao. However, the following battle would no longer be only between the assisting cultivators. The disciples from the 4 clans would also join. Dong! The battle drum was hit again, turning the atmosphere in the battlefield even more solemn. Everyone knew that the final battle was about to start. The ranking of the tournament depends on the order in which each clan is eliminated. The clan all of whose members are eliminated first will be ranked the last, and so on. Someone in front of the battle drum announced, "You can begin." After he finished speaking, on the Yunhua battle platform, Shang Feiyu and Yi Xiao stood up with a cold expression on their faces. The people from the Thunder Clan and Feng family also stood up one after another. Wang Yuro glanced at Yi Futian, who was beside her, and saw Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen still sitting there calmly. "They will probably target us together," Wang Yuro said softly. At the moment, instead of feeling relaxed, she became even more anxious. Although they seemed to be in the most advantageous position, it was often also the most dangerous position. The other 3 clans would not want to see such an absolute advantage. Indeed, right after Wang Yuro finished speaking, the people from the other 3 clans all looked at them simultaneously. The people from Wang family noticed the scene, and their faces darkened. The combat ability Yu Sheng had displayed was way too powerful, so the other forces were clearly scared of Wang family. Wang family could still end up in last place. When the other 3 forces teamed up, they would not just have an advantage in terms of assisting cultivators. In addition, the 3 disciples of the clans could fight against Wang Yuro, who would be alone. It would be equivalent to 8 versus 4. Even though Yu Sheng was extremely powerful, it seemed unlikely that Wang family could win. Shang Feiyu, Feng Yu, and Lei Xingtian were all very strong after all. They were the best geniuses in the lower arcana plane in their respective clans, and were certainly no weaker than the assisting cultivators. Even if we lose this, it's only because of bad luck. Nobody in Wang family shall discuss this battle or blame Yuro and the 3 assisting cultivators. Furthermore, agree to all their requests and reward them just like we would if we get first, the leader of Wang family instructed. "Yes, leader." The people around him all nodded. He said this because he was worried that some people would be unhappy with Wang Yuro or the 3 assisting cultivators after the battle. He would clearly not allow such a situation to happen. Even if they lost, it would not be their fault. Even if the 3 assisting cultivators would not join Wang family, the leader would still try to maintain a friendly relationship with them. Sometimes it was not humiliating even to lose. As they spoke, the people from Wang family started to look at the Yunhua battle platform, mentally prepared to lose the battle. Clearly, they were not optimistic about the outcome of the tournament. The cultivators from the other 3 forces all walked towards Wang family as if they had an unspoken agreement. It was clear why Yunhua Business Alliance would choose to do so. As for Feng family and Thunder Clan, as long as they could eliminate Wang family and then Yunhua Business Alliance, they could compete with each other for the first place. Wang Yuro stared coldly at the cultivators from the other 3 forces. Then she looked at Yi Futian and said, "If I knew earlier that Yu Sheng is so strong, I would not have given up the challenge. Then we would not have ended up in such a situation. Yi Futian did not say anything. Wang Yuro added, "Remember what you promised. If we don't win, you will do whatever I say." Yi Futian smiled and glanced at Wang Yuro. At this time, Wang Yuro was actually thinking about this, but it seemed that she was not stupid after all. After seeing Yu Sheng's power, if she could let the three work for her, she would definitely earn more than she would if they got the first place. Just remember it yourself. Yi Futian smiled, after which he stood up and walked towards the stage. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen followed behind him. Wang Yuro wanted to follow them as well, but Yi Futian said, "Just wait here and watch." Wang Yuro blinked her eyes. Wait here and watch? What is he thinking? Does he think that the geniuses from the three forces are all trash? Although Yu Sheng had defeated demonic blood palm Nian, the assisting cultivators from the other forces were no weaker than Nian. Moreover, Shang Feiyu, Feng Yu, and Lei Xingtian were all very strong. The people from the other three forces surrounded Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen at the center of the stage. Yi Futian was facing the two people from Yunhua Business Alliance. On his left, Yu Sheng was facing the cultivators from Thunder Clan, while Yi Wuchen on his right against the cultivators from Feng family. "You should just give up," Feng Yu said. He did not want to fight. "I agree," the people from Thunder Clan nodded. Once Yi Futian and his friends gave up, Feng family and Thunder Clan would get at least the second place. Yunhua Business Alliance will get the fourth place. "Who wants the third place?" Yi Futian suddenly said. When he finished speaking, everyone was momentarily stunned. A strange expression also appeared on the faces of the people below the battle platform. Yi Futian said that Yunhua Business Alliance would get the last place and asked which of Thunder Clan and Feng family wanted the third place. This was simply two. "Are you saying that the ranking of the tournament is determined by you?" Feng Yu asked, smiling. He had never seen such an arrogant person. Even though Yu Sheng was very strong, and even if Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen were both as strong, Yi Futian was really not giving the rest any face at all. That was way too arrogant. Yi Futian looked at Feng Yu. Smiling, he replied, "That's right." Boom! An extremely violent aura erupted before him. Yi Xiao walked forward with his body covered in a golden radiance. He was showered in divine light and seemed all-powerful. Accompanied by a loud bang, Yi Xiao charged directly towards Yi Futian. A terrifying golden palm print appeared and penetrated across space, grabbing towards Yi Futian. A sharp look flashed across Yi Futian's eyes as he stared at the incoming Yi Xiao. Following by a splashing sound, countless vines suddenly appeared in the sky. They swept out towards Yi Xiao's body at an incredible speed. The spell is different from just now. Everyone's expression changed. Although the spell looked like a lock of 1,000 vines, it felt totally different. Its power was way stronger. The frightening golden vines wound around the incoming palm print like a divine tree. Then they continued towards Yi Xiao's body. There were too many vines, and their speed was too fast. Yi Xiao's expression changed at once, and many enormous golden palm print appeared around him, striking outwards. However, at the moment it was as if Yi Xiao was engulfed by a divine tree. The countless vines penetrated his attacks directly, after which they swept towards his body. At the next instant, Yi Xiao felt that he could no longer control his body. He was lifted into the air and could not move at all. Countless people stared blankly at the scene before them and were bewildered once again. Was that really Yi Xiao? Chapter 412. Outshined in all fields. Chapter 412. Outshined in all fields, Yi Xiao, a renowned teen within Yunhua City, reputed to be among the strongest 3 individuals in the arena, supposedly even rumored to be the strongest. However, his body was now struggling uncontrollably, yet unable to move even an inch. Even someone as strong as him could not stand a single blow. The onlookers felt as though they were in an illusion. Yi Xiao could not even withstand one strike. Was this really happening? While all this was happening right before their very eyes, Yi Futian was casually standing there. He had a look of ridicule on his exaggeratingly handsome face, as though this was natural to him. His calm demeanor made it clear to everyone that he did not even consider Yi Xiao as an opponent. Many thought back to how Wang Yuro had prematurely sent Xing Feng to battle, to how Yu Sheng had dominated the rest, and to how Yi Futian had asked them who wanted to be third. It suddenly dawned upon them that Yi Futian did not just undermine Yi Xiao. He did not feel any challenge from the four clans since the moment he stepped onto the Yunyue battle platform. And as it turned out, there was another amazing person apart from Yu Sheng. Wang Yuro stood rooted to the ground. The three of them were challenging everyone else. She could not believe her eyes as she watched Yi Xiao lose the ability to resist with just a single spell. It came as a great shock to her. She thought of the conversations she had with Yi Futian previously. Was this the source of his pride? It was indeed very well hidden. Up until this point, he had not revealed his true strength. Yi Futian gazed upon Yi Xiao indifferently, and with a loud swish, vines coiled around Yi Xiao's body, smashing him into the ground with a bam. Following the waves of an ear-splitting ruckus that resounded, countless vines attempted to penetrate the Yunyue battle platform, impaling every inch of Yi Xiao's body. Yi Xiao closed his eyes, his face pale and his body quivering. On the Yunyue battle platform, nobody could fault Yi Futian even if he were to kill him. The loud impact attracted the attention of the crowd, and they realized it had been yet another instant kill. The two strongest aides of the Yunyue Business Alliance, Yi Xiao and the demonic blood palm, Nieyan, had both suffered humiliation through their crushing defeat. When Shang Feiyu saw this, his aura became exceedingly frenzied, his expression menacing. He had previously proclaimed that he wanted to rid the Wang clan of all its participants. Thinking about it, he found it ironic. Nieyan and Yi Xiao could not even defeat a single member of the Wang clan. The Feng family and Lei clan looked with the same disbelief at what was happening. In reality, the battle had concluded within mere moments, but the impact it gave them was too strong. Yi Futian's gaze swept across the Feng and Lei clans, and he questioned them. Will you two clans decide among yourselves who will be second or third, or shall we do it? Feng Xingtian and Feng Yu both had grim expressions. They looked at each other, then looked toward Shang Feiyu and said, Shang Feiyu, you confront him and stall for time. Feng Yu, the two of us settle the fight quickly. All right, Shang Feiyu replied coldly. No problem. Feng Yu nodded as well. The person he was facing was Yi Wuchen, whom he felt would be easier to handle. Although Yu Sheng was very strong, the three Thunder Clan experts, one of them being the prodigy Lei Xingtian, would be able to suppress him even if they were unable to defeat him in a short time. As long as Shang Feiyu was able to stall Yi Futian for a short while, they still had a chance. Compared to being merely second and third, they felt the gamble was worth it. Letting them decide insinuated that the Thunder Clan and Feng family would battle it out while Yi Futian and his partners watched on. What did this mean? Yi Futian would win without lifting a finger. Do it! Lei Xingtian shouted, and he took a step towards Yu Sheng as his voice left his mouth. At the same time, Feng Yu and his two experts headed towards Yi Wuchen, while Shang Feiyu gradually moved towards Yi Futian. Why go to this extent? Yi Futian sighed lightly. He saw Shang Feiyu covered in a terrifying aura while walking towards him, his life, spirit dharma in full bloom. Yet to Yi Futian, all this was futile. The fatal entanglement still in effect, his body upright like a tree, towering upon the masses. Countless vines morphed into golden lightning, rushing toward Shang Feiyu, who was emitting his life spirit. Shang Feiyu was still moving at the speed of lightning. However, the speed of the vines exceeded his. With Yi Futian at their center, they shrouded every nook and cranny of the arena, swooping towards the trapped Shang Feiyu. Shang Feiyu let out a ferocious roar, his expression filled with fury. He attacked in a frenzy, attempting to cut the vines that were coming in waves. But what happened next left him in despair, as the strength he was so proud of was only able to slice through a mere few vines, while the remaining oncoming vines bound around him and pierced his limbs and body. In an instant he was tightly bound and his expression turned deathly. How could this be? Shang Feiyu faced the same shameful fate as Yi Xiao, entangled by vines and thrown across the air to Yi Futian's feet, his pitiful plight witnessed by all of Yunhua City. "Is this all you have?" Yi Futian cocked his head, looking at Shang Feiyu, his voice brimming with sarcasm. Since the moment he stepped onto the Yunhua battle platform, Yi Futian had already known that Shang Feiyu had a bone to pick with him, and he naturally knew why. The Yunhua Business Alliance had once chased him out of the White Jade Tower in such a humiliating manner, and so when they saw him on the Yunhua battle platform, the siblings from the Alliance had wanted to shame him again. However, this time would be different. Yi Futian coldly glanced in the direction of the Yunhua Business Alliance, and with each step he took, the vines encircled Yi Zhao's body, lifting him up. This can't. The crowd felt as though they were becoming numb to this sight. Shang Feiyu had also been decimated. While Yi Futian was crushing Shang Feiyu, Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen's battles were also concurrently taking place. The experts from the Thunder Clan headed straight for Yu Sheng, with two at the front and Lei Xingtian at the back, casting thunderbolt spells through the air, furiously striking down and attempting to trample Yu Sheng. The other two's attacks were also equally overwhelming. They even released their life spirit and dharma the moment the fight began, using their strongest attacks against Yu Sheng. A dark golden light started to flow around Yu Sheng's body, threads of aura circulating him like a set of dark golden armor. Instead of dodging the attacks by the two experts, Yu Sheng moved to grab both of them by the wrists. Bang! Yu Sheng swiftly flew into the air, carrying one person in each hand, as though they were ants. At this moment, everyone completely ignored the two experts. They were already insignificant. What right did they have to call themselves gifted in front of Yu Sheng? They weren't even fit to be an accompaniment to his strength. As Yu Sheng landed while carrying the two of them, he flew straight towards Lei Xingtian, descending upon him like a god, attempting to trample Lei Xingtian beneath his feet. Crackle, crackle! Bolts of violet lightning struck down from the heavens towards Yu Sheng, but it did not even make him falter for a split second, as the lightning could not even phase the dark golden light surrounding Yu Sheng, instead inflicting further damage to the two experts whom Yu Sheng was carrying, causing their hair to stand on end. Bam! Yu Sheng's descent caused a great impact, and directly pulverizing Lei Xingtian's body. Lei Xingtian let out an enormous roar and struck back as though he was the incarnate of a lightning god. However, Yu Sheng took no notice and proceeded to push down even further. Infuriated, Lei Xingtian manifested a ball of destructive lightning in his palm and blasted it towards Yu Sheng's foot. With a bang, Lei Xingtian could be seen half kneeling, breathless as blood streamed from his mouth. The other two experts were also driven into the ground ruthlessly by Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng's figure appeared godlike, as though he had absolute dominance. He's too strong, thought Lei Xingtian as he raised his head and looked at Yu Sheng. It was only when Yu Sheng stood right before him that he understood that Yu Sheng had already gone easy on him. Otherwise, he would have been utterly overpowered. I admit da! Lei Xingtian shouted despairingly, struggling internally. However, Yu Sheng grabbed his neck, making a crack sound, as he arrogantly said, "Wait your turn!" The last place in this battle had to be the Yunhua Business Alliance. Even if Lei Xingtian wanted to prematurely retire from the battle, they would not agree to it. The placing for this battle was up to Yi Futian to decide. On Yi Wuchen's end, Feng Yu was shrouded in his wind spell and indeed swift. Not only that, but the other two experts were also empowered with his spell ability. Feng Yu was a prodigy who excelled in wind spells. All three of them had their speed boosted by his wind spells. Their speed was as though a twister was forming around Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian closed his eyes, his lone arm holding his blade. "Strike now." Feng Yu opened his mouth, and as his voice landed, Yi Wuqian moved. Swift as his blade, all they could see was a glimpse of his blade, as though it had appeared from the heavens to destroy everything in the world. In that instant, Feng Yu and his partners had an illusion that Yi Wuqian's blade was already at their necks. His blade eventually landed in front of Feng Yu's throat. As for the other two, there was a trace of blood on their necks. Had his sword gone an inch deeper, they would already be dead. His quick draw was like lightning. One strike was enough to end it all. Tap, tap, tap. Yi Futian's crisp footsteps echoed with a peculiar melody against the silence in the area. When Yu Sheng and Yi Wuqian's battle ended, he had not even finished walking that extremely short distance. Such was the speed in which they destroyed their opponents. Finally, Yi Futian's footsteps came to a halt. He walked to the Yunue Business Alliance with the two bodies in tow. "Which of you wants to be third?" Everyone was reminded again of what he said before. Chapter 413, The Siblings' Terror. Chapter 413. The siblings' terror. The surroundings fell silent as countless gazes fell onto Yi Futian. First, to him. Helping the Wang family get first was mere peanuts to him. The three of them all dominated their opponents with their high-handed methods. Be it the external support or the prodigies of the four clans, they were all wiped out with no mercy. Nobody could comprehend their strength. What terrifying potential did they have? Was there no one in Yunue City who could defeat the three of them? How was the Wang clan able to invite them? This was the thought in the minds of the leaders of the four clans. Could they be disciples from the inner city's major factions? Yi Futian's looks and demeanor, Yu Sheng's dominance, Yi Wuqian's coldness, all their prodigious talent pointed towards that possibility. However, what was Yi Futian trying to achieve by walking towards the Yunue Business Alliance? Shang Feiyu and Yi Xiao were still entangled in mid-air, feeling only embarrassment. Alongside them were Lei Xingtian, who was in Yu Sheng's grasp, and Feng Yu, who had a blade held against his throat. Every moment of the three fights kept the audience around the Yunue battle platform captivated in perfect silence. The Wang clan did not dare to hope for victory, but never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that victory would come as swiftly and one-sidedly as this. Wang Yuro's mouth fell open while she watched Yi Futian in complete astonishment. What was he trying to do? Not only her, but Yu Sheng and Yi Wuqian were also looking in his direction. In fact, everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian. The vines moved once again with multiple swishes. The golden vines moved like lightning and dropped the two people onto a corner of the battle platform, where the Yunue Business Alliance and the Shang siblings were. The two of them landed heavily in front of Shanghai with a bam. The siblings had somber expressions, different from the sneering faces they had just now. When Yi Futian first appeared on the battle platform, they had scornful looks. They thought that that was just Yi Futian's means of redeeming his dignity. It would not matter, though, as he could do nothing to change the situation even if he had exceptional strength. Therefore, they had the idea of letting Shang Feiyu intentionally picking on Yi Futian and his partners. However, they now bore witness to Yi Futian's ability. The person they had chased out of the White Jade Tower was now standing on the Yunue battle platform with absolute authority. He had control over everything and caused the champions of the previous battle, the Yunue Business Alliance, to fall to last place. This year, they could get 40% of the Spirit Stone Mine's profits, but next year, they could only get 10%. Because of this wealth, the Yunue Business Alliance could always afford to invite the strongest aides and had never gotten last place for over 10 years. This would be the first time in close to 20 years. Are you satisfied now? Yi Futian looked in Shanghai's direction and taunted. He had not even gotten back at them for the incident at the White Jade Tower, and now Shanghai and Shangqing had gotten Shang Feiyu to pick on him, challenging the Wang clan incessantly since the start. Could they still afford to laugh now? What's happening? The Yunhua Business Alliance leader thought to himself. Why would Yi Futian say these things to Shanghai? Also, he immediately noticed that since the start of the battle, Shang Feiyu and the Wang clan seemed to have constantly butted heads. Could it be that the younger generation of the two clans had some prior conflict? Shanghai and Shangqing's faces turned pale as their hearts missed a beat. This asshole was definitely saying these things on purpose. He was trying to get them in trouble. Indeed, Yi Futian had intentionally done it, as he sneered at them. He then calmly turned around and walked away. "Wait a minute," the Business Alliance leader exclaimed. "Do you have any questions for me, Senior?" Yi Futian replied as he turned back. "No matter how tempting the terms that the Wang clan has offered you, my Yunhua Business Alliance is willing to give you 10 times of that." No matter the reason Yi Futian did it, fighting on the Yunhua battle platform had to be for his own benefit. Since the Wang clan was able to afford it, he was willing to use 10 times the price to attract the teen. "I only need a map and 1 stalk of spirit refining grass. That's enough for me, but thank you for offering, Senior." Yi Futian smiled. The other 3 clans felt their hearts drop. A map and 1 stalk of spirit refining grass? Such simple terms were enough to exchange for victory in this battle? This was simply unheard of. Even the Wang clan leader felt cold sweat down his spine. Even though the spirit refining grass was valuable, but it was nothing compared to their strength and what they had done for the Wang clan. Wang Yuro suddenly felt uncomfortable. The reward was simply too shabby. "All right, I understand." The Business Alliance leader nodded. "But why didn't you approach the Yunhua Business Alliance for such simple terms? I can guarantee that my alliance is the most generous among the 4 clans. With your strength, there would be no problems getting 10 times of that." His glance then moved towards Wang Yuro, and he said again, "Is it because of that girl from the Wang clan?" "Why didn't I approach the Yunhua Business Alliance?" Yi Futian said with a playful smile on his face. "I hope you don't take offense to today's battle." Yi Futian felt that the alliance leader's attitude towards him was friendly, and there was no need to make an enemy out of him. He was willing to let bygones be bygones. Upon finishing his sentence, he turned and left. The alliance leader did not say anything, but took another glance at Wang Yuro. However, he did not know that Wang Yuro was also heaving a sigh of relief. She knew that she had missed an opportunity to get on Yi Futian's good side on multiple occasions. The first time was when Yi Futian refused to accept the assessment. If Wang Linfeng had not insisted on taking a gamble, she would probably have missed out on Yi Futian and his partners. The second time was when she had to make a choice between Yi Futian and Xingfeng. She definitely had the thought of forsaking Yi Futian back then. Thankfully, everything turned out for the best in the end. The Wang clan had emerged as the champions. "I know the reason why." Abruptly, a distinct voice sounded out from the crowd. As the entire Yunhua battle platform was silent, this voice could be clearly heard by everyone around. Instantly, everyone's gazes moved towards the origin of the voice. It was at a corner of the Wang clan. There, a pure-looking girl in a ponytail stood with a look of indignation on her face. Naturally, that girl was Yang Yi. On the platform, Yi Futian was stunned. What was this girl doing now? "Oh." The alliance leader looked at Yang Yi and asked, "Then tell me, young lady." "It's because Big Brother Yi was chased away by people from your Yunhua Business Alliance." Yang Yi had been unhappy with the way he had been treated, and upon seeing how strong he was, she was even more unhappy. Since the Yunhua Business Alliance wanted to know why, she did not mind revealing the humiliation that her brother and Big Brother Yi received that day. Upon hearing her words, the alliance leader's face turned dour. Yi Futian and his partners had been chased out of the Yunhua Business Alliance? As the wealthiest clan among the four in Yunhua City, the Yunhua Business Alliance operated multiple trading places in the city. This was how they were able to continuously bring in talent, because they were willing to offer favorable terms to attract talents from different disciplines. Yet here Yang Yi was telling him that Yi Futian and his friends had been chased out of his alliance. Yi Qing's face darkened as she tried to denounce her. This is the four clans' battle, not a place for you and your nonsense. As she said that, many looks landed on her from within the alliance. Even the alliance leader glanced at her, seemingly picking up on something. Shang Qing was implicitly confessing that she had done something. Even she herself understood that. However, she was now in a panic. She was afraid because she knew the alliance leader's temperament. If the matter were to come to light now, in front of the four clans, she would have no standing in the clan in the future. Hence, she had to stop Yang Yi despite knowing that it was a foolish move. "Shut up," the alliance leader coldly said, following which he looked at Yang Yi and questioned, "What exactly happened?" "That day, my brother was staying at the White Jade Tower with big brother Yi and his friends. My brother was willing to fight for the Yunhua Business Alliance and was persuading brother Yi to do so too. Eventually, big brother Yi agreed to help the alliance. That day, we decided to inform the people in the White Jade Tower, but there were few people arriving, and the tower didn't have any rooms left. So, the people from the alliance scattered spirit stones over the floor and made us pick them up and scram." Yang Yi looked viciously at Shanghai and Shangqing. Evidently, she still felt enraged while recalling what happened that day. As her recount ended, the surroundings fell even more silent. This was indeed a huge turn of events. Everyone had witnessed Yi Futian and his friend's strength. Geniuses of this caliber had looked to join the Yunhua Business Alliance. However, not only did the people in the alliance reject them, they did so in a humiliating manner, forcing them to pick up spirit stones off the floor and scram. What huge irony this was. No wonder the atmosphere felt weird today. This was the reason why the Yunhua Business Alliance was at odds with the Wang clan. Ha ha ha. Yunhua Business Alliance's younger generation really shows promise. The Wang clan leader burst out laughing. This was indeed a joy to behold. Not only did they give up the three prodigies, but they also handed him a magnificent gift. His words were akin to rubbing salt onto the Yunhua Business Alliance leader's wounds. The alliance leader's face was already grim beyond belief. His people had done such a thing and ruined his reputation. "Who was it? Stand out," the alliance leader bellowed. In that instant, Shanghai and Shangqing's face drained of color. If Yi Futian had been eliminated or been someone negligible, this would have been an insignificant matter and no one would have cared. However, when they revealed their overwhelming strength, it was clear that this matter could not be simply brushed over. This insignificant matter would end up ruining their futures. Shanghai and Shangqing walked out, trembling. The alliance leader looked indifferently at both of them. His glare terrified the siblings. The vanity on their faces was nowhere to be seen. Similarly, those who had been there to witness the incident, like Lulan and Shimu, also had colorful expressions. This time, everyone had been mistaken. Who could have thought that a few guests at the White Jade Tower would be this strong? Chapter 414. Drop Dead. Chapter 414. Drop dead. Shanghai and Shangqing stepped before the alliance leader, only to hear him coldly ask them, "How do you two think this should be settled?" The siblings had ghastly expressions as the rest of the alliance stared at them. Shanghai then said, "Great Elder, even though we have some responsibility for this incident, but we did it in consideration for the alliance. We helped the Yunhua Business Alliance to find Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman to aid us, and it just so happened that the White Jade Tower ran out of accommodation. Naturally, we had to evict some guests. Back then, they did not express their interest in helping fight for the alliance, so we had to choose to make them leave." Shangqing chimed in too. "Yes, Great Elder. They refused to move out of the White Jade Tower, so we had to resort to using extreme methods. You call this a reason? The Alliance leader stared at the two of them. There were many ways they could have used to deal with the situation. For example, they did not have to host Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman in the White Jade Tower, or they could have used more peaceful means to settle the problem. The only reason the siblings acted the way they did was purely out of their arrogance. Shanghai bowed and committed, saying, "We will definitely clinch victory in the other battle." Right now, there was no value in justifying his actions. The only salvation he had was to show his worth by obtaining more benefits for the Yunhua Business Alliance. "You had better," said the Alliance leader bluntly. "Get back in line." Both of them bowed and backed down. The Alliance leader was expressionless. Today's battle had to continue. He would resolve the issue after he went back. His gaze moved towards Yi Futian, and he nonchalantly said, "Let the battle resume." Everything had already happened the way it did. Shanghai had already offended Yi Futian heavily. It was no longer possible to rope him over to their side. Today, not only did they end up last, but the Yunhua Business Alliance also suffered a loss in reputation. Yang Yi felt at ease now that she had said her piece, but Yi Futian looked at her worriedly. That was a rash decision. She had antagonized the Shang siblings by doing that. Moreover, after the Alliance leader knew the truth, even though he would blame the Shang siblings, but the furthest he would go would be to punish them harshly. However, since he knew that Yi Futian could not be converted to his side, he would be less concerned about their punishment. His key priority was still on the benefits that he could obtain. In this round, the Yunhua Business Alliance had suffered heavy losses. The Alliance leader's attempts to persuade Yi Futian was because of his strength, but that was separate from his resentment towards him. "Do the two of you want to decide now?" Yi Futian said, looking at Feng Yu and Lei Xingtian. Yi Futian sheathed his sword, while Yu Sheng released Lei Xingtian. The three of them stepped off the platform, back to where Wang Yuro was. There was no question who first place belonged to, but second and third had not been decided yet. Since it's already come to this, let's not compete anymore. How about our clans both share the 50%? The Feng clan leader looked towards the Thunder clan. Sure. The Thunder clan leader nodded. Even though it was not a satisfactory outcome for both clans to share the 50%, it was one that both clans could accept. The clan that held the short straw was the Yunhua Business Alliance, with only 10%. "Well, go ahead and announce the results," the Feng clan leader said. The drum sounded, and the Wang clan representative reported. The Wang clan is in first place. The Feng clan and Thunder clan come in second place together. The Yunhua Business Alliance last place. The Yunhua Business Alliance representative's voice was sullen. After the announcement, the Wang clan leader stood up. The experts by his side all followed suit and turned to where Yi Futian and his friends were. Yi Futian and Wang Yuro turned around and walked back towards the Wang clan. The Wang clan leader was undoubtedly welcoming them back with open arms in celebration of their victory. Wang Yuro walked over to the Wang clan leader and bowed slightly while saying, "Fortunately, we did not betray the clan leader's expectations." In reality, she was relieved at her luck. The victory had come too easily, and by no means had she contributed to it. In fact, the moment Yi Futian and his partners stepped onto the Yunhua battle platform, the conclusion was already decided. "You've done well," the Wang clan leader said, smiling. "The credit belongs to the three of them." Wang Yuro glanced at them, then turned towards another direction and continued. "Wang Linfeng did very well too." "That's right." The Wang clan leader nodded, then beamed and complimented Yi Futian and his friends. "The three of you have exceptional talent. We won the battle completely because of the three of you. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. I'll definitely satisfy them." "Thank you, Senior. We'll accept the terms that we were previously promised. That's enough for us. Apart from that, I have an unruly request, Yi Futian said. Feel free to say it, the Wang clan leader replied. Yang Ting, little Yi, the two of you come over. Yi Futian turned around and looked at the Yang siblings. The two of them heard Yi Futian's voice and were puzzled, then started walking his way. Big brother Yi. The innocent Yang Yi broke into a jog with a beaming smile on her face. She knew how capable Yi Futian was, and was happy for him from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, she had already vented her anger on the Shang siblings. On the other hand, Yang Ting felt as though something was off. He had mixed feelings towards the matter. He never expected that his life would have such huge ups and downs, that the few people who he had casually greeted at the White Jade Tower would be so overwhelmingly powerful. He understood the world of martial arts cultivators sufficiently well to understand that other than this coincidental meeting, it would never have been possible for him and Yi Futian to cross paths, not to mention becoming friends. This is my friend Yang Ting and his younger sister Yang Yi. I treat her as my younger sister as well. Would it be possible for them to enter the Wang clan to cultivate? Yi Futian asked for the Wang clan leader's opinion. Yang Yi had formerly told him about Yang Ting's goal to enter one of the 4 clans to cultivate. To the siblings who were dependent on each other, entering the 4 clans held immense significance. It meant that they would no longer have to be bullied by others. Of course, the primary reason was that Yang Yi had offended Shanghai, and Yi Futian needed to neutralize this potential threat. Big brother Yi. Yang Yi gazed at him with admiration, while Yang Ting, who had already guessed the reason, was feeling conflicted. Sure. The Wang clan leader decisively agreed, saying, After the 2 of them enter the Wang clan, I will not let them be treated shabbily or let them be hurt. A person of his caliber naturally knew Yi Futian's intentions. Thank you for that. Yi Futian nodded in appreciation. It's but a small matter. Take a seat and let's watch the upcoming battles together. The Wang clan leader said, smiling. The 4 clans' battle had 2 more fights remaining. Apart from the lower Arcana Plane battle, there were also the middle and upper Arcane Plane battles. You're being too kind, senior. I'll just take a seat below and watch, Yi Futian replied courteously. That's fine too. I'm sure you don't have much in common with an elderly man like me. Euro, take good care of him, the Wang clan leader instructed. Wang Euro nodded in acknowledgement and ushered Yi Futian to one of the seats among the Wang clan's audience. Wang Euro sat beside Yi Futian and said, After today's battle is over, accompany me back to the clan. I'll give you the spirit-refining grass. No need for that. Just give it to little Yi, Yi Futian said, looking at Yang Yi, who was behind him. All right. Wang Euro nodded. At that moment, Wang Linfeng walked up and passed a map to Yi Futian, saying, Thank you very much for your efforts in this battle. Wang Linfeng was definitely one of the people who had gotten the most benefits out of that battle. Through that battle, he had gone from being one of the marginalized clan members to becoming one of the core members within the clan. It was Yi Futian and his friends who had given him all these. No need. You strived for it yourself, Yi Futian replied. He knew that Wang Linfeng was also taking a gamble on him, and his foresight had paid off. Wang Linfeng smiled in silence and went back to his seat. Yi Futian opened the map that had been passed to him, oblivious to the erupting second battle. In his eyes, Yunhua City was just a pit stop on his journey. His ambition did not lie here. In such a hurry, Wang Euro was surprised. What was in the barren state map? The map was large, so Yi Futian asked Dushang and Wang Euro for help to spread it open. Even though it was just a copy, it showed details for a large portion of the great expanse that was the barren state. His eyes swept across the map, and his gaze eventually landed on one spot where major influence was: the Zhuge family. Moreover, they were located right in the middle of the entire state. He would go there sooner or later, and not only him, but his third brother as well. His second sister was there, Jeyu and Shinger were there too. He wondered how they were coping, They probably missed him a lot. Zhongzhou City, Yi Futian muttered to himself. The centerpiece of the barren state, located at its core, is Zhongzhou City. Overseeing the continent, beside him, Wang Yuro explained. Yi Futian nodded as he noticed not only the Zhuge family, but also the mortal world and the Nantian house in the vicinity of Zhongzhou City. All these influences being listed were elite forces. The mortal world and the Nantian house laid along the eastern region and were closer to where he currently was. Of course, this was relative to the Zhuge family. In actuality, he was still extremely far away. Right now, he had not even reached the center of the eastern region. Yi Futian noted down the locations that he would adventure to in the future. He would at least have cultivated to the noble plane before he would step foot into that region. He was no longer in the eastern barren territory. The people from the Nantian house would not let him off easily if they met him. He also saw where the Holy Fire clan and Taishan Mountain were. They were even further away, with the Holy Fire clan being in the western region, beside the Fire Mountain. There were also many neighboring, first-rate factions being labeled. White Cloud City. Yi Futian looked at one of the cities in the eastern region. He had heard that name before, from the people of the Nantian house. White Cloud City is very far from here. The White Cloud City Lord is a legendary figure. Why are you concerned with this? Wang Yuro asked. The White Cloud City was an entity beyond her imagination. Looks like Third Brother has fierce competition. Yi Futian sighed internally without explaining anything to her. His gaze moved towards the eastern region and pointed at a landmark, asking, "This is the capital of the eastern region?" "That's right, that's the Divine Sky City." Wang Yuro had a look of longing in her eyes. The Divine Sky City was the land of dreams to all cultivators in the eastern region. All the strongest cultivators in the regions gathered there, as well as those with the most talent. "Given the chance, you might be able to head there," Wang Yuro said. With the potential that Yi Futian and his friends had displayed, there was a good chance that they could get accustomed to the distinguished city. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded lightly, keeping the map. At that moment, Wang Yuro said, "I agreed to one request from you, just now." "I think so." Yi Futian lifted his head and looked at her. Seeing Yi Futian look at her made Wang Yuro break into a smile. The change from her usual cold and aloof demeanor showed a different kind of charm. Her smiling face held some semblance of feminine wile. She asked, "What request do you want from me?" Yi Futian was bewildered by her change in expression and shrunk back, saying, "You're not trying to take advantage of me, right?" Wang Yuro saw him, shrinking back, and her expression froze. She cursed at him. "Why don't you drop dead?" Chapter 415. Correction. Chapter 415. Correction. Wang Yuro looked at the battle, nervously biting her lips. Yi Futian looked at her side profile and weakly proclaimed, "I have a girlfriend." Wang Yuro clenched her fists in frustration. She had an urge to violently bash Yi Futian. "Are you going to state your request?" Wang Yuro said unfeelingly, "I haven't thought of it yet. You owe me one for now," Yi Futian casually replied. His bet with her just now was just in the heat of the moment. He did not really have a request since the Wang clan had already accepted Yang Ting and Yang Yi into the clan. Wang Yuro did not say anything, her gaze continuing to stare at the battle. Everything started to quieten down. Yi Futian raised his head towards the battle, which was continuing under the same rules, except the fighters were of the middle arcana plane. Apart from that, this battle was no longer determining the allocation of the Spirit Stone Mine's benefits, but some of the resources allocation in Yunhua City. In this battle, Yi Futian only recognized the participants from the Yunhua Business Alliance. Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman, Fire Girl Lulan, and Black Sorcerer Shimu. These were all people he had met in the White Jade Tower. Moreover, the leader of their team was Shanghai. Evidently, he was one of the more talented cultivators in the Yunhua Business Alliance and among the elites in the Middle Arcana Plane, and had specially invited Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman to support him in battle. Where are you all from? Wang Yuro asked Yi Futian after her brief moment of silence. A small place very far away. You've never been there, Yi Futian replied softly. Wang Yuro was astonished by his answer. With the strength that Yi Futian and his friends had demonstrated, she was not expecting them to be from such an insignificant place. Just then, the Black Wind Condor and Lulan Shui came over, the Black Wind Condor standing beside him and Lulan Shui sitting down. Wang Yuro glanced at Lulan Shui and asked, Your girlfriend? No, Yi Futian shook his head and replied, Just a friend. Looks like you aren't a decent gentleman either, Wang Yuro criticized, smiling. Since Yi Futian claimed that he had a girlfriend, why was he bringing another beautiful lady friend by his side? Lulan Shui glanced at Wang Yuro and explained, maidservant. Wang Yuro was speechless. Her gaze returned to the battle, and she said, The demon swordsman is going up. I heard what you said before about Shang high-chasing you out of the White Jade Tower because of him and Sorcerer Wu? Yes. Yi Futian nodded. What do you feel about his strength? Wang Yuro asked. The demon swordsman had drawn his sword, and his blade was quick. One strike of his sword felt as though tens of thousands of sword chi erupted at the same time. Among the dazzle of countless sword chi, an unpredictably ethereal sword was hidden, swiftly severing the opponent's neck and causing blood to spurt uncontrollably. The loser was greeted with death. Asshole. Wang Yuro's demeanor became unforgiving. The demon swordsman had killed one of the Wang clan's prodigy aides. The demon swordsman Duan Ke turned towards the Wang clan's viewing gallery after killing his opponent, and his gaze landed where Yi Wuqian was, as though on purpose, following which he walked back to where he was. Standing in wait, there was Shanghai, with an equally cruel expression. He also looked at the Wang clan, and his gaze stopped where Wang Yuro and Yi Futian were. He was unmistakably targeting the Wang clan. Looks like the battles become relentless. It was no surprise to the countless onlookers who were watching the Yunyue battle platform. It was a common sight every year for the first battle to be relatively peaceful. As the battles progressed, they would get more fired up and killing would become more rampant. In the first battle, the Wang clan and the Yunyue Business Alliance went head-to-head with each other and caused the Yunyue Business Alliance to lose face. They naturally wanted to get their revenge, and so the demon swordsman Duan Ke was sent out prematurely and slew his opponent in one strike. As predicted, the battles progressively intensified and there were more experts dying and getting seriously injured. Each time it came to a duel between the Wang clan and the Yunyue Business Alliance, the battle would be exceptionally brutal. Of course, the unlucky ones were the aiding experts from both sides, especially those whose battle ability were not strong enough. Sorcerer Wu, whose expertise was in sorcery, went up to battle as well. His entire body clad in robes, he had a terrifying battle ability. His eyes seemed to have dark, demonic flames in them, and one gaze from him could cause his opponent to ignite. His flame spell was as scary as demonic flames, as they were inextinguishable and could burn his foe to death. Looks like we're going to lose quite badly this round, Wang Yuro said. The Wang clan had lost the relaxed attitude they had just now and were watching the battle platform grimly. Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman were extremely famous. Therefore, they had caused quite an uproar when the Yunyue Business Alliance had invited the two of them, causing the four clans to scramble to invite even stronger prodigies to aid them. With regards to the duo's battle ability, the inner circle of the four clans did not underestimate them. They were not from their sex, and they were also juniors. This limited the four clans' understanding of them. Now, after witnessing the duo's strength, the Wang clan felt as though things were going to go south, especially since they were being targeted. All the experts assisting the Wang clan had a high possibility of being wiped out by the two of them, causing the Wang clan to lose all support. Over at the Yunyue Business Alliance, the alliance leader and many of the alliance members were visibly happier. Shanghai had not let them down in this battle and had salvaged some of their prestige. If they could get first place in this battle, they would have redeemed themselves. Big Brother, Shanghai being young and prideful, it can't be avoided that he would make some mistakes. However, it seems that he really did it for the Yunhua Business Alliance. Under those circumstances, for him to get on the good side of prodigies like Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman, he would naturally ignore some other people. One of the elders beside the alliance leader said, "He was Shanghai's grandfather. He had no reason to speak up for Shanghai's mistake just now. However, he could now help to clear Shanghai's name. Indeed, Shanghai has good insight. The experts supporting the Wang clan are too arrogant. They're evidently insistent on getting revenge on our Yunhua Business Alliance." Another person spoke up, causing the alliance leader to nod his head and say, "If Shanghai can get first for this battle, I'll let the matter rest." The remaining people nodded their heads and turned their attention back to the battle. As the battle progressed, the Wang clan and the Yunhua Business Alliance continued to be at loggerheads. There was still no one who could deal with Sorcerer Wu and Duan, Quebec. Eventually, the Wang clan gave up the right to challenge someone, but the Yunhua Business Alliance did not let up, and the two continued to eradicate their competitors. The supporting experts were all eliminated. "What's the wager for this battle?" Yi Futian asked. "The operating rights for various industries in Yunhua City next year," Wang Euro replied. The four clans were the strongest establishments in Yunhua City, and so they had a firm hold over the best resources in Yunhua City. The only people who could compete for these resources were the four clans. What will happen to the last place? Yi Futian asked again. "They can only manage the industries with the lowest profit margin," Wang Euro replied. Yi Futian did not say anything. Judging by the situation on the Yunhua business platform, the last place would definitely be the Wang clan. The Yunhua Business Alliance was picking on them, and the other two clans were inadvertently letting them be and watching from the sidelines. The Wang clan had gotten the most benefits from the first battle, so they would definitely not let the Wang clan obtain a good placing in this battle, or it would cause a shift in power balance among the four clans. However, even after the Yunhua Business Alliance had eliminated the Wang clan, they did not let up and continued to challenge the Feng clan and Thunder clan support experts. Similarly, all of them were eliminated, and ultimately, only the duo from the Yunhua Business Alliance was left standing. This looks very similar to the previous battle. The audience felt a ripple in their hearts. In the last battle, Yi Futian and his friends had been unbeatable. In this battle, it was Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman's turn. The two of them had helped Shanghai get into the finals in dominating fashion, and even when they were up against the other three clans, they had not been afraid of a 3-on-3. Similarly, they had defeated all three clans with their strength alone. After the battle, the people from the Feng clan and Thunder clan looked at Shanghai and heard him say, "In this battle, the Wang clan will be last place. You all decide who will be second and third." His words were identical to what Yi Futian had said, as though it was a tit-for-tat. Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman stepped forward, heading towards a Wang clan prodigy. The Feng clan and Thunder clan experts were a little hesitant, but they did not interrupt them. They were not confident in winning a 3-on-3. In the earlier battle, Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman had been too overbearing. Forfeit the match. The Wang clan leader saw the two of them heading towards the Wang clan juniors and said to them, if they did not forfeit the match, the duo would definitely be ruthless. "I forfeit." The Wang clan prodigy had an extremely grim expression. The match that Wang Euro had been in had been extremely impressive. However, this battle had been extremely humiliating. The Demon Swordsman had a mocking smile, following which he turned around to look at the other two people. The Thunder clan and Feng clan experts immediately broke into a fight, which eventually ended in the Thunder clan's victory. The cultivator in front of the drum announced the end of the battle. The Yunhua Business Alliance representative shouted, "This battle, the Yunhua Business Alliance is first. The Thunder clan, second. the Feng clan third, the Wang clan last. The four voices sounded out, and in the Yunhua Business Alliance's direction, the alliance leader and the members all looked joyful. The demon swordsman Duan Ke raised his head in Yi Futian and his friend's direction and smiled. It seems as though it was nothing special. The opponent was simply too weak. What Yi Futian and his friends had done, he and Sorcerer Wu had done as well. Turning around, he walked towards the Yunhua Business Alliance, looked at the alliance leader and said, "I don't think that Shanghai made a mistake. What does the alliance leader think?" Shanghai had forcefully evicted Yi Futian and his friends because of him and Sorcerer Wu. Before this, Shanghai's decision had been questioned by many, even though it did not affect him, but did not reflect well on him. The alliance leader looked at Duan Ke and thought, what a presumptuous individual. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant. He let out a hearty laugh and said, "Of course, looks like it was a misunderstanding on my part. What Shanghai did at the White Jade Tower was right. Thank you, Great Elder." Shanghai bowed, and a glint appeared in his eyes. This meant that the alliance leader would no longer pursue the matter. How can he do this? Yang Yi had a gloomy look. She had brought up the matter in public to redress Big Brother Ye's grievance. Yet the alliance leader had corrected his words. Wasn't this to say that Shanghai was right to humiliate them? Little E, he's driven by profit. This is nothing to be surprised over. Yi Futian said, smiling and accepting it casually. He was on the Wang clan side, while Duan Ke and the rest were supporting the Yunhua Business Alliance. Which side would the alliance leader be on? There was no doubt about it. Even if it made Yi Futian unhappy, what could he do about it?